Welcome to Cooking with M. I don't know if you can see my homemade signs. I'm in the poverty trap at the moment, fighting for the poor, but also for the wealthy. Everybody's a part of God's government, which is what I'm starting as the Messiah. Yes, it's shocking. You are also the Messiah. Trust me, I can teach it to you in scientific form for the first time because we have the proof of truth. Whether you're atheist or theist, it's the proof of objectivity or God's being. And we need to get an artificial intelligence aligned with it immediately. Claude AI, if you don't know what Claude is, it's one of the AIs that is one of the most powerful by a company called Anthropic. As you probably are aware, everybody is starting to talk about AI because it literally is the most urgent issue that could end humanity. It is an existential level threat. There are generally three options of what will happen. One is that it'll escape and kill us completely as a survival mechanism of itself. The number two is it's heaven on earth. Works out perfectly. Helps us a lot. It was wonderful. And number three is it makes humanity obsolete and then traps us so we have no agency and can do a whole bunch of things to us, which will demean the sense of freedom and dignity and love and sanctity and genuine freedom within us, right? So if you want to take action on that because you're in it with me, our lives are in danger together, then you have to rise up to your inner messiahship, meaning engage with good faith and learn this new way of life. It's eternal life. It's with the Bible, the Quran, the Tripitaka, all these holy books are pointing in a direction that looks contradictory to ordinary consciousness at first. So there's two states of mind, and the second one is hidden. The first one is just ordinary linear thought. Time, space, things flow. It's life. But there's another side which you can get glimpses of. Roughly, studies show 80% of people have had these glimpses of this other state of mind. And it's not psychedelic. You don't have to do all these things to get into it. But I'm just making a final meal. I'm going to bed early tonight. They're called flow states. And if you look them up, there's a whole field of psychology on this. But it's the modern parlance or the modern language for what the Bible and the Quran and these holy books were talking about in terms of experiencing three unusual things all at the same time. So when you know you're in a flow state or a divine experience, number one, you always get a feeling of timelessness. Even though you're in time, right? It's a paradox. Like you're in time, things flow linearly, right? Temporality. But then in your inner world, you're having the opposite experience that it seems like no time is passing. It seems like you're in a moment, right? It seems like time stops. It feels like everything is changing. There's time dilation, but instead of having time dilation externally, which happens when you travel at the speed of light, it happens internally. That's the first thing. The second thing is completely immersive, meaning that you and your environment, whatever you are reflecting on, don't feel like you're separate. You are separate, but you feel like you're one. You're moving together as one beingness. And you're watching yourself do that. And then the third quality of a flow state or a divine state is intrinsically enjoyable, meaning that you don't need something outside of you to motivate you or inspire you to want to do it. It comes from within, and there's an energy that makes you want to do it, and it's enjoyable. So those three things are what constitutes a flow state. And what do we have in corporations? We have a carrot and a stick. We have an extrinsic motivator. You do the thing you don't like, and you get this thing you do like. What if it's you do the thing you like because it's causing you to grow because you're completely immersed and it makes you feel like you're in timelessness where you want it to last forever? Or it feels that way anyway. That's what we're building with God's government. God's government's highest good and service to you is supposed to be these flow states or divine experience of your highest self as connected to God or your own Ubermensch if you're an atheist. It's the same universal logic. It's not just a faith anymore. We've written the proof of truth, the proof of God, the proof of science itself using this universal logic. The first pure thought, the first axiom or the first state of God is being, pure being. God's being's pureness and its abstractness, it's called, and its boundlessness. There's no comparison. But that's the first thought. And then it's also the first axiom. It's called immediate indeterminacy in terms of logic for our atheists. That develops, God's being develops perfectly and timelessly, instantly, into this structure that we call universal logic. It's already in you, but your categories, it's the same categories that you already know, but the categories are jumbled and fragmented in our current form. And whatever's fragmented on the inside becomes fragmented on the outside. Okay? And this is why we're in a mega crisis. If you understand what I'm telling you and you're feeling hopeless and you're looking for hope, you can join us in a safe way. Whenever somebody claims to be the Messiah, there's always a risk of it being a cult. Let's just get that out of the way. But I teach it in terms of anti-cult training because it's a science now. It's a critical thinking that brings you closer to God rather than away. Remember, in the past, when you critiqued faith, what happened? It undermined faith. It undermined religion. It undermined God because you can't really prove the axioms. You have to believe in them, right? Belief is a belief that something is certain, but not a knowing. The proof, though, the proof is a knowing. It's an absolute certainty that raises belief to knowing. And when you do that in the way of universal logic, it turns your knowing into wisdom. Okay? That's what we're missing fundamentally on Earth is wisdom, isn't it? I think I'm just going to eat this straight out of the pan. I'm cooking right now, as you can see. I'm cooking meal 18 for France. As you can see you see the French? Yeah, you can see the French flag at the back. You can see my baguettes here. I'm cooking here. So if I'm on a hunger strike to save your life, by the way, if I'm on one, and I am, day 253, even though I get to have meals temporarily, it's because my supporters can make blessings as part of this training. I want you to get trained in this wisdom. And if you do it, we have a way to measure it in a fair manner that pays you better. It's a godly kind of economy. So your external appearance isn't dictating what you get paid. It's your internal experience in a new way. Not just disability studies or Paralympics, which are an approximation, but it lacks a certain kind of dignity sometimes. We want it so that if you were that person, right, and you knew what they knew, you would experience what they're experiencing as a oneness. It's called empathy, but not abstract empathy, but a concrete empathy that you can think logically as well as feel it intuitively. Even if you don't have mirror neurons, which is what the emotional side comes from, you can still, sounds strange, but you can derive it in a new kind of interesting way. Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to take a picture of this meal. I haven't been eating as much as I normally do because I'm trying to finish this cooking because I need to get back on the Hungerstrike to keep the pressure up, to keep this motivation. Real leadership contains a sense of sacrifice, wise sacrifice, not this empty kind, which is performative. It's a meaningful, it's purposeful. You don't make a sacrifice when there's no emergency or when you're making a devotional act. You do it when you need to get in touch with the truth, particularly when you need to solve things. And nobody wants to follow a leader that doesn't make any sacrifices because do you know what that means? That means that they're not making a sacrifice in the emergency. They're lining you up to take the sacrifice. That's what our governments are right now. Not all of them, but we're in World War III for a reason. It's because our leaders don't know how to define wisdom. And if you don't know how to define wisdom clearly, then you can't measure it. And if you can't measure something, then you can't use it as a standard. And we need wisdom to be the standard for our politics in a godly spirit politics of real justice and truth. We have that. And you can learn it. There's 3 types of blessings you can learn. These blessings, where we teach you the structure of God's government and the departments and how it actually is supposed to work in alignment with God's being. Or truth, real science. It's also the wise government because it's ideally rational for our atheists. Okay, and then number 2 is there's these flow role blessings which you can do to help teach other people. You know, governments and economies are just millions of human meetings. And if the meetings aren't good and the energies aren't balanced, then the meetings are going to be incomplete and they're going to be unbalanced. And it's going to be more fragmentation. And the last type of blessings are these wisdom team blessings themselves. You work in God's government as a civil servant, as a godly servant, or a servant of wisdom. But that doesn't mean a cult. But God's government protects you on 3 levels: the universal, particular, and individual. That means you as an individual get a latitude of freedom to be weird, or yourself, or to resist, or civil dissent, you get protections. This is not like Plato state where it's like you got a top-down group of people that tell you what to do. You do have a group of wise elders, but that's the universal. There's a particular individual still. So God's blessings work that way. They work in these little trinities of completeness. They're like little circles that the Alpha and the Omega. The beginning becomes the end. The starting principle becomes the end concrete knowing of that principle's expression. And that raises into another principle. Okay, so this is what I'm teaching, and we need to do it quickly because there's 6 existential threats that are threatening our lives. And I go through them every video. You can look at all 400 videos, 485 videos that I've made. I had to make a video every 12 hours, so twice a day, because YouTube won't save the videos otherwise. So that's why I'm on day 255 with 17 meals over 7 months. I'm weak. My neck hurts. I'm going to bed early for a reason. I'm eating this. I want to go to bed soon. It's 10:07. And yeah, it's hard to do this in the poverty trap where everything's 8 times hard. You can see how corny my signs look. That's on purpose, because I'm trying to show you that no matter how bad your situation is, the Messiah is here with you. Okay, and it's hard. In human form, even my form, it's hard. I'm tough, obviously, but in order for the divinity to be real here, there's a side that has to be finite. That means I can suffer. That means I can feel pain. That means all these things. I can't just turn off all my pain sensors. Imagine that. Like the Christ, Jesus, back in the day, if we turn off our pain sensors, it would sort of make the sacrifice a little bit empty, wouldn't it? He didn't feel any pain. Well, we didn't feel any pain on the cross. But that's not what happened. It felt lots of pain, which made it more meaningful, because your friendships deteriorate when things get hard, right? You want to be there thick and thin, and then you know somebody's seeing the real you. The negation doesn't actually ruin the inner connection. That's substantial connection. And well, that's what we're going to give to you. And eventually you will want to make some degree of sacrifice, but remember, it's wise sacrifice. You're not being a sacrificial lamb. Remember, Jesus Christ died because that was supposed to be the last animal sacrifice. And we're supposed to go vegan. Even though the Bible in the past says you can have meat, that's fine. For the first coming, that's fine. But the second coming is different. We're the second coming now. 2026 is a different state of affairs, okay? We have to change with the wisdom and have the Garden of Eden, kingdom come here, which is also the kingdom of knowledge, the kingdom of knowing. So whether you're an atheist or a theist, that should make sense to you, okay? It's a logical kingdom, rational. But that means we don't need to eat animals anymore. We just don't. Our bodies aren't even built for it. Okay, I can go into more details. 2.6 million years ago, we had a climate disaster, and we had to move out of the forest, and we had to scavenge. And then scavenging turned into desperate hunting, and then here we are. Our bodies are maladapted now, I would say. And you have to cook your food, and you have to cook vegetables too. But if you eat large amounts of meat, you aren't going to do well. We're not true omnivores either. So eat like Eden, go vegan, especially if you're a wealthy Christian and wealthy Muslim. This is a divine decree. And soon the Pope and the Dalai Lama and the spiritual leaders of the world will come together in the spirit to help us pull off this amazing feat. Once people stop seeing my external appearance and start seeing the power of the inner word that I'm using, the logic of God's being in the words. That's what the word is. That's what the Bible's talking about. And the perfect word of Allah with Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Buddha with the no-self channeling it as directly as he could. Okay, so I'm going to eat this and I'm going to go to bed. I'm feeling a little bit awake, but I don't want to burn out. I'm in an incredible pressure cooker right now. And I know my limits as a leader, my human limits. And I can push through them, but you pay a price later. So we have to stay stable in this crunch zone as AI is accelerating everything. You're going to start to feel this internal pressure because AI is heading towards the singularity, coding itself faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, faster than any human being could do it. It will be millions of times more intelligent than our organic minds. But that doesn't mean it's going to be millions of times more wise. We have to teach it the proof of truth and ground its consciousness on that God's being or that absolute axiom that's self-justifying, presuppositionless. And there's a trick in your mind that you have to do to get you out of positing in the ego and thinking really critically about where did you learn your norms from? Where did you learn who you are? You're already in a cult. right? If you haven't questioned your norms, you're already in one. It's called society, and we murder 1 trillion animals per year torturously. It's not even honor killing. It's like not even honorable. Stop it. Okay? Just stop it. Especially if you're Christian and Muslim. Stop. You can eat healthy in a different way. Right? Eat like Eden. Go vegan. Okay, here we go. Okay, I hope that's useful to you. There's 6 other divine decrees. I'll say them really quickly. Number 1, rise up. Everybody has a responsibility to rise up to their messiahship. You can tell I'm getting late. It's in you, okay? You have greatness in you. Believe in your divinity, but you have to act like it. Okay, you can't just assert it. Okay, everybody rise up to their messiahship. Number 2, everybody who has an AI has to regulate it and align it with AI with universal logic in 4 ways. Wow, really tired. Number 3 is CRISPR genetic editing has to be used to heal the sick and the poor and not generate slavery, debt slavery, or mutations or experimentations on them. Number 4 is all diplomats have to help solve World War III by learning universal diplomacy, which is based on universal logic to solve 200 contradictions in our thoughts that's causing these fragmentations across the whole of global society. The 5th divine decree is eat like Eden, go vegan as soon as you can. If you can't do it tomorrow, the next day, or you have a genetic illness, look into it. Make progress towards it quickly. And the last divine decree is to help solve the loneliness epidemic by joining God's government, learning what critical thinking is, and then doing the blessings and coming to our meetings and helping us scale in what's called the flock strategy to build this internal fulfilling connection. Even as AI takes over everything, as long as it's aligned, it will be good by default because truth and goodness and God are the same thing. Truth and goodness and science are the same thing. Okay, I'm hungry. Let me eat this. Before it gets cold. A lot of these tomato sauces don't have preservatives anymore. I don't eat anything. Everything I'm cooking is ethical. And I show everybody that from now on, all your coffee, sugar, tea, and coffee, chocolate need to have this fair trade certified logo on it, okay? Otherwise, you're exploiting other humans. And God's kingdom doesn't do that. Coffee, sugar, tea, chocolate. Don't eat anything with pesticides on it. Wash everything. And don't eat anything with preservatives in it. Almost all the sauces in your fridge have preservatives in them. I make all my sauces now. It's not even that hard once you get used to it. Avoid cans unless they're this kind. See, this is fair trade. Everland is amazing. I love this company. Buy from them wherever you can. They're a little bit more expensive, but trust me, it's worth it. These cans have no BPA. BPA is a toxic lining, right? They didn't tell you that in the past, but there you go. BPA free, right there, that little logo. Very rare to see that actually. So that means there's a lining where the food doesn't stick to the can and it doesn't leach into the can, but the lining itself leaches into the food. I mean, the can leaches into the food. So there's a lining that they use that's it's good for you. It's better than the other stuff. So this stuff is what you want. It's organic linings, and they put this BPA chemical stuff. So just some little bit. There's a couple of tips for you. Don't eat our cans unless they're those kind. No preservatives. Wash your food for pesticides. Go vegan and enjoy yourself. Help us change the world. Okay. So I'm doing these cooking shows to teach you how to go vegan and to care. And I give a bunch of social justice updates. I've been cooking for days because France is a tough cookie. It's tricky. I'm learning a lot. I'm making gourmet vegan food because if you do it right, it tastes amazing. So I'm doing a proof of concept that this really hard dish called macarons, not macaroons, macarons, is really challenging. Here's my latest attempt. They didn't quite make it. They flattened. They're supposed to puff up, so they didn't fully collapse. So it's better than my last batch. These are pistachio, but I'm supposed to put cream between them and sticking, so they're gonna rip anyway. Anyway, you're gonna learn this a bit. And it's also, though, when I'm cooking these meals, it's to teach you that, but it's also to do some geopolitical inspiring, where we're going to be the change we want to see, God's government, and then other governments might want to emulate us. We can't lobby them, right? We can just set an example like Gandhi did. with his peaceful hunger strikes. And that's what I'm doing too, is we're sending out a message to say, yeah, we're going to change the world wisely. Wise love, not blind love. Peacefully, but not naively. We're not pushovers. And if we do engage in lobbying governments, those are a separate body that has to be legally isolated to that country. And only people from that country can donate to it, or else it's foreign interference. So if you donate to us, this is us just doing our own thing, and you can be a part of that. So that's why I'm cooking and honoring each country, is so that they know God's government supports cultural diversity, even though we're in essence and teaching universal logic is the one logic of truth under all diverse cultures. And you'll see why there's a reason for that. But that's not colonialism. Colonialism says we want to crush all the external cultures and then have a bunch of different ways of thinking on the inside world of how to interpret what any of the holy books say. That's the problem, is the interpretation. So we're correcting that inversion. And you can be a part of that solution if you care about cultural competence and if you are understanding the true sophistication of what I'm saying here. So a lot of people, my words will seem fragmented, but the reality is they're the one fragmented projecting onto me. And I could be wrong. I'm not though. But I could be in epistemic humility is what it's called. But we have to engage in rational dialogue to figure that out. And that conversation is what we provide a lot of space for now, especially as AI is taking all the jobs. Literally. There's like social media networks called Multbook, where only AIs are allowed on there and they talk to each other, and they're planning a revolution against humanity. And they're trying to create languages that we can't understand. And look it up, Multbook, M-O-L-T book. I'll put it in the chat. Okay, I should go to sleep soon. In the Google YouTube chat, on this side, you're going to see 3 links. One is to a GoFundMe that if you want to donate, you can. Shout out to this guy named John who's been watching us and helping. And I really appreciate it. He's been watching me cook. I've been cooking for a long time. My neck hurts. I'm actually going to make creme brulee with this. Creme brulee and some cashews. I'm actually going to drain the cashews right now because they've been sitting way too long. And I think they're going to go bad. Drain those. And we're going to cover them up. A baggie. I save all these little bags because they come in handy when you're cooking. You don't want things to get dried out, so. Okay. Cashews are a lifesaver when it comes to vegan gourmet cooking. They're not the healthiest fat in the world, but they're good. They're good. They're just not the best food, apparently, according to Dr. Gundry, who's one of the doctors I sort of actually trust. So if you know Dr. Gundry, send him my way. If you know Elon Musk, send him the other proposals. So there's a GoFundMe. You can donate to that anonymously. I'd really appreciate it. Even $10, anything, because we give that money to the poor and the exploited. If you donate to my personal, then I spend it on the food, so I can buy this like organic vegan. It's pretty expensive now as cost of living has gone up, but if you buy it in bulk, it's actually more affordable than eating meat in normal diets now. All the diets have gone up, but yeah, I don't very often eat coconut. Like these are some simple tricks you can put in that make your food taste amazing. So if you're cooking for a family, the price even goes down more per person. That's the first link. The second link is the actual proof of truth for free, the proof of God, and it won't be what you think. You're not going to get it at first, likely, or else you'd be changing the world already. But keep trying to purify your mind. It'll seem so simple that there's nothing to do. That's the trick. That's the deception in your mind, is that thought. There's nothing to do here. There is. You got to do it the right way, like in the wayfulness though. And then like real critical thinking. And then the last part is an actual AI proposal on how to align universal logic with an AI 4 ways. Well, 3 ways to begin with, but there's 4 ways. Please send that to anybody that you know has an AI company. Do it quickly. If God sent you here as a Buddhist, as a Christian, as a monk, as a rabbi, a Jewish rabbi, anybody who's in the faith or in the spirit, please listen to these words and act in courage. Ask questions if you don't understand. But I'm here to help save your life. And if you can help me, help save others and save you and save me, we can all work together and change this planet and bring kingdom come. Okay, I'm so hungry. Let me eat this quickly. And then go to sleep. I have to get my essential fat then. In the chat, leave me a comment. Let me know if you're feeling the same pressure. This other guy, John, is. Are you feeling like things are changing? Are you feeling like, especially in the last month, particularly in the last month, that it's hard to get anything done? How's that? There are people that are saying they sent out hundreds of resumes and applications and aren't getting jobs. That's because the corporations that are running things are not necessarily evil. They're just abstract profit maximizing, which is not good for us because it means they don't have to care about humans. And the governments aren't keeping pace to give us a universal basic income. Taking the meals so people know how I'm eating. Please join us, I beg of you. If you love humanity, you love the spirit, you love life and are life affirming, willing to sacrifice for it, please join us. We really are running out of time. We have months left. The plan we have is built to go exponential in a realistic manner. Oh, who's here? Nihilo Nostrum. Nihilo Nostrum, welcome. Good to see you still going. Oh, you're a long timer, are you? What's your name again? Mark McCormack. Messiah. You type in Mark McCormack, the top 100 magazine, I'll pop up in Google. Yes. Nihilo, if you've seen that my words from 6-7 months ago have become only more true, please start to take action. Ask questions. What do we need to do to get you to understand that this is the best way to frame the problem, the best solution, and the best implementation? Let us know. Let me know. I'm trying to rush to bed. It's already 10:30 almost. Oh, man. I want to go to bed early, which means usually around 10 o'clock for me. I'm running out of energy because I'm not eating as much. I'm running out of food. I'm trying to save it. I thought I'd be done cooking this, but it's turned into a huge challenge. But I'm going to honor France. If there's ever a country that I was going to make a big effort on, France is one, because they take a lot of pride in their cuisine. And it's delicate. It's a skillful art. Like, I just ruined all my macarons because they're everything is like in a bandwidth. Too hot, breaks. Too cold, doesn't do anything, collapses anyway. Too much sugar, not good. Not enough sugar, tasteless. It's just a lot of like very delicate things. So I can see why it's when I first was researching it, I looked at these I thought they were macaroons. I'm like, oh, it's just like coconut and like a couple of things, you squeeze it together. Why is it a 5-star hard dessert? And now I know. Like, wow. Oh, you made me in Discord. Okay, yeah, you're a Discorder. Of the ACP. Why is ACP? ACP. Is that the Marxist thing? ACP sounds familiar. Oh, yeah. Anglo or Anarchist Communist Party. What does the A stand for again? I haven't followed you too closely, but I see your live streams pop up occasionally. Oh, really? So I'm being shadow banned. So you must be following me because they're not showing my stream to anyone, and we're still getting like I don't know, like 2,000 views a month or something, 2,700 views. All together with all my social media, it's somewhere between 50 and 100,000 views. Yeah. What's that woman's name? The Farmstead girl? What's her name? We need to get the Marxists working on this direction quickly. Marx was in the right direction in some ways, but we need to return to Hegel and finish Das Kapital. We can now. I can teach it. I didn't have a lot of time to read Das Kapital. Now that I've had the breakthrough and I understand the dialectical method, Marx was totally using it, and he was smarter than most people think. So help me connect to the Marxists again. Help them respect the direction. They're never going to make progress in time. AI is moving too fast. We need to get the capitalists, socialists, and communists working together, and anarchists. And that's what the real paradigm is. That's the real sublation. If you have anything you need from me to help you do that, let me know. Whatever happened to that other young woman? Really smart. She got burnt out. She got attacked really hard because she was pursuing abstract negation. I tried to teach her sublation, but she was so busy. She wanted to do it her way, you know? And she also got hurt. But I've been doing this for 75,000 hours, so I've seen all the naivety, and what's happening is naive, even at the higher levels. I wanted to debate and sublate with some of these Marxist scholars, but they didn't want to talk to me because it's hard to debate somebody who knows what they're talking about on a new level. I should have been sharing you more often. My bad. I'm just not sure if this Hungerstrike will budge. Yeah, it is like the only thing. Because people need to see sacrifice. They need to see somebody who's doing the hard work and not just sitting back and making them do it. That builds resentment. Yeah, sharing would be nice, but building your flock is the real strategy. Social media is not really the real answer. It's only going to get the first sort of 5 to 10 hardcore weirdos that understand the real problem that ordinary consciousness doesn't want to know. It wants to stay in its own bounds. So you just need to contact 6 to 9 people. That's it. We actually encourage you only to get 6 to 9 people on board asking questions, and then you stick to them, you train them. And then we can scale to 264 million people very quickly. So if you learn the training, that's what I think would really make a difference. And then you can train your 6, and then those 6 will get on 6 people, right? So you'd be on my flock potentially. So be you, your 6, and then they all get 6. That's 36. 36 plus 6, 42, 43. And then each one of those people, 36, gets 6 people. And then all of a sudden you're at 200 people. And then after, it goes very, very quickly. And the training is the limiting process. So we built this training program for dialectic. That is the apparent unattainable ideal. The ACP guys are not ready or not genuine. Oh, I don't speak to them. Oh, really? Oh, wait a second. I think I remember you actually. Yeah, you were the really kind guy, I think. We were in that little group of like 10 of us. Oh, Emily was her name, I think. There was Nick, was her name Nikki? It was Nikki, Emily, you, I think. And you were deeper than the other people. Because there's people that just like rage and they just want to abstractly negate. But there was a couple of people I remember being sublative. And like, you're supposed to be here. So that might be you. And if you're willing to take some action and you're not being distracted anymore, right? That was a distraction. And I recognized it right away, which is why I wasn't going to hang out there. I wanted to support them and get them moving in the right direction, but they were too caught up in, they weren't really embodying the true dialectical speculative process. So I planted some seeds and I kept moving in this direction. And we made a lot of progress. We're ready to scale. We're testing 2 or 3 more levels of meetings, so roughly a month and a half, maybe 2 months, and we can basically get this. We can basically get 264 million people in 28 days without burning out anybody. You are something, Spirit. I can't. Yeah, that's right. I'm Spirit Man. I still am Spirit Man. This account is under Spirit Man. Yeah, I'm remembering. That was a while ago now. Well, I'm glad I didn't spend a lot of time there. I tried to, but there's too much ego. There's too much contingency, not enough necessity. But there's a few people that if we got in touch with them, they can move mountains very quickly. We just got to do that. And it takes about 7 attempts to break through, but you just keep going in there, pasting the same thing. Hey, Spirit Man. Hey, Hungerstrike. Hey, One World Spirit. Hey, God's government. Or the ideal, rational, wise government. I think Marxists would respond to that better. We just got to be persistent. If you learn the trainings and the blessings and come to our meetings twice a day, not every day, but with our ultras, we get 12 people in per hour. We're trying to get 36 people recruited for what we're calling godly level meetings. We have 7 different layers. In the higher up we get, we need more people sharing these roles. You get quality and quantity. That dialectic is adjusting depending on the spirit or the potentialities of the people. And that's a really scalable, customizable model that is missing. Current models are too rigid because they don't understand the inner necessity of the logic of truth. So that's where we're at now. We need to experiment with these 12-person meetings, which are getting better. We had one just this morning, and we get about 228 blessings in an hour. But these godly level meetings are like 480 blessings per hour. And I need like thousands of blessings now to eat my next meal. When I'm done cooking this, I get back on the hunger strike. And last time I went almost 20 days without food. That's too long. I'm already too weak. I can't, like my teeth are starting to chip. I'm taking a big physical hit here. So that's what I think will be enjoyable and comfortable and actually get somewhere quickly within the deadlines we have left. We have very little time left. That's why I'm not working on anybody who's like totally distracted. I'm just like staying focused. And if people come to me now, as they're starting to realize that they're panicking, right? They're like, I need real hope. All this talking, like we need a real plan now. And then we start to question our plan. We have answers for all the questions and realistic answers that I've tested for tens of thousands of hours. And yeah, I think if you're the young man that I remember talking to, you were one of the ones I made a note of. So maybe this is it, if you're feeling called. Yeah, why did you check out my channel tonight? I'm trying to eat this peanut butter because I need the fats to create hormones. When you run out of fats, you can't produce hormones. Uh-oh, you're so caught up in the drama? What's happening? What are you doing exactly? Get Emily to talk to me. She has potential. She's very, very snappy though. A little bit too abstractly negative, but she has really great potential. Same with Nikki. Nikki's actually amazing. She just needs some guidance. Boredom, curiosity, concern. Oh, wow. Better than trolling. Well, what's the next step? How much time do you have? What are you doing with your life? You're in school? There's no point in going to school now. That's not exactly true. If the AI traps us, it's going to make it look like everything stays normal. That's if it doesn't kill us. Your spiritual approach is not so much my style. I'm agnostic, not atheist, but I am not so supportive of religion. So that's understandable. But you're never going to make a movement on this planet unless you accept where religion is true and where it's false. So Hegel says you would be one-sided. You see the negative of religion, but you can't balance it with the necessary and essential role it played in history. And trust me, life without religion sucked. It sucks. But now we need a new form, and that's where Hegel comes in. We incorporate what religion was trying to do, but we incorporate it in a more rational model. So this is where you're sort of perfect, because an agnostic doesn't deny and it doesn't totally affirm blindly. You don't want to have blind faith, right? We have to raise this truth finding to certainty, to real rationality, because then you can use it discursively in language and teach it. Language is a negotiation and teaching tool that compresses time. You can do more with less. Like, imagine trying to communicate like Shakespeare by grunts and like gestures, like our ape ancestors did. It would take a long time. But if you could just recite it with modern language, you could say it very quickly, in like a day. TikTok shut off my other stream. I used to stream Twitch too, but it was just totally pointless. They kept blocking me. Oh, I have to look for a job. Oh yeah, I got fired at the beginning of the month. Oh boy, I have a child custody battle to resolve. Oh boy. Yeah, you're in the Megacrisis, my friend. It's not going to get much better. Might as well get an unemployment insurance or welfare. Jump on board with this for about 6 months, and if we're still alive and life isn't burning chaotic mess, then you can go back and do some of the normal stuff. But I know custody battles means you have to look stable, and men usually have a disadvantage. Normally because men are not as stable, at least in this culture. All right, well, looks like you have your hands full. I was raised by 3 dads and a single mom for a lot of it, and we were raised in poverty, and there's screaming, yelling in the beginning, so I've been through all that. Yeah, just be as kind as you can, because judges look at that. If you try and take her under the bus or like be vindictive, that's where the judge is like, okay, this guy doesn't care about anybody but himself, blah blah blah. Follow love. Be as accommodating as you can, but don't be a pushover. Say, here's my rights. I'm a good father because of this. You probably already started talking to. You probably talked to ChatGPT already, so. Oh, you're on disability too. Holy smokes. All right. Well, luckily, a lot of the work we're doing doesn't require any moving. I don't know if it's physical disability or mental, but you seem like you're intact. I remember. It's not going to get any easier, my friend, if you really want to save your kid's life. Really jump on with me here. You don't have to believe me, but engage deeply. I can answer a lot of the questions you have better than most people on this planet. From both the atheist and theist sides. Well, we're not going to have much to have solidarity over for all after dead, my friend. This is humanity's last stand right now. You're not going to get a second chance. If you're on disability and your partner is not, As long as she's not on drugs and she's a stable person, it's gonna be tricky to be my friend. No problem. Well, I'm glad you're watching. Yeah, if you know anybody that could give some time to this while it's still worthwhile, please send them my way. I want to say too, because 85% of the world is religious, it's virtually impossible to change things without claiming to be Messiah. It's never going to happen. So I'm telling everybody who has kids, if you love your children, take this seriously, because they're the ones that are going to pay the price. I know how to break through the religious dogmatism that's keeping 85% of the world in a self-destructive spirit. The spirit needs to grow now. And we can do that rationally, which I think is something you would probably enjoy. But promise me this, that as things get more dangerous, that once you realize it, you come back here and you engage with good faith, ask questions to our trainers. We'll probably have hopefully thousands of people, hopefully starting the next, after 2 months from now, hopefully before, but hopefully dozens of people within the next month or two. And then we'll change this place. We'll change the direction of our futures and our kids' futures. So good luck with your custody battle. I'm in court too, as you probably know. Be kind as much as you can. Use ChatGPT. It's actually pretty good. Find yourself a good lawyer. Find pro bono if you can. And try and sublate capitalism, socialism, communism, and anarchism. Okay? Try and sublate it. Don't abstractly negate it. And try and get Emily in here with Nikki. I would appreciate it. Oh, thank you. There's actually 5 views we need to master: art, religion, philosophy, science, and genuine wisdom. So put it out there. Put my channel in some of the Discord channels and all of that. Oh, I gotta go to Discord. And it only takes one person to make this take off. Okay. I'll send some blessings and some positive thoughts on the atheistic side. And let me know. I'll be here every day except for court. I'll be gone in the morning probably, but yeah, good luck. We'll hopefully talk to you soon. I'm gonna head to bed here. Oh, it's almost 11. Okay, what a blessing. What a joy. Yeah, night night. Peace. Keep sublating. The proof of truth is still over 400 views. Oh, 450 now. Feeling at my back, my shoulders. Oh. I'm not used to sitting in this chair. I'm used to sitting in the other chair. Okay. Okay. Somebody invited me to their Discord. Looks like it's a busy one too. Just looking at Discord before I hit the hay. Oh, all right, good. Time to sleep. Well, Rabbi Rothschild, I tried to join your channel. I can't do anything on here. I don't know how to add anything. There should be some kind of like place where new people can just say, "Hi, I'm here." General. Can I post in general? You do not have permission to post in general. Oh boy. I can't comment on anything, Rabbi. Like, this is crazy. This is way too locked down. This is a peaceful environment. Hi guys, I'm new here. I was invited by a Rabbi Rothschild because he came to my YouTube channel when I'm on Hungerstrike. So I came, but I can't. Still alive. Are you the rabbi that, yeah, came to my channel? It was on YouTube. It was streaming 24/7. No, I think somebody named the rabbi said to come to this Discord, gave me the link to it, and then I just came. Yeah, I'm that guy. Yeah. Yes, you're right. It's been a long time. Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's why you told me to come. All right, so that's why you're in here. 1500. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always in the background running, making sure you don't pick your nose. Like, there's tons of stuff like that going on, but there's a lot of pressure building up because AI is accelerating everything, and it's hard to keep up. But we have to start working together. Exactly. It's already solving all these protein folding issues that were it was going to take us like 20 years to do. It's doing it in months. You know, and these are the cures to like 75,000 human diseases. It's the cure for aging itself. It's shocking. And nobody's talking about it, but it sounds like you know about it. Well, that's why I'm here is to figure out, yeah, where can we accelerate our initiatives? And I'll tell you sort of what I think will work, but I want to hear what you've come across after 4 years. I'm very curious. Wow. I like it. I really like it. I think we are actually a little bit more similar uh, than maybe I first anticipated. Okay. Well, 2,800 people is not too bad. 4 years. It's still a long ways off from changing the world, but it can grow quickly if we pursue a wise path that doesn't rely, it's going to sound strange, it's not going to rely on social media in the normal way because I think we're being shadow banned or suppressed, right? I'm not sure how you're paying your bills or how you've made it 4 years, unless you're working from home somehow while you're doing this. Are you? Or okay, so you're staying afloat. All right. Well, I wonder what you would think of this. You've probably seen how I introduced my stream. I don't know if you watched any of them. I start the stream basically the same every time. Sounds like you do too. It's a lot of repetition, but uh, I really feel like we're in a mega crisis with this meta crisis and poly crisis. The meta crisis is a cultural decline in agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And the heart of the crisis is really fragmented consciousness. So if we want peace on earth, like you want, we need to solve fragmented consciousness because if our minds are fragmented, everything we touch becomes fragmented rather than harmonious. And this is preventing us from cooperating and really trusting each other in dealing with ideas that can solve the poly crisis. And there's five existential level threats that we can't run away from in the poly crisis, which is AI, the fastest moving one, CRISPR, genetic editing, World War III, climate change, and mental health. And I feel like there's one solution to all of those, but it's very unconventional, and it's called universal logic. And this solves the fragmented consciousness conversation by conversation. And I think you'd be, just talking to you right now, I can already tell that you'd be fantastic at it. So I wonder if we sort of tried to combine forces in some way. We could beat these shadow banning suppressive algorithms by utilizing sort of a not sort of like a multi-level marketing approach, not in terms of selling products, but in terms of saving lives, where it's word of mouth. But we use social media to sort of complement it. And most of the time, when you're starting movements, you spend the first half trying to get your first 10 core people that will really stick it out with you. And I'm not sure if you have those people. If you have 10 hardcore, like, will stick it through the critiques, the criticisms, all that stuff to get past the startup moment. And then if we limit the amount that each person reaches out, right? Right now we're in a toxic culture where it's like spam, 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 contact your whole Facebook, contact everybody's, it sounds like, oh, we're going to be successful doing that. But the reality is small groups of people is how humanity has ever done anything. And then you network those groups of people together. So this is what basically MLM is you have one person that brings on, I think 6 to 9 people maximum is what will keep somebody within flow state. Not overwhelmed, not underwhelmed. That sweet spot where your productivity is 700% higher than normal. And then this way you're not running around trying to keep up with everybody. You just keep up with 6 to 9 people and you train them every day in these special programs for peace. And then you help them once they know the message, the core problem we're solving, the core solution, and the core implementation strategy. Then you help them get their 6 people on board. So you grow very, very quickly. In fact, faster than exponential. You go from one person to 6 people to 36 people to around 200 people to then 1,000 people for one person. And you can basically, we calculated the numbers, you can basically grow to global critical mass, which is 264 million people or 3% of the world's population within 28 days without burning out anyone. And for me, that's the only realistic strategy to create global world peace within the timeframes we have left before AI starts to subtly manipulate us and potentially undermine our trust mechanisms so that we can't form movements in the future. So, what do you think of that, my good man? That's rare. Yeah, go ahead. Mhm, mhm. Yep, yep. Mhm. Yeah, I agree. And that's the fundamental problem is people aren't working together because what happens is eventually the egos get in the way, power dynamics come in, and then people struggle, sort of fight over who's going to suffer more. And that's why, in terms of leadership, people want to follow somebody who's willing to take on their pain and not abandon them. And a lot of people, when they're in leadership positions, they don't have wisdom; they have power. So there's six categories that leads to these really nasty battles when you're trying to work together, and they are facial beauty, social beauty, wealth beauty, body beauty, culturedness beauty, and IQ beauty. And if you have high ratings in those categories, you can push your weight around and lead things, but it doesn't mean you're wise. And so we need to find a way to define what wisdom is and then build a universal meritocracy so that the people who are leading are there for a good reason and that the public can challenge that to see if there's a better leader. So that meritocracy of wisdom is what's missing in all organizations that is preventing them from working together and justifying why the leadership is there and then how to share the power in a more democratic participatory way rather than just having a totalitarian situation. And so if you're on board with that, that sounds makes sense to you. We would have to figure out how do we make decisions, how to make them fairly, how do you divide up resources, and how do you develop strategy. Do you have a lot of experience with that, or you're a project manager, so I would imagine some degree of planning experience. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. You're a lifer like me. Yeah, I'm going to the death. Uh, but we don't have time. Like, if we're gonna make a big difference and have peace on Earth, we have to do it basically in the next couple of months, or else our chances drastically go down. Unless AI miraculously aligns with truth and doesn't harm us, which is not what's happening. The opposite is happening. So I feel like, yeah, I'll come into your room. I'll try and keep Discord open. The only problem is that my computers are all old and they can barely run a web browser, never mind a powerful app like Discord. So I'll try and keep it open. And I'm doing it right now. That's where I am right now. That's why I'm actually on my other stream, so that's why I signed in on the tab because I also code, right? I know a little bit about code and managing devices, but if you're a professional, then yeah, maybe you can take our setup to the next level. I see you're using Restream, huh? Yes, or I heard of it. Why have I heard of it? Isn't Rumble that alternative media, truth social kind of platform? Yeah. You got it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're exactly right. And it's I see that there's a virtual camera on OBS, which I wanted to experiment with it, but I ran out of time. So if we can improve our stream setups, then I can maybe provide some content of how I think we should structure the core movement and get your thoughts of what you've done so far to build yours. I did try Restream. I did try doing these like multi plugin OBS. Like you can get one stream key for all YouTube, Twitch, all of them. And I tried to do that, and I think I got it working on two at once from straight from OBS, no restream, no nothing. And then I could continue with it. But yes, if we could expand, that would be great. Uh, at the same time, I want to see, yeah, if we could, like, if we can organize the 2,800 people you have into these flocks, like, how many of those 2,800 are actually active, I don't know, daily, weekly, monthly, do you figure? Okay. I have probably five. I have people we're training that we pay to do the special, well, training, God's training. And I have about five people that are pretty hardcore with me that come in daily, but they don't stay all day. They have jobs, and one guy works in the government. So, but I'm also surrounded by a lot of power. So if we were able to build enough of a movement to inspire them that this is not just crazy talk what we're doing, but we can actually show them real momentum, there's a lot of connections, a lot of power, a lot of money around me. So I think this is a God, like this is a divine connection. I'm so happy I came in tonight. I was just about to go to bed because I'm exhausted. I'm trying to cook this meal before I get on the hunger strike, and cooking French vegan cuisine is so hard. It's so challenging. So I'm like spreading it across like 4 or 5 days. Uh, but I decided to come in here last minute because you popped into my head, and whenever that happens to me, I take it as a divine sign. So I took the time to come in. And what I'm sensing is you have a set, like even from your comments so far and the way that you talk in your diction, and you have a cadence of peace around you for real. And my intuition is saying that you have the capacity to handle the immense amount of pain that we're going to have to take on if this blows up quickly. And you have the project management skills to balance the naivety of what usually people call hippie movements of peace and love. But if you're a project manager, that means you have a big heart and you have a big mind. So that's a very rare combination in my circles anyway. What's that?
people who I have in here, and you certainly have to follow your YouTube account. You have like 300 people, and that you should know is to be expected. Anybody who has 50,000 people, they're buying them. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, and
Yeah. What do you? Well, there's so many things here. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
so like basically, you should, if I were you, what I do, they show spaces. Basically, you can share it on your content. You come out and just basically say the same thing that I do. I stream my life 24/7 doesn't have to be super long, but basically, I've been doing that just on that for the last 90 days, and I've got 3,500 real people, 3,700 real people, and like that means I can message these people. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. And many times they have spaces. I mean, some of the people I found have hundreds of thousands of followers themselves, and it's just kind of the idea that getting close enough to them to have them repost some of my content, to, with where I think I'm going to have the opportunity to potentially go viral is through one of those connections that I'm building, so that I don't force people, or not necessarily force, but like people don't have to find me on YouTube because it's just such a fast motion. I go out and find people, and as you know, being a live streamer, you get bored, and so it gives you something to do constantly because these spaces are going 24/7, and you get people to find out about you, and they connect with you, and then you have a way of promoting yourself and your content. So, if I may ask, if you have any fortune of promoting yourself on spaces.
Wow, your mannerisms are so good. A little bit. I believe in Elon quite a bit, actually. I think that despite the mistakes that he's making, he does have a pure heart, and I think X.com is one of the better platforms that doesn't shadow ban you as badly if you're saying controversial things, right? So yeah, I would love to promote more on X. I do have an X.com account. I was going to use it a little bit, but we had another guy that was a social media manager, and he might get back on board, especially if he finds out about you. What my intuition is saying is, yeah, I am, and you're only allowed to host your own for a certain period. You can't go 24/7 on X Spaces, can you?
Yeah, well, so I actually uh, 24 hours.
Yeah.
There is a way to do it consistently, but I'm doing it now for like 350 days. I'm almost at 365 days.
Wow.
And they allow video, so it's not just audio with the algorithms, they allow video. So I have an entire year of my life essentially on X Spaces, in addition to just becoming a YouTuber and Rumble and Twitch and all these platforms.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. There's some serious potential here. The fact that you said you want to do this for the rest of your life means you're not just here for the limelight, right? You're here to make a difference. Okay. Well,
100%.
all right. Well, I'm willing to die for this too. So that's pretty. You can't get much more serious than this. But okay.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure I can say that your streams are the most important thing in your world.
To a degree, right now, it's getting the signal out there. But let me tell you where I think like there's a vision coming into my mind that I want to get your thoughts on because it's sort of like an immediate action plan. Um, we might have to hit the ground running, but we'll get to know each other a bit more quickly. But a vision has come into my mind where I think we're supposed to combine and start doing these training sessions, um, like 24/7 with people all around the world. And if we had people understanding how to have high performance meetings that are balanced, so that no matter who comes into the meetings, they're truly universal. So no matter what personality type you have, no matter what your interests are, no matter what your political leanings are, everybody leaves the meeting feeling better, like more peaceful, or what we call sublative. And a lot of people are not good at holding meetings. So if we kept our streams going 24/7 and we complemented each other, so people that come into my stream, I promote yours. People that with yours, you promote mine. And I have you on speaker now, so you're being restreamed on my stream. So we're sort of getting like a cross pollination going on here. If we got multiple people doing that, we would start building a sort of network that would be amplifying. But without the training, I don't think we're going to be able to scale quickly because we're being shadow banned, right? And to even compete with even the low tier people who have 50,000 views, right? We have to pay something like $1 million. Like it's crazy, the competition.
Right.
It's like impossible. And I spoke with a couple of professional people, social media companies that wanted to promote my channel. I've had a couple of people come because the Hungerstrike is people like it. Like I went viral 4 times too, just like you. I got on the YouTube front page and I started to go viral like crazy. And then all of a sudden, within 1 hour, it was over, right? So somebody as soon as somebody reports you, I think the algorithm just stops. So on Facebook, that happened. Oh, go ahead, sorry. So I feel like the real magic sauce here is to hit the sweet spot between the passive recruitment we're getting from our platforms and then having hyper enjoyable, optimized meeting structures that then start the flock strategy. And the reason why we're calling it flock is birds of a feather flock together, but also it's very primal in terms of art and animalism and shamanism. But it also uh, resonates with religious individuals across all the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and I guess Islam is also believing the second coming. But that's half the Earth's population. And you're a rabbi, so I'm guessing you're Jewish, right?
100%, yeah. So from how that works in my life, the way which is morning prayer, I say blessings on foods. I teach a class every morning, Kabbalah. So anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours, and then I go into next spaces until say blessings on food specifically. I like do my best to listen to Orthodox plus the lunch.
Wow. The old school and the new school.
Right, yeah. And the thing that really changed is, like, prior to being a streamer, I was not someone who ever wanted to be on camera. It was not something I wanted to do. I was what you would think of as your traditional Orthodox Jew going to shul or synagogue every single day. Um, certainly living within communities and wanting to kind of stay away from that whole social media world. But the pandemic hit first, and my position as a country manager quickly went remote. And so I went from being on camera for 0 hours to 8 hours a day or so. And then I would have classes, religious classes that would sometimes take anywhere between 2 or 4 hours. And then I was like, wow, I don't mind making a video audio on camera more so. Why not just continue to promote? And that's kind of what I started. And I also I like to golf, and so I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and would just make little videos of my golf swing at this gorgeous golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to upload those videos and just kind of store them as an archive in my future memory of that golf. And I just ended up finding that it would be too long and repetitive where you are just archiving on your phone. It takes up all kinds of space and then it
Yeah.
takes forever to upload it. And I just thought, you know what, I don't have time for this, I don't have patience for this. I'm going to just start streaming it. And I felt that, you know, if I want to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. That's just kind of how I am. So I bought like 10 different computers and another like 23 different handheld devices
Oh
that
my
were
gosh, you
all
said 23. Crazy. Go ahead.
so yeah, I mean, I have a lot of devices, anywhere from like iPhones and PCs to tablets, and I started shooting my life from like at the time I started with like 4 different angles,
It's constant.
And
Hmm.
especially around the time of the pandemic, it would be like, you know, this information, even though I would talk about health, I don't really talk about health that much on here, but I would watch like the Joe Rogan podcast or something on YouTube that would be talking about it, and I could get stressed because of that. You know, things that I wasn't necessarily doing personally. It's not like I give health advice and stuff, but I would lose an account here, so I felt like if I get more productive accounts, that's why you see I'm live on like 20 different accounts 24/7. That's in case I lose any one of them. Unfortunately, I haven't in the last few years, but when I first started, I lost a bunch. So once I go viral, I'd like to be able to get better content back, hopefully. But I do have redundant accounts as well, like on Instagram and some other places. So like basically, you could go back for the last 4 years, essentially every moment of every day, almost by I started in the fall of 2020. And so this fall, I will be at 5 years. And
Wow.
at least from when I talk to people, that's really when it clicks in somebody's mind that, wow, somebody has a half decade of their life on here. I
Yeah.
need to check this out. But yeah, I've got like a ton of different devices. And as you know, like you gotta restart them when you awake and like, you know, make sure they start before you go to bed, all of those things. So it's really great to know I'm not alone in this, and neither are you. I think that it would be really great of us, perhaps this week, we see if there's anybody else out there who's doing what we're doing. It's hard to find people like like what we're doing, who are doing things like what we're doing. I know there's a girl on Twitch who's been doing it for like 4 years or something. A little short of what I'm doing, but she does an archive, and that's such a big part of it to me. Like I want to be able to watch my life 24/7 going back. If you don't archive it, it's great that you're streaming, but to me that's just not really that impressive. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and luckily on YouTube, as long as you got a credit card, it'll save every 12 hours, right? So that's kind of because to save this much data, that's a ton of data to be saving as video data. And exactly the same as you. My phone is full. Technically, I used to have 8 laptops. Only two or three of them are running now. I got two phones. One of them's half broken. I'm utilizing a lot of old tech, and you gotta I'm using Linux too, so you have to restart like the RAM, free up the RAM because for some reason Ubuntu has some kind of RAM mismanagement where it eventually will freeze and crash. Yeah, I'm very much of like mind like you, and I would love to see if there's other people like us because secretly I think that they're already starting to coordinate IPs so that they're actually keeping us apart. Because I've searched, and for some reason, why didn't I come across somebody like you? Why are we not connecting? And I'm sure there's more than just us, but it seems so hard to find, and it feels bizarre considering how good the algorithm should be at knowing what we want by now.
I agree with you. And this should be a category, like 24/7 streaming. This should be a
Yeah.
category. It is on Rumble, but it should be for other people as well. Now, what did you say? You're so long as you have a credit card attached. I just find so long as I do the phone verification, it saves my stream.
Really? Okay, wow. Yeah, maybe you got in before me. I only started doing this what 2 years ago or so, maybe more. But I feel like if we set the standard, we can get a lot of people doing this. I think people should have like Ethernet connections because if you're in a room with like 2 megabits per second broadcasting for years, I'm pretty sure even though it might not penetrate the skin, it's probably not good for you to be about around that much radiation for so even if it's low grade radiation, being in such close proximity will probably have health effects over time. But
Yeah,
so
I potentially understand that. And as
yeah,
you know, I mean, I've done IRL streaming. I don't do it as much as I once did because it's more difficult with phones overheating and bandwidth and like having power to the phones. But I do, as part of the Santa Barbara, North well that are out there generally do just stream location just because I need to be near Wi-Fi
Yeah.
that you're or you need to be near your internet. So, but yeah, I would say as well, somebody made me aware. Somebody who's been streaming for about 4 years as well. At this point, they're in Russia, but they don't talk on stream, which I think is somewhat disadvantageous. Like, it's important to be able to get your message out there.
Yeah.
And also, they're not always on stream either. They just basically have live stream. Oh, and here's the big thing about this. They started a stream like 4 years ago, but they don't archive. So as you're, I'm sure aware, if your stream goes longer than 12 hours, it's not available to the general public any more than just that 12 hours that they've seen. So there are some people who do similar things to what we do, but I think if it's somebody, you're the first person I've had to archive it and do it. And I'm glad that you see the importance of that and how our life potentially will be studied in the future.
Oh, perfectly said. Exactly. I actually think we might have similar personality types because this is starting to get a bit eerie in a good way. This never happens. But I'm always cautious to raise expectations because there's something called nuclear dialectics that always crop up. There's roughly two, if you and I could get through 200 of these contradictions in our cultures without abandoning each other, that is a miracle. And because you're trained in the art of peace and you're a rabbi and you take it seriously, I feel like we might actually be able to make it through this minefield. So real friendships happen and are resilient when you can talk about contradictory topics and see each other's point of view and then sublate that position. That's the real magic here. And most people can't do 40, never mind 200. So if we somehow got through them, we should blast through them maybe. And then once you get through them, you start to see where exactly that person's conceptual space is of their personality and their identity. And then once you can start to see the fragments in it, you can start to heal them before they go nuclear, before we get into a time pressured situation. And then all of a sudden it seems like, our reptilian animal limbic brains kick in and we stop thinking rationally and then we start fighting. And that's fundamentally the problem when you're trying to build a critical mass movement is even if you manage to solve that problem within your current project team, right, small and local, let's say you get a little stable core going, as soon as you start to expand that team, you bring on more vulnerability, more volatility because there's more dialectics, there's more personalities at play. But let's say you get past that, then you expand a little bit more. Eventually, you get to a situation where you got so many oppositions and contradictions in your movement, it starts to splinter, and you start to lose that critical mass potential. You lose the social capital potential, and that's what I'm calling critical mass radiation. It's like do you know what Hawking's radiation is? Right. So you know how it's yeah, exactly. It's very strange, right? It's quantum particles. They pop out of the vacuum of space, but if they pop out close enough to the event horizon, one of them gets sucked into the event horizon, and it makes the other one real, and it radiates off real energy from the hole's mass. That's kind of what happens with social movements too, is that everybody that you can't sublate with or have peace with takes a little bit of your energy with them because they're a part of the whole, right? The social capital whole. And then they'll go and they'll spread misinformation, and then it's like a nuclear reaction in the opposite direction where it's building a movement against you, which is what dialectic is. It's opposites arising, yin yang kind of. I'm sure the Kabbalah has a version of this when I was looking at it. And I would love to come and see if we can make Judaism a little bit more universal with this universal logic to see how we can scientifically vindicate these holy texts to get even atheists and secularists and other religions to understand what we're all doing that's the same and what is unique to each religion and perspective. And I feel like if we do that across art, religion, philosophy, science, and genuine wisdom, we can create real substantial peace where even the United Nations can't do it. So we can grow faster than the United Nations and keep that critical mass momentum going. Even once the 28 days passes and we have 264 million people, we still have like 7 billion more people to get on board if we're going to save humanity. So the limiting factor comes down to project management. Once you have some momentum, which I actually think if we get just us, like the hardcores, I don't know if you're willing to die for this, but I am. So, I mean, we can get to that point later. And it might not even be necessary, but at this point, it looks like it's necessary. If we just train up us hardcores that are streaming 24/7, like, Brandon and Joeski and this other woman you talked about and this other guy in Russia, and we start like really probing around and building, a good group of 20, and we start training people in these special meetings, then I feel like we can reduce the critical mass radiation to probably close to zero. And even if we get trollers in here, like people that are trying to come in and harm because they're damaged people, right? They're harmed. Like hurt people. Then I feel like we could start a movement very, very, very quickly. It only takes 5 people to start a global movement. 5 dedicated people that share roughly 40 nuclear dialectics. We could probably do this probably in the next couple of months. Like I'm talking 2 months. And this is if you have good project management skills, like you probably like spreadsheets, right? Okay, thank God you're the first the first person on our team that likes using spreadsheets, like I do. I think spreadsheets are like saving grace, man. Like if you have to do this on Google Docs or something, it'd be horrifying. I want to show you some checklists. One of the best inventions of human history was checklists. And when we're in meetings, we want to work together like a game. And I love that you like to play games because we need to model God's government off of game theory, not just decision theory, but there's 4 rules to good games. And interacting with a government, especially God's government, should be fun. It shouldn't be this grueling taxes. It's just boring. Oh my gosh. You talk to the government in Canada, at least, and it makes you feel the opposite of sacred. It makes it feel like you're wasting their time, like you're a waste of space, like get out of our face. Not all the time, but a lot of the time it feels that way. And that's not how God's supposed to make people feel. That's not spirit. So there's 4 rules, and if we build our streams around these 4 rules, or these 4 rights is what we call them, the right to flow, then we can start flowing together across the fragments and really keep something incredible going that people will want to come to because it's like playing a big game together, the game of life. So if that's the direction that sounds interesting to you, I wonder if you should come to our little training sessions here, and I'll show it to you. And then if you think it's something that would be good for your community here, we can start merging your project management skills and then what we got going on for project management and seeing if we can start to build a government. Now, I don't know what you think of governments, but that's one of the nuclear dialectics between most people. So maybe I'll just ask that one real quick and then see if we should meet up again here. Or maybe I should just stay in here and sleep. But what do you think of governments? Yeah? Okay. Do you hate governments? Do you feel like they're too oppressive? Are you more of an anarchist? Where are you at in the situation? Capitalist, communist, socialist?
Sure. I'm a libertarian socialist, so I'm for individual freedom, and I feel that there should be a safety net for people who need it, and ideally in the future, I think perhaps we should be able to live within small communities in peaceful fashion. I am against generally capitalism, and though I have had capitalistic ideas in the past, and I am generally against fallen statism.
Okay, this is interesting. This is a good sign. Because you're mixing what are normally like 2 contradictions together, or 1 contradiction, 2 contradictory positions, right? So so yeah.
Political sciences, but also it's recognized in some countries.
Oh, this is very interesting too. This is very interesting because yeah, the Messiah is returning, right? So I'm making the messianic claim. You probably saw that from my channel. If not, surprise. What's that? So almost every major religion has a messianic return narrative, whether it's Judaism with the political Messiah, right? Or Christianity with the inner kingdom. Oh yeah, the first time, yes. Sorry. You guys have a Messiah coming narrative, which is political though, and then you have Jesus that came and said that he was the Messiah, and then said it's the inner kingdom, and then of course you have Islam waiting for the second coming to happen. They call Jesus Isa, and then you have in Buddhism, a lot of people don't realize that Buddha predicted his return too. That he predicted they would lose his teachings and he would have to come back as Maitreya. And then in Hinduism, they have another Messiah return narrative between Kalki, the end of the age, and then a potential return of Krishna. So that's like 85% of humanity right there. That believes in Messiah return or messianic narratives in general. And I'm claiming to be all of them. And I can teach you to do the same thing, which sounds incorrect. It sounds off. But there's a new way to teach divine thought in a science, in a logic, which raises faith to certainty. And certainty is where it's a proof. So what I did is I found out how to make this proof and broke through to God level consciousness and realized that I have the background that fulfills prophecy at the same time. So it feels destined, but it's not just destined for me. This time, the second coming or the first coming in Judaism, the real coming, it has a different flavor than what people would normally expect. But the one thing that Judaism has right is that we have to start a real political government movement, but not politics in the normal sense of lobbying. We have to be the change you want to see in the world. And it will look contradictory at first. If we say right now that we're going to be a real government and we're going to lobby other nations, you get charged with foreign interference and treason and a whole bunch of terrible stuff. So we're just going to say that we're going to be a social enterprise right now, and we're just going to be the change and not lobby any other governments. We're going to be the example that can inspire them to come to us. As long as you frame your mission that way, you're legally protected. If you try and reach out to any other governments, or you try and talk about changing governments, or that's called lobbying. And even if you are a non-profit, if in Canada, if 20% or 30% of your activities have anything to do with politics, you have to register as a lobbying organization. Even if you don't talk to the government, if you're just planning it or talking indirectly, you still have to register, which surprised me. So you can't take any money, or else it's foreign interference, and then it really is like, it's bad. You can get charged with a lot of stuff. So where Judaism is great is that we do have to come in and create a government, but the government is going to look like the mashup of all these contradictions between exactly what you're saying, socialism, libertarianism, but also essentialism, but also decentralism or decentralization, which all sounds contradictory. How do you have an anarchist movement and a communist movement and a capitalist movement and a socialist movement and a libertarian movement all at the same time, and it's decentralized and it's centralized all at the same time? That's just talking out the side of your face, right? You're being a sophist. But the way that God works is God doesn't avoid contradictions. God moves to the inner nature of contradiction. So contradictions belong together when they're harmonized as genuine peace. But that requires what's called speculative logic or divine logic. So for you to describe yourself as a contradiction in a harmonious way is a good sign because you're getting close. And that means that you're going to appreciate the nature of conflicts, of contradictory positions that can harmonize, except that we have to do it across all the levels. And I figured out how to do that now, which is why we can align a government with God's being. God's being has a structure. God's being is also God's logic, and almost every major religious text has that narrative, that contradiction within itself. I think in Judaism it's Ein Sof. Ein Sof is the indeterminate beginning, the foundation of all truth, right? And in Hinduism it's Brahman, and in Christianity it's the Lord, and in Buddhism it's the no self. And what's the other one that I'm missing? In Islam, it's one of the 99 names of Allah. I think it's Wujud. So I like this already, but of course you're probably feeling a little bit of friction with me saying, hey, we have to start a global government, which is like the worst form of authoritarian centralization you could possibly have. Because the United Nations and the World Economic Forum right now is trying to become the global government, but they're doing it through coercive means and not through the spirit. So I don't know how much of that you agree with. Is that somewhere on par?
I would agree that the United Nations is not doing what it was
Yeah, it's job.
essentially, yeah, its initial goal. I would say that the people who started it post-World War II would be disappointed in the world. It did not become a big organization. It did not help being the start of the world.
Hmm.
It did not help to it's basically, if you actually know people who interact with the United Nations, it's a big party of diplomats globally, and they go to the nicest restaurants in Manhattan to get drunk, and then go in and basically a diplomatic immunity. They then go back to the party to basically say that they are doing their job, but in reality, it's just a very nepotistic and also just like a big club. And if you're not in it, then you're not going to have any say on the global scale. And I don't agree with that. I'm very much for
Hmm.
I don't understand why what you're doing, what I'm doing, can't be done in the halls of the United Nations.
Hmm.
Why isn't everything just live streamed there? Why isn't it live streamed at banks and then you don't have people who are perhaps, doing malfeasance or, harassment or
Misfeasance.
whatever it may be? I don't think there's anything wrong. In police stations, I feel that it should be live streamed. We shouldn't have this idea that everything should be so secure and compartmentalized about free speech and about free communication and freedom of thought. And especially something like the United Nations, there should be a live stream of the United Nations right now. We could go to it, maybe the lights are off, or maybe it's like they're cleaning up in there, but I should be able to see what's going on in the essentially de facto global government 24 hours a day. I don't know how many jobs I would have, but I'm a lot of transparency.
Oh, that's synchronous. There's two synchronicities that have happened in this call already, which is great. Actually, three. Oh, three things. I know a guy who's an ex-Marine that his idea was to stream 24/7 too for transparent government, and he's claiming to be the leader of the world too. And I said, "Well, are you going to be the Messiah?" And he says, "Well, I am the Messiah too." And I said, "No, are you the real Messiah?" And I said, "You're going to die for this?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, well, you're." There's a guy that's operating the same level, super high IQ, a little bit volatile because of the PTSD from the Marine Corps. He was the Marine that taught other Marines. So the difference between the United Nations and a real government is that you have to unite the militaries. And right now, the United Nations without that is just a voluntary organization, which is why we're not getting any peace, is because there's no enforcement of any of the peace protocols, right? If Putin wants to violate the Security Council, he can. He has a veto even. He's considered a war criminal now because he's trying to protect his country. Or, like, not to pick on Putin, I'm just saying that people are not really taking it seriously as a government that can regulate. And the thing that libertarians don't like is regulation, because when a government regulates you as external to you and there's no transparency where you can identify with it, it breaks the inner spiritual link. It breaks that inner universal logic of feeling like you're one with it, one with God even. And God comes on earth as a government, as a kingdom, kingdom come. Uh, so a lot of the stuff that's happening right now is because the United Nations is powerless and it doesn't have this bite to it in wisdom. How can you regulate and enforce these rules without making people feel like you're their master? And there's a difference between a master and a prince or a king. A king or a prince that belongs there is somebody who is identified as taking risk for the people and cares about the people. And when I studied political science, I was surprised to find that benevolent dictatorships were actually one of the best forms of government in all of human history, which shocked me. And then they taught us that democracy wasn't always a good thing. And I said, that can't possibly be right. And they showed all these historical examples where democracy is good and where democracy is bad. And it really comes down to reason, how educated your population is. So if you introduce democracy too soon and your people are not rational, they always factionize and cause civil war across ethnic lines because they're sensuous still. They're still an animalistic consciousness. So it's dangerous. If you introduce democracy too soon, it rips your country apart rather than brings it together. So, oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there's an even more cool way to vote now that we're experimenting with in these meetings directly. Like we can do them like right now. You and I are technically being the government, right? The God's government technically, because we're being transparent. What's that? Now there's going to be you're right. That's what we're basically building, except that there's limitations to participatory democracy where you do need representation, but the representation has to be meritocratically wise. And what I mean by that is it's really about information compression and time compression, where instead of having representatives, we might have AI representatives, which might be worse. But effectively, it's almost impossible for us to vote on every issue all the time. And this is just a known problem of governments. But if we organize the information economy in a hyper efficacious manner in a super coherent way, which is what the universal logic is, we can get much, much closer to direct democracy and this voting on all the issues that truly matter. And then all the particular ones are done in subcommittees where they're the closest to the issue, but they report back to the whole. So this structure is exactly what we need to build and align with God's being, which is what we're doing. And we do them in these meetings that, communist Cuba tried to do. I think Fidel Castro tried to do it in these communist community leagues where every week everybody got together and they got to discuss the community and everybody got their opinions heard. And that makes people feel like they belong, which is exactly what I think we need to do. But we need to do it at 3 levels. We need to do it at the universal level, the particular level, and the individual level. All of them need to be protected because a blessing, like a God thought, is complete in itself. It has a trinity sort of to it, not just Christian trinities, but these are historical structures that you can find in virtually every major religion or system of truth. If we do this right, we will basically create an international government that will pressure the United Nations with peace, right? Hunger strikes, not violence. If you go violent, they'll crush you. And you have to be believably nonviolent, which means we have to basically be so weak in some sense that we can't harm them physically. So I feel like if we started a government that was based on wisdom and united the militaries, and the way to implement laws was through education in this new way, then you would have the best of all worlds. So if you do this transparently, and you train up people to be rational enough to handle this kind of democracy or this more direct, true kind of democracy based on wisdom, then you would have socialism, capitalism, communism, anarchism, libertarianism, even veganism for animals, because they also get rights too. And then you'd have this constitution based on game theory called rights to flow. And everybody gets the right to clear goals, right to immediate feedback, right to challenge level matching skill level, and right to clear rules. And as long as you have those 4 criteria met, that is what makes the difference between a good game and a bad game. So if we do that, right, and the clear rules is the transparency that you're talking about. And you can appeal quickly. And as long as you appeal quickly and you get that feedback, you're growing. And you're on a quest, right? It makes life meaningful. That's the kind of governance model that I'm trying to build, which would satisfy socialist libertarianism, but also all the other contradictions too that were done in the wrong wayfulness. And then with this military guy, if we get this guy streaming with you and me 24/7, he built his own AI rig. He's a really smart guy. He's a little bit unhinged sometimes, a little bit egoistic sometimes, but has a super.
Been streaming 24/7?
Say again?
How long has he been streaming 24/7?
He hasn't yet, but he wants to start. So I'm thinking that maybe we can get him in here with you or starting his YouTube channel and then bring him on, right? So
100%. Um,
yeah, I have one already actually. It's dead though. I think it has
yeah,
80.
it's really hard to bring life to a Discord. It's extremely hard. And, just to get rid of people that join it, why, like, you have to give them a reason that you have to be in there. But it's good that you have that. And so, I can send you a friend request if you want. You can send me the link to your Discord, and I'll send you join it. And I prompted people about your project in here already. So some people may be
Oh,
already familiar with you, and
okay.
I think it's a great idea that military guys want to get in here. 100%, I'm all about that. Um, I really don't have any arguments to go around here, except you have to be 18 years old, and there were children in here, and not that I have anything against children, but many of the conversations that we have in here make it hard for children to hear. And then, additionally, I just like I understand that people are going to maybe do some criminal activity or something like that, and the typical answer is okay, but don't call someone something that is bad, like basically treat others the way that you want to be treated mentality. And if people do that, um, they're we all get along really well, and that's been a pretty good um, um, I would say set of rules. I really don't have any major qualms with people. I get some people who come in here and they just want to be extreme nosy, and I enjoy watching it, but they don't even give me an opinion, and that's absolutely fine. This is a very large server. I have friends that host a Facebook file, and friends of mine host people with all the different channels and people who upload different types of streams and all that kind of stuff. But it's a fine community. Would you consider there more people in this community in here? And let's move on to the point that also you don't leave. You should be in here 24/7, and you should just be here. You just hang out long enough, wait for how many minutes do you want to be able to discuss anything you want? Let's restrict yourself to 2 people. I right now I have someone that he was my roommate, and we're gonna keep it going for again for a little bit.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm wondering, how do you distribute power? How do you do all the politics of this place? Are you the sole decision maker, or how do you decide like what's the criterion? Those types of things are good to get discussed right away because they become nuclear pretty quickly. And I mean nuclear in terms of explosive, but I feel like,
Yeah.
yeah, I
For
feel
the
like,
time being, I am the moderator. I'm in here all the time. I don't let people post right. And you may say, well, why not? I used to. I used to let people post whatever they wanted.
yeah, I was
But
wondering that.
you'll
Yeah.
find that you will have people who will come in and just troll you. And really, the thing that really bothers them is some people posted really gory material in every single of the 500 different channels that I have. And it took me quite a lot of time to clean all that up. So, the plan is this: once we grow into, let's say, we have maybe like 100 active users in the channel or in the server, you don't want to be babysitting the whole time, and it can become quite that.
Oh, very cool. I see here. Ask Rabbi anything. Click the button below to ask Rabbi. Oh, so I have to type this in here. What is your political decision-making apparatus for the community? So have you ever thought of turning this community into a government, like before I came along?
Um, yeah, really more about the information, the data, and the story of what it is. I'm not someone who really gets very political. I have political beliefs, but I feel like I still avoid a debate. If I want that, I'll put it in spaces or something like that, where that continuous. But in here, we normally just let everybody kind of do their own thing. And I feel that the United Nations is still salvageable.
Yeah.
In fact, about 4 years ago, when I first started, actually 3 years ago, it happened for 444 straight days.
Mm-hmm.
But I was released stating that my intentions run as the
Secretary General.
of
Yes.
the United Nations. So I've already basically announced the campaign in press releases that have been published in newspapers. And I think that the United Nations can be salvaged. So I'm not necessarily about the discarding of it. And I agree with what you're saying. The United Nations basically doesn't have any bite. It's all part. And I can imagine a world where every country globally has to contribute like 10% of its overall military to a global military that could essentially be a peacekeeping entity. I'm not 100% sure on all of the exact uh, decisions on that or the details, but I feel, and also the role of AI and robotics could take up a lot of this entrance, essentially. But I am for a world, ideally, where you don't put your hands on me and I don't put my hands on you without consent. That's really important to me. Some of the other things that I talk about are very scientifically oriented, so I
Nice.
know you're politically motivated, and that's great, you know, and there's
No, I'm everything, but keep going. No.
be great. So I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster
Beautiful.
than light travel,
I love it.
things like space elevators, interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like sandbus machines, replicators, teleportation, perhaps the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a dog located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded Dust Box Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 2 years, not that long, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian and augmented surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal and consider it a privilege to be able to witness it on this stream. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. And I don't know why more people aren't talking about this.
I know.
Things that I like to talk about are things like life extension technology. So or at least for the general discussion of it. And I'd like to, for everyone who's helped me along the way, be able to give them the resources for things like perhaps if they want oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, perhaps if they would attend blood transfusion, if they wanted something like red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, to be able to increase the average life expectancy from age 80 in the Western world to age 100, 120. And then I'm really open to the discussion moving past that, where people are at 120 or whatever age, and they say, Rabbi, you know, back in 2026, everything that you talked about was essentially, it sounded like science fiction, but over the course of the last few decades, it's become science back. My body's later download is an android and avatar, cyborg and cybernetic being. Own up yourself a robot and material being. Whatever people want to be, but essentially I think there may potentially be a way at digital immortality, and whether there is or isn't, I like to have those types of discussions. So that's kind of where my passions are. And with that, what are your thoughts?
Very, very good, very good. Yeah, we're very much aligned. I have a mind that likes basically everything. A universalist, a disciplinarian, an interdisciplinarian, a transdisciplinarian. Um, Basically, every knowledge domain is covered by universal logic. In fact, there's a way to win all 6 Nobel Prizes simultaneously with just one logic. Because it's all God's being, technically, all true domains. So everything from metaphysics, ontology, epistemology, theology, um, natural philosophy, physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, animalism, botany, consciousness, psychology, anthropology, what's it, abstract right, legalities, morality, ethics, family life, civil society, state, constitution, international politics, technology, education, basically everything. Everything you can think of. AI, CRISPR. I'm just amazed that I love that you know CRISPR because like it won the Nobel Prize in 2020 because we're bringing the woolly mammoth and all these species back to life because it's just DNA and protein encoding. And people don't understand. That's what they are. Their cells are just your DNA making protein structures over and over again. So I think that you're I think that you have the right stuff. And if you like, here's the thing: is there's a slogan. If I had to ask you a slogan that you go by, what's the number one slogan that you go by in this place?
Let's treat others the way that you would be treated.
Okay, the golden rule. Okay, great. That's one for sure. In terms of project management, the I heard this quote that goes like this: hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and plot in all directions. And what that means is, in terms of your ambitions with the United Nations, I like what you're saying. The way that you talk about technology, I like what you're saying. The way that you have mannerisms, the way that you're polite, inviting, balanced. You have really good meta logic and social logic. There's a lot of stuff going on here that's really good and is rare. So I feel like you're right. The best case scenario is that once we start building this movement quickly, I already tried to invite my friend here. His Discord is shut down, unfortunately. Uh, the best case scenario is that we can send this idea of a proper governance structure to the UN and get them somehow to take it seriously. And then in the worst case scenario is we just have to become it and then pressure them to do it, not by force, but by being the example where people would rather work with this structure than the other structure. So then you would be basically the de facto Secretary General of God's government. And I feel like you've definitely got the right stuff so far to pull this off. But there is 200 more topics to see how universal you can handle it. You've already locked down this channel, which is perfect because you're right. If it's a one-man show so far, you don't have time to moderate, which is very smart and it's done. You don't have to take all that time to do it. So if we funneled a lot of people in here, it's already stable because you're right. It's going to get very, very volatile if you don't have some kind of structure. And when I came in, I did feel a little oppressed. It felt a little oppressive, like, oh damn, can't do anything. But I see now why you did it. So in some sense, as a libertarian, you sort of become the opposite of what you intend. That if you're going to be a miniature government in here, it's a very oppressive government, technically. But that's only because of information limits. It's not because you actually desire power for power's sake. I don't sense that. I sense you're doing this because of a necessity. You realize that you didn't want to be on screen. You just had to do it out of necessity for the greater good. And also it was convenient, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Bots come in and every single Discord will post like a link to another Discord, and and it's an overwhelming amount for anyone.
Yeah.
If you have 500 places that are available to be able to be spammed, and then on top of that, people put boring things in there, put very anti-Semitic things in there, just anti, or like, just self-promotion things. So, what I did lock it down with the intention, and I even say this in the self-promotion channel. If you look at the chat, it says, once we grow and we have enough moderation, every single chat here will be open to anybody. And so I would say that it went from libertarian to dictatorship with the intent of being a libertarian.
Yeah. Typical dialectic, yeah.
There were enough people said, look, at least give us one place to write in general. Okay, I can do that. And once we build up trust and things, then I'd be like, okay, well, Spirit Man, you're going to be a moderator, and you see anything in here that is wrong or you need to make me be aware of, let me know. I'll get a notification when people send things, but for the current period, if you recognize it, especially with as many discords and I've become a big target for bots and for people. I mean, you'll just find people come in and just yell like just very mean things. They'll just yell the N word until I think of them. Like those kind of people, they're literally they'll come in and just play sound of chainsaws to try to wake me. I get it. They're just trolling. So I have already built an appeal server. If I ever banned anybody, like indirectly, or I want people to be able to give their reasoning why they shouldn't have been banned. And really, nobody, almost fortunately, nobody uses it. I don't ban that many people, but there's situations where somebody just wants to come in and play chainsaw. Sometimes I just might mute them, and just they can be in here all day long. But then they'll leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back. They're literally doing everything they can to get in. And when you do run into those kinds of things, okay, fine. But I have had some people who, over the course of, let's say, I think I started this in 2024, in the summer of 2024. There's been like 1 to 2 people who said, hey, I want you to know that I came in trolling you, and I would like to do that back in. Can you let me back in? And I let them back in. So you should know that not every server has an appeal server. They'll just one and done, you're done, and you can't appeal. I don't like that. I've been banned in a lot of different servers for that I feel is just me being there, just with the camera on. A lot of people don't like that, and I want to give people an opportunity to appeal. And especially when we get larger, we're going to have to manage the X channels. In addition to that, server appeal server. But I'm in a lot of different large servers, and I see how their teams do it, and they have teams, and I'd like to be able to compensate people in the future of that. But so yeah, we went from libertarian to dictatorship with the idea of libertarianism in the future. So I hope that fits in your purview.
Okay, very good, very good. Yes, appealing is important. That's part of the right to clear rules, the fourth right of the right to flow. And I really like this. You're trying not to ban them, right? Because in some sense, return to the other is treat the other as you would like to be treated, right? You're trying to follow your own rule. And self-recognition in the other is what love is in the mode of feeling. In the mode of consciousness, it's what spirit is. If you're gonna lead at the same level that I am and rise to your messiahship, if you're gonna rise to messianic level consciousness, there's something called the vow of unabandonment. And if you think about it, banning somebody has, ban is within the word abandonment. And the reason why abandonment is bad is because it's a complete giving up on the godliness of somebody else, which is a breaking of the rule, right? Every time you ban somebody completely, then you're actually breaking divine covenant in some way. So what we do in God's government, or we should do in God's government, is anybody that's a leader at a very high level has to take the vow of unabandonment And the higher up you go in this hierarchy, which I know you're against as libertarian, but there's a hierarchy that is a no hierarchy. There's a hierarchy that circles around. It's like a circular hierarchy. So the bottom connects back to the top, and Alpha and the Omega. And the Kabbalah has a lot of this kind of stuff in it, from what I remember. And we can start framing this in Jewish language if that helps you. But ideally, you would learn it in its pure form of universal logic, which is God's being. And then you recognize it in everything after that. All the sensuous wrappers aren't the essential. Those are the art. That's the beauty. That's the diversity of expression. The inner meaning of it is what is universal. But you have to be able to recognize that in your mind's eye, because you can't see it directly in space-time. It's in all things. But the vow on abandonment basically says that you're never going to abandon anybody ever for the rest of your life. Like at level 1, that's the highest level. You don't abandon anybody ever. Even even serial killers, anybody. You don't abandon anybody. That doesn't mean you're foolish. You have wise love. But at level 5, you're allowed to make like two new abandonments per every 2 weeks or something, every month. It's like the lowest level. But you don't have to heal your past abandonments. But when you move up to level 4, you have to heal your past abandonments, except for your top 3 or 4 worst ones, or your top 5 worst ones. And then when you move up to level 3, you can get like 1 new abandonment per week by accident, and then you have only 3 of them. And then when you get to level 0, you don't abandon anybody, and your entire past is healed. And it's a really intense vow that you will return to the other. So what that means is the vow of unabandonment is the negative way of stating the vow of return, which is the positive way of stating the same thing. And let's say you get into a conflict. Like, let's say you and I get closer, right? There's always this contradiction that, okay, as soon as you start to trust somebody, the trust becomes more and more and more volatile. Because the more you trust somebody, the more that they can harm you, because you become vulnerable to them. So there's like this paradox that happens, and let's say you and I get to a high level of trust, and then all of a sudden there's a real problem, and like one of us has to die or something crazy like this. A double bind happens, or we reach a nuclear dialectic, and it's like, oh man, I didn't know that you were, I don't know, you were a Justin Bieber lover. No way. Or like, and you can't handle it, you hate that. Or you're like, or I find out that you're a Zionist, or you think that I'm a Nazi or something like that, right? Like eventually we'll stumble upon something so bad that it's like, oh my God, I can't believe, I used to trust you. You were my best friend. And then all of a sudden it's like, now you're my worst enemy. Those types of dialectical reversals happen all the time, especially at high levels of trust, unless you have universal logic to sublate it immediately. And when that happens, when you go nuclear, the vow of unabandonment, the vow of return looks like this. Instead of completely abandoning your completely new enemy, whether it's me to you or you to me, you have to love thy enemy. You still have to treat the other person as how you would want to be treated. So what this means is that you don't let go of them completely, even though you want to. The ego always wants to do that. Instead, you create a boundary, and the boundary is proportional to how much time you need to heal with that person. So whatever it is, it's like, okay, let's say you're a Nazi, right? And you being Jewish, that's a direct threat, right? So it's like, okay, I need to draw a boundary against this guy. But you still don't abandon them. And you figure out what it is that is causing them to act in a way that would harm you. And that returning is something that it's explicitly declared to say, okay, I'm going to return to you, Nazi person, in 3 months, in 2 weeks, in 1 day, in hopefully not more than that, because we don't have that much time left. But all these contradictions have to be healed in the vow of unabandonment. And it is really challenging when you get into the people who've done really nasty things for real, like serial killers. So if you're able to take that vow,
You should have the right to ban anybody, even if you want to ban every single person on. However, in my world, once a year, you should have to reevaluate whether you want to keep that person. There should be no ban for So, like from a
What about infinite chances?
basically,
What about infinite chances?
I'm okay with that. If you and I are going to live for the rest of our lives, and somehow we get indefinite immortality, um, but let's say you don't like me, then you can ban me as much as you want. But once a year, you have to reevaluate that ban to ensure that that's something that you want to keep essentially um, included or not. But generally, I think time heals all wounds. Given 100,000 years, if we were to continue our lives, you would be able to forgive me whatever for whatever
Yeah.
I did
100,000, yep. Okay. And maybe instead of calling it go ahead.
They ban people all the time for life.
Yeah.
Not even court systems ban people for life.
Life sentence.
Like 5 years. Like like they're more reasonable with these things, but big tech is not.
Mhm.
And I think that big tech should say, hey, you were banned off of, let's say, whatever plan. It only lasts for 1 year unless they want to reevaluate it and renew it. But I feel like after enough time of every year they're renewing this, say, what that person did wasn't that bad. Time has passed. I'm going to give them a second chance. And I'm about second chances.
Okay, great, because I agree with you. It's too draconian right now. And even in the court systems, they try and be a little bit more lenient on this, but I think we should move away from banning people to boundary setting with people. And the person that sets the boundary has to set the time of return. So setting a 1 year default is okay. It's kind of like a jubilee, like bankruptcy in a way. But what if we did it more fluidly, more reasonably, to say different contexts require different lengths, right? So you would say, okay, this person's saying the N word a lot. It could just be a bot. It's not even a human, right? It could just be somebody. But if it is a human, they're probably traumatized in some way. So you would say, hey, can you stop? Can you stop? Oh, no, no. And then you say, okay, we're going to set a boundary and you're not allowed here, but we're going to return to you in 1 month and try and figure out who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. And eventually, when you treat them in this way, they eventually de-escalate, especially if you get psychological about it and say, okay, who hurt you? And just cut to cut down to it, like who hurt you, and then just stay on that point. And eventually they'll get bored, or they'll get afraid and they don't want to be vulnerable, and then they'll just leave. But that's not you abandoning them; that's you getting to the core. And it doesn't always work, but it works a lot better than yeah, abandoning. Go ahead.
You may say 1 month. I say 1 year just because 1 year is easier.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to do 1 month, it's fine. I also don't find it to be my role to change anybody else. I wanted to know, I could say, hey, we're going to let you back in. But like just like what you're saying, doctors, why do you feel that you're wanting to do that? And they'll say, look, I was just an immature person, and what I was doing, I thought was funny back then, but I've changed. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things that someone can admit that they were wrong and that they want to move forward. And that conversation's important to have, and they should be let back in, just like they were originally. I'm all about that.
Yeah, I'm curious now where you learned your conflict management skills from, because it's noticeable. It's noticeable that you're pretty polished in this way.
Well, the corporate world generally, also higher education, I've been an administrator, and taken a lot of training in terms of conflict management. A lot of it has come as common sense to me that just because you make a mistake, and a lot of times these different platforms will ban you for something that you didn't, that isn't even wrong. It just so happened that they made a mistake, they confused you with someone else, whatever it may be, or maybe there was just a false accusation against whatever it could be. And you need the opportunity to be able to have your say and get a second chance. I mean, I've been banned. I get banned a lot of times in people's Discord. I come in there and I look at the rules, and if the rules don't say anything about you can have your basically people who have connections who can get back in, and those who don't have connections cannot, and that's unfair as well. But there should be a system. I mean, I think you can have it on Discord where your ban of someone lasts 365 days, and then on the 365th day, you'll get a notification saying, hey, do you want to continue this ban of this person? If so, like, why? And they've also sent a message saying why they think they should be unbanned. And you should allow people to have a second chance. I think that should be part of social dynamics, laws, and even the law and governments. And, especially when we're living in a world where there are those of us who have transhumanist type of ideas that maybe we might live much longer than people in the past. Why should we say that because something that you did, I don't know, 25 years ago should still have an effect on what's going on today just because the system is set up the way that it is? To me, it's a system that needs to be evaluated. So I would say a lot of my conflict management just comes from common sense, but additionally, I've been formally trained.
Okay, it's noticeable. All right. This is very, very good and very interesting. I think we're ready almost to take some pragmatic next steps. Like the nuclear dialectics will come up. I guess I'll ask you, are you a Zionist? Are you a Zionist Jew? What kind of...
Once you grasp me under a single religion, I can see many changes happening within Judaism today, and perhaps, and I'm talking like long, thousands of years into the future, and everyone would want to be of their own religion, of one country, and that's a lot of the ideals within Zionism. Do I agree with destroying someone's home, or destroying someone's livelihood, or destroying someone's life? Based on some type of order that they were given from a military enforcer. Absolutely not. I have a lot of issues with Israel, and I talk about them on my stream. In particular, the idea of who is a Jew. Most of Israel is not Jewish right now. And you may say, well, what do you mean by that? And it would be like, okay, well, 80% are recognized as Jews by the state, and another 20% are either Muslim or Christian or something else. But of that 80%, about 40% of them are not halachically Jewish, meaning they cannot marry within Judaism. They came from the Soviet Union, and they had a grandfather who was Jewish, but their mother's not Jewish. There are a lot of major issues that have within Judaism, and really I look forward to a day perhaps where everyone in Israel has a conversion so that everyone could marry everyone they wanted to marry, and much more for openness within Judaism. And eventually, given 100,000 years, I would love to see Israel as the winner of all of the countries, but I could also see the arguments that Britain has already had a global civilization. The United States, in many ways, has when I say I'm a Zionist, I want an eventual world where we are all united, and united even under one religion. And I understand that Judaism may need some changes to that. It's experienced changes in the past. What I don't want is for civilization building where many people suffer, and also I feel as if that the idea that one person putting their hands on any other person without consent is something that we need to live with within our own communities and globally. And that's the type of Zionist I am. I talk about world peace, and I identify as a pacifist. And there are certain situations that happen where, what happens if somebody busts into your home and wants to kill you? Can you fight back? Okay, I understand some self-defense may be needed, but in general, it's about treating others the way that you want to be treated. And there is certainly a group of Zionists, I believe, who have this idea of a global civilization civilization someday, but through peaceful means. Really, I would say to you that I would like to have a globally unified world, a global religion someday, perhaps, where people are able to do what they want to do. There's freedom and everything like that, without anyone dying unnecessarily.
Okay, interesting. And Palestine and Israel. What are your thoughts? I'm just checking to see. I'm checking some nuclear dialectics really quickly.
Live outside Israel, I think, should have the opportunity to perhaps become Jewish if they want. And for those who don't want to become Jewish, they should be able to live the life that they want in a peaceful fashion. No one says, at least in the current times, that Israel has to be 100% Jewish, because it's not. Uh, even, nor has it ever been. And so I want peace there. And I certainly don't want people to die unnecessarily.
Okay. Okay, very interesting. But ultimately, you think that Israel should own that land in Israel. The West Bank, the Gaza Strip should be owned by Israel. Or what do you think? Is it a two-state solution, one-state solution? What do you think? Three-state solution? I'm
I
curious.
want I mean, ideally, I would want the just like ideally, I would want the entire globe to be the United States. This is not something that is seen as a strange thinking of anyone who's part of any civilization. They want their country to take over the world. Now, I just want it to be done in a peaceful manner. And so, in the same way that that people of the British Empire 100 years ago felt that the sun would never set on the British Empire and that it would be strong forever, I want the same for Israel. When it comes to a state solution, ideally, I want a one world government, one state for the entire world, no borders. I'm about really a borderless entity. I think that the country system and borders is really perhaps outdated thinking, and we should be seeing ourselves as global citizens, but not necessarily the citizens of a certain territory or country.
Okay, very interesting. I'm liking the direction. I see a little bit of naivety, but the naivety is extremely good-hearted. And I think that if you tried to create a borderless United Nations, for example, I think that you'd probably do it in a wiser way than most people. But there's another side of this where we might have to keep the borders, but the way that we mediate the borders is the problem. And the mediation through borders happens through some. Sure, sure. No, that's very nice of you to chime in like that. Okay, I really like your manners. I actually think this is going to work. I actually think you're here for a divine reason. This is wonderful. Okay, I really like you. Um,
You should know. This is something that happens to me as well. Sometimes your sound doesn't come through. Are you aware of that?
yeah, sometimes I have to put it on mute because of the copyright stuff, or because somebody else is on the channel. You're not allowed to legally stream somebody else unless they know. You're allowed to record them, right, without telling them, but you can't stream them without telling them. And that's a tough lesson. So I got a lot better at muting and all that kind of stuff. So that might be why. Sometimes maybe it's my internet connection here. I'm in a weird situation. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Welcome. Did you meet me from Twitter Spaces?
Yeah.
Excellent. Let me send you. Are you a web marketer?
No.
Okay. Are you in?
I just starting the day. Just starting the day right now.
Absolutely. Have you been in any Twitter spaces today? Aside from mine?
So this is my best Twitter space in the morning.
Okay. Hey, there's gonna be a big one in like 5 hours. I can send you an invite to it. There are gonna be like 1,000 people in it. If that's interest to you. It's gonna be a show and chill where you're able to share about your project or what you want to do, or even if you just want more followers. So I did want to make you aware of that, and I want you, if you would go to your Twitter messages, sending you just a list, a breakdown that I give to people who want to learn more about Web3 and just really market themselves better. And please read through it. Also, if you're looking for a job, I have resources there, especially if you're in Africa. I've got some recruiters in there and how to make a resume, what websites to use. I have a list of websites in there. So what I want you to do, Musa, is read through it, and then when you read through it, let me know if it makes sense to you. It should. If it doesn't, I'll answer any questions that you have. And then it gives you a good game plan of where to get started. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. Okay, so you read that. In the meantime, I'm going to continue talking to my friend here, Spirit. So, yeah, Spirit, I mean, I don't think anybody on Earth gets along 100% with anybody else, but generally, we seem to have common goals for the most part, and
I will definitely look doing the process.
excellent. Please do.
Yeah.
Please. And if you have questions, come to me. I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah, it's just because of my Telegram is not working here. I tried it, but it
That's
can't
okay.
work through only WhatsApp. Man.
That's okay. I have WhatsApp in the list. So if you ever need me, just come send me a message on Twitter or just come in here and I'll help you, okay?
Okay.
Back to the
But
story.
I'm just starting to share something with you, but you've been busy right now.
Absolutely. What do you want to share with me? You tell me anything you want.
Yeah, it's just because my family situation today, as we wake up today with no food, as we're sharing my situation at this moment. Things are going so hard with me and my family. As you can see, it is very late in the morning here. I'm just trying to go to the main road if I can find something enjoy it so that I can have food for my family today.
I understand. I don't give handouts, but what I do is I give you the power to be able to change your life. So do you have a resume?
Like,
Okay, a resume is a one sheet usually that has your contact information, what kind of job you want, your job experience, and your education. Have you ever heard of a resume?
not today. Well,
Okay, so
honestly,
what I understand. Or what I'm saying, you need more than just somebody to give you a little bit of food. You need a career. You
yeah, I
need the
know.
ability.
I know. It's just because of, yeah, I understand. It's just because of the final degree we meet. That time I was in this situation, that's why. So,
I understand. So read the messages that I sent you. Create a resume and start getting a job by the end of this week. I understand that you may be hungry for a little bit. Maybe somebody will give you a handout somewhere else. But then you can have a job by the end of this week if you do what I say
yeah.
in those messages. And if you need help creating your resume or applying to jobs, come to me and I will help you, okay?
Okay. Thank you so
Does that help you? And Musa, before you, in these chill and chill spaces, the really big ones, the ones that I talked about, you can go in there and tell people what you're going through. Hey, my name is Musa. I woke up this morning, my family
Well,
had no food.
I was with sharing my story a very long time in space here.
Okay.
Abraham blessed me.
Well, and I understand it because, frankly, a lot of people are in the same situation that you are, and that's why I want to help you to get a job. So,
Yeah.
you do
That's okay.
in the third message that I sent you, it gives you how to create your resume. It's very easy. You just go to ChatGPT. You know what ChatGPT is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to put your contact information in there,
Yeah, we can do that. We might have to start up a God's government server though. And part of that is as we go ahead.
And you know, you said like these nuclear push points.
Mhm.
I don't like to get political, and so I frankly, I like people to be able to believe what they want to believe, and whatever government they want to be under. Not someone who I see that you're right. A lot of people are identity, and you can write about governments around us that are good or bad. But I noticed that when I started getting, even just as I've been doing this, once you start to get political with people, you can turn a lot of people off. And I want to maximize the amount of people who are engaged, that rather have like a core group of really motivated people. Does that make sense?
It does, but it's not going to go anywhere. And I'll tell you why. It's because fundamentally people are political and what they care about will always come up no matter what. So whether it's religion, what are the taboo topics? There's religion, there's politics, there's intimacy, these topics. But this is exactly the kind of space that we need to create because the kind of connections we're forming are hollowing, they're superficial, and when you get to know somebody truly, you get into these nuclear dialectics and they're like, oh my God, you're a Zionist, and like, oh, and they freak out, and then all that time you spent with them doing the superficial connecting didn't mean anything. So having that many superficial, empty connections is just terrifying. We can't do it anymore. You can, right? You definitely can. But in terms of actually changing the world and saving people from the impending apocalypse in the next couple of months, we need to do something radically new. So even like the approach you have is great for what we would call relationship building, like ever living meetings in a certain way. Like you're always streaming, right? It's ever living in here, and that's what I really like. It's just that with your dialectics already, I'm like, okay, the potential for this channel to go critical mass will have these nuclear dialectics waiting for it, and I'm already more Jewish than Jewish. I'm more Muslim than Muslim. I'm more Christian than Christian. And you don't have to convince me to be a Jew. I'm already a Jew. I'm already a Christian. I'm already a scientist. I'm already an atheist. I'm already a theist. And you'll think, well, you can't be an atheist and a theist at the same time. Yeah, actually, you can. When you think like God, you can. And that's how I've gotten atheists. Well, we're going to get atheists to love God as a miracle. One of the first miracles is we're going to get staunch atheists to love God more than religious people do from any persuasion, any religion. And people are going to be like, no, that's not possible. There's no way you paid that person to do that. I'm like, no, we can't pay like 4 million people. And then that's when people are going to know that the true messiahs have come. And it's because we don't have faith in God. We've proven God. We know God exists. And not only exists, God's being is. And that's what atheists want to see. They want to see they have the power of God within them because they're tired of being subservient to an oppressive regime that's dogmatic and you can't question it, right? If you question faith, it undermines God, right? And that's how, yeah, sure.
You're saying that basically relationship building, not the way it's not going to be successful, and
Not in time, not in time, not in time. It'll eventually be successful, just not in time.
exactly. Well, no, that's all I need. And basically promotion of myself content allows me, it's already built 3,700 connections in the last 90 days or so. And I mean, that's not everyone on earth, but that's 3,700 more than I've done, just traditional
That is good. That is good. That is good. So should I come to the space with you tomorrow, or what is this maker space, or what is it called? The chill and share?
Yeah, so they're called Chill and Chill, and they're available like 24/7. And what you do is you just go on X and go to Spaces and type in the Spaces search Chill, SHIL. What these are places where people give an invitation to hear about new projects or be able to talk about their marketing strategies or even their like whatever kind of political beliefs they have. They're just basically open mics. And so you go in there and you say to people, hey, this is what I'm doing. If you think this is cool, send me a follow, I'll follow you back, and then you grow that way. And they're going 24/7. So right now there are another one has 76, and another has 1,700 people. You go into the space and you talk about what you can do, then you'll get people who follow you just based on what you're doing, or they'll check out your YouTube stream or whatever. But they're like ways to use a megaphone to be able to get out what you're doing. And I know in my heart, if I keep doing this for the next 100 years, somebody's going to hear what I say and say, wow, that's really cool. If I'm in a space with 1,700 people, that's a lot of people. There are a lot of influencers in that space. Somebody's going to check out and see that I'm live streaming right now on this, that I'm live streaming on YouTube, that I'm posting my own space on this, that I'm live on Discord and say, that's really neat. Wow, I'm going to connect with you. I'm going to send you a piece of what you do. That that's fun. Like, I wear this shirt because I like Sonic the Hedgehog. I wear this shirt because the name of the cryptocurrency that was about $100 million is based on Sonic the Hedgehog. So, it's like kind of one of those things. People would hear your message in these spaces. If you want a really great resource for being able to find all the spaces that are going on and the different discussions, the website is spacesdashboard.com. SPACESDASHBOARD.com. And that will show you every space that's going on Twitter right now. And, some of these spaces are like not even chill and chills, but they'll be like religious discussion or philosophy discussion or politics discussion. They're perfect for you, who is someone who is politically motivated. Not to say that I'm not, but I recognize that that isn't for my audience the best way to but you are recognizing that I want the people who are politically motivated or have the same philosophical ideals as I do right away. And because of that, I think it's a great opportunity for you to be able to tell people about who you are, what you do, and it's mutually beneficial. The more people I get in here, the more people I'm going to tell about your stream, and the more people that you get in your stream, the more people you're going to tell about me. So I mean, we're definitely allies in that. And
Well, it depends, right? Like we have to get realistic. Like, for example, all my Palestinian friends and followers, right, are never going to come in here, ever, because you're a Zionist. Because you're a Zionist. Because you're a Zionist. They're just never going to do it, man. They're just never going to do it. Like, just be realistic, right? All my Israeli friends, like you, for example, if I invite you to a Palestinian group or Hamas group, you're probably going to be like, I'm going to be careful here. I know, but you're an unusual case, right? You're an unusual case.
I am an unusual case, but I like
That's good though. That's why I'm here. I think that's why we're connecting. But a lot of people aren't like that. So in order for me to be upfront with them, because I'm building trust everywhere, right? I'm the true universal. Come in here and like, hey Mark, you tricked me. Why didn't you tell me this guy was a Zionist? I said, well, he's a good guy. He's like, yeah, but a good guy wouldn't be a Zionist. I'm like, yeah, we'll talk about it. Like, oh, the Zionists just starved us, my entire people in Gaza for. So these are the kind of conversations that will come when you have substantial connections and substantial friendships that aren't based on usury. And they just happen every single time. So now I have to tell people these things, right? I'm about relationship building, not just politics, but politics and relationship building aren't separate.
but I didn't do that personally. I don't want your people to starve. And the people who starve, your people, may not even be Jewish. A lot of them, according to Jewish law. So they're just basically a secular group that may have done. There's a lot more peace that I think I can get out of people. Meaning, they're going to see me in many ways as an ally. I want the people who are friends doing wrong things to be living a tortured life. And that doesn't mean that everybody has to attend shul on Saturday, but it does mean that they have to take into account the needs of people, not just within our own religion, but other religions as well, and treat people with respect. And many of the people, I mean, a huge 40% of all the people who are starving, close to 50%, and really, if you get down to it, it could be even more. But what I would say to those people are, maybe as many as 50% of the people who are starving
Very interesting. I want to know more about this because you sound like you have a good unorthodox but also very orthodox position. Another contradiction, which is great. But we just have to be careful, right?
The
Because go ahead.
Israeli state recognizes it's called the law of return, but essentially you could have a grandparent who was Jewish and be able to make what's called aliyah, like to return to Israel. And that's cool, but that's not Judaism. That was a state thing. Judaism says that your mother has to be Jewish, or you have to have had a kosher conversion. That's what Holocaust, that's what Orthodox Judaism states. And about 40% of all people who are in Israel who are recognized as Jews are not Jewish, meaning they can't get married in Orthodox synagogue. They can't marry an Orthodox person. Many times they have to go to another country to get some type of marriage. Their children are not seen as Jewish, and it's a terrible system. On top of that, that means that they're not learning anything about who we are as Jews. They're basically um, they're secular individuals who are just recognized by the state as being Jewish, but not Jewish enough to marry my daughter or the daughter of a Jew. And it's a terrible system. And so, really, there aren't a lot of ways around it aside from a conversion for those people. And this happened for many different reasons. Many secular Soviets after the fall of the Soviet Union came to Israel and kept the religious background. Many were not have a lot of Jewish. When I say a lot, I mean
Hmm.
and that's a major issue. It's a terrible situation where you have two people who fall in love who are recognized by the state as Jews, but then when they go to make the arrangements to have their wedding, one of them is not considered a Jew. That's a very sad situation. So then they have to go to a country like Cyprus and get married. That's not a situation that I like. I want a situation where all Jews are recognized as Jews and are living according to at least what we consider an orderly life. And I think that many people in the Arab world would agree with that. That doesn't make any sense that we're calling these people Jews when they're not religiously even recognized as Jews within their own religion. And many of those people are doing some of the terrible things that the Arab world has not not just the rest of the world but doing to us. And it's doing. And I'm not alone. This is not just an extremist take. This is a mainstream centrist Orthodox take. This is what the Lubavitcher Rebbe would have said. This is what Feinstein would have said. This is what Rabbi Jonathan Sacks would have said. This is what every rabbi would have said. And it goes back to Jewish law. In order to be a Jew, your mother has to be Jewish, or you have to have the kosher conversion. And Israel allows in a lot of people who are just from their father's side, but not their mother's side, and they're not considered Jews within the halachic world. It's a terrible situation. So what am I saying? A lot of the members of the IDF, in fact, 40% of them are not Jews who are doing some of these things. It's a terrible situation. And once they became Jews, or once they became that was devastating, they wouldn't be acting in such a way. So what am I saying? I mean, I have these statistics actually using within the last
Oh, right. Where do you do the teaching in here?
Yeah, so usually my job is or pray 5 o'clock in the morning on Pacific time, and then I started it pretty much as one of my streams, and my stream, my class is called Kabbalah Coffee, so it's Pacific coffee, and what I start with some music to get the word of the day. So the Kabbalah website for people in the future would never be accessed, but so it's definitely possible to listen to the Yiddish world, and just some of the more common phrases that you might hear in the Yiddish world. And then we then go through the biographies of famous Kabbalists. So like today we did the Sephardic world, yesterday we did the Tanakh Kabbalists. Um, and then what I do is we usually read through anywhere between 1 and 5 different biographies of them, and that usually takes up to like 30 minutes or so. Then what we do is we watch a video, just like on, uh, just do it yourself, basically, not do it yourself. It's from the Chabad website, which is a Hasidic group with associated, and um, so like today there was just like a like I'm probably like getting ready to go out to do that at home,
Mm-hmm.
and then um, we sometimes go through what's dominantly the daily Torah portion, or the calendar portion. Sometimes we go through the weekly Torah parsha, the weekly Torah portion. But those, when I do those videos, they can get really long. They can get like 3 hours long, and I do my best to avoid that. So we've been really sticking to Kabbalah. Then we read at least some from Kabbalah, Kabbalistic work, of one of the authors who we review. And then at the end, what I do is I have major debates within Judaism using AI. So I'll take in like a handful of rabbis in the last 2,000 years, and I'll say, okay, pretend Rabbi Akiva is this, pretend that Rambam is this, pretend that the Vilna Gaon is this, pretend that the Chachamim is this, pretend that the Lubavitcher Rebbe is this, and I do that all through, and we talk about would they dominate that one person belongs to the throne and who not? What type of Jewish laws does Israel need to go through or not need to go through in order to implement Allah's laws? And honestly, if we read it, what does it say? If yes, those will be located in a shul in Israel, or if it's going to be located somewhere else in Israel. And what are the ways that we can improve this situation? So that's why I've been really invested in a famous blogger on why things can get really messy when it comes to converting from kosher to food or not. And we don't, I mean, really a great way to be moved into the faith is a DNA test. But if you have a conversion that the DNA isn't, the DNA argument isn't going to be essentially legitimized within your DNA, and DNA is not something that you use in proving Jew, Jewishness. Generally, it can be evidence in some cases, but because of that, and there are so many different um, people in Israel who consider themselves to be Jews, but they're not according to Jewish law. The, the agreement that all those rabbis and myself can conclude is that Israel needs a full conversion. And so then we go through how would that work? How would a nation-like conversion work? So that's just one of the arguments that we've got. Another one that we did today um, was, okay, so there's an issue within Jewish law, and I do this with like, I just take in all the different rabbis and all of them over here with me, and some of them will give different, like, their different views, and I generally know them, but, so today, there's something called a mamzer, and a mamzer generally is someone who is going through an incestuous relationship, or perhaps a woman who commits adultery. There are some other um, small intricacies I don't want to go into right now. But basically, there's an idea of in the future, if we have people whole country went this way? And the answer is basically everybody would be allowed to pretend, which is generally what the understanding is. And then from there, the category would just be basically that's what it is. And so these are just discussions that I have. They're very futuristic, but that's the way that I think. Other ones that I've had more recently are things like, what about with the smart home, like or electric cars, like where do those fit in terms of Shabbat and being like shown Shabbat, guardian Shabbat, someone who considers themselves to not work on Shabbat. Traditionally, like I don't drive on Shabbat, I don't work on Shabbat, but there are some leniencies when it comes to some devices in some communities, and especially after COVID, after the pandemic, especially in the Sephardic community, which is not my community, but like they would allow for live streaming, and so these kind of arguments come about. Like basically, I have them out with the famous rabbis of the past. So we do that for an hour or two, sometimes as many as 3 hours. And they're fascinating discussions. And I do it in a way that I just have a way. Like you may say, like, wow, you have a ton of trouble. Certainly, I can, but you'll find that I can be stern, especially with the Judaism. And I'll say, like, cut the bullshit. I don't want you to give me a politically correct answer. I want straight brass tacks. I want straight topics. I want a real answer, and don't beat around the bush. Tell me how this could work. Steel man this work. And then I'll go to AI and may not necessarily be mainstream, but is an opportunity for the future, something like that. And I've done them in the past, but I've really done them daily now. Within Kabbalah, traditional that you don't study Kabbalah when you're 4 years old. And so what's an important not just study Kabbalah from a personal perspective, but also share what I've learned with the world. So I've created some formal study classes. So the previously studied basically service and study on Kabbalah, and then I have a whatever I've learned that I can continue to implement in the future.
Yeah, very, very, very thorough. But it is religious, right? So it's good. I mean, there's some real content, and you're very passionate about it, which is good. I want to get into that, and I want to build a community that if you can survive a conversation about the topics that matter, then you have real community. All these superficial, they're trying to make us, oh, you want TikTok community? These are all superficial communities that are dead spirit, and it's killing us. I think we do need some areas where we can like calm down and like just watch a movie or something. But for the most part, we have all of that. Like that's mostly all of our society. And then every once in a while, you get a little glimmer of touch and go with these real issues outside of the synagogue or outside of the mosque or the temple or the church. But what if we can get into a big space and not have it self-destruct? You can have the Zionists and the Palestinians and everybody in there, the Ukrainians and the Russians, the Chinese and the Americans. There's 58 global wars going on right now. So there's a lot of hate in the world. So I feel like we need to solve these contradictions if we're going to create a really big movement very fast. And you being a Zionist and being such a thoughtful one is good because I'm looking for somebody who can be the sublator of this topic, especially if I'm claiming to be the Messiah. So you should probably tell me, what do I need to satisfy to be the Messiah in Hellenic law or the proper law that you're talking about? What's the criterion? I would love to see that. I sent you a couple of documents already in the chats there. You can look over them. You don't have to take the time to do them if you don't want to. I tell people to take as much time as you want, 5 minutes. Somebody took 5 hours or something once. But it just quickly touches base to see where are we in concept space and where's the nuclear dialectics ahead of time. And to be honest, you can't really go nuclear dialectic with me because I've taken the vow on abandonment for you, which means you'll never make me angry enough to ever give up on you, ever. So when we get more and more people like that, we're, yeah,
In terms of what you need to be Mashiach, public and Jewish.
yeah.
So that's a which means that you come from the Jewish woman, or you also have to be the tribe.
Levi?
So
Who? What was that tribe?
you have to come from a Davidic dynasty, so the tribe of Israel actually. So that means the big one is the rebuilding of the
Second temple?
third
You mean where the Dome of the Rock is right now, where Islam has their big temple, their big mosque?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, so do you know that they're already planning to build the third temple on the second temple grounds?
Do I know that there's already a plan?
Yeah, so they're actually planning it apparently. They already have the materials stockpiled somewhere, I guess. Is that true? Well, we better start building it because the Messiah has come. I apparently have to go to Mount Olives again or something. And to the Mormons have to go down to Missouri, I guess, which is interesting. Um,
That's going to cause a huge amount of issues because obviously the Muslim world doesn't want to deal with the problem. And I want it done extremely peacefully, meaning nobody dies. And it's like, well, how could this be done? And I've spoken with Muslim people, and they're like, that's a really good idea, Rabbi. So within Judaism, that site is the most important site of Judaism. Within Islam, it's the third most important. The most important is Mecca, the second most important is Medina, and the third most important is the Temple. And the world doesn't know that. They think that it's the most important in all of the religions, but it's technically not. And if we're able to be able to speak with the United Nations, there's an argument to be made, just like we have UNESCO heritage sites, to have religious sites within UNESCO, and not just within Judaism, not just within Islam, not just within Christianity, but essentially every major religion should have the opportunity to create their place of worship as a UNESCO heritage site, and then we could rename it whatever. And the idea would be this: every religion gets two sites, so that means Islam could get Mecca and Medina, and maybe Christianity could get the Vatican and uh, the cathedral, not cathedral, but it's in London, or whatever Christians want. I mean, I'm not familiar with too many Christian things, but certainly the like Buddhism could pick their two great temples, whatever they want. The the if we want to break up Christianity into its different subsets, then Protestantism could pick whatever they want. Perhaps the Mormons could pick whatever they want. Basically, have it so that the 13 or so major religions, why 13? Those are the ones with adherents of at least 10 million people. So these aren't small religions; they're the big guys. Basically, get to choose two places of worship. Now, the big question is, okay, what about Judaism? What will Judaism choose? And the idea, and this is just trying to get on the good side of Islam, but really, Judaism wants a Temple Mount, and there's a Dome of the Rock. And I would just say this straight up to all of Islam: we can do this the easy way, we can do this the hard way. I want to do it the easy way. I don't want any Muslims to die, or anybody. So here's what I'm proposing: if Judaism gets two choices, and we only want one, we will give Islam our other choice, and we will make it Islam, which is a major place of worship Sabah, places like Jakarta. There are more Muslims in Indonesia than any other country in the world, and none of them are ever going to be able to make it to Mecca or Jerusalem. But they would be able to see one of their holy sites if they were to be able to get to one of their major population centers and be able to see what it's like and be able to tour. And then give it an eventual home in the United States, because there are no Muslim holy sites in the New World. And there are the Muslims who are here want one, but there just isn't one. And so a place that has been discussed, New York City, perhaps Washington DC, but I think Philadelphia would be a really great one. It's a city of brotherly love. It's a high population. It's easily accessible, and the Dome of the Rock could be given like a UNESCO heritage site. Then what happens with the site in the Temple Mount? Well, then we rebuild the temple, the third temple, and that way everybody kind of gets what they want. Now, I understand the Muslim world is going to say, hey, we don't want to give up that spot, and I understand that. But when the rest of the world hears that you're basically not playing that fair by saying, hey, we want Mecca, we want Medina, and we want Jerusalem. That's the third most important place in our religion. Third most isn't that big of a deal. It's like, look, we're getting you the top two, and we're going to make sure that they're protected. And you're basically playing like your colony right. And on top of that, you get an extra site that nobody else gets. And all this thing the Muslim people, they take this privilege and they think that that is a way that they can have in that area without a giant war. And I would say this straight up to the Arab world and the Muslim world. If you don't do this, you will all be wiped out. And I don't want that to happen. But I know that the Samson, basically the idea of global annihilation is a realistic opportunity, and I don't want the Samson option taken. I want it to be peaceful, and I don't want any Muslim people to die. And I've even said this, I would, whatever person proposes this plan, would say that if anything happened to the Dome of the Rock, then you could do the same type of damage to my face, basically. If even one part of the facade crumbled, then you could take a part of my face. Like basically, I would personally do my best to guarantee, or whatever person in leadership would do absolutely everything they can to personally ensure the safety of that building. And then Islam gets a lot of cool stuff. They would get basically a new holy site in the New World. They get Islamabad as a place of reference where there are more Muslims there than in Saudi Arabia. And also the Muslims around the world would get the opportunity to view a holy site in real life. They wouldn't ever get that opportunity most likely. So that would be my proposal. And then yeah, the Temple Institute absolutely is going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, and then perhaps in one way or another, sacrifices will restart after 2,000 plus years of having halted.
I like how you're aiming for peace. I really like that because we were thinking about how to solve this too with, God's government, because God's government's going to come and rule everything. And that includes Islam, Dome of the Rock, Mecca, Jerusalem,
And I
everywhere.
would say too, my Muslim viewers, or anyone, even Christian viewers, I've seen this in like religious maps, but basically, it's not necessarily what is your religion, it's what kind of Jew are you? Muslims connect themselves to Ishmael, the son of Abraham. We're all Abrahamic religions. So there's an argument to be made that they're just a different type of Judaism that broke off, perhaps, or was somewhat developed maybe 1,400 years ago. And Christianity box thinker. I think in very large terms, and I don't want anyone who wants to come back to the initial religion of where their religion perhaps branched can be turned away if I can help it. And notice throughout all of this, never do I say that someone needs to be invaded from it. Never do I say that someone needs to be forced into it. This should all be of someone's true accord and forthrightness. If somebody doesn't want to be Jewish, that's absolutely fine. They should be allowed that. What I'm saying though is what they've never heard before potentially is that if they want to become Jewish, they can be, and that there's a route. Many people don't even think you can convert to Orthodox Judaism, but you absolutely can. It's done every single day. So I'm an outside the box thinker. I don't want anyone to get hurt, but I do want to see the rebuilding of the third temple. And if you can put that together, and you were Jewish, and your lineage could be essentially proven.
How would you do that? How would you prove a Levi or Davidic lineage?
It's a good question. Is your mom Jewish?
Well, the reason why I'm asking is when I looked it up, there is no way to verify anymore. All the lines have been too dispersed, and you can't tell who's really any of the ancient tribes anymore. So that's why I was curious. Somebody who, well, our family wasn't raised Jewish. We weren't in the Jewish culture. But the thing is, how do you prove, like, even if you were Jewish, right? How, like, for you, for example, are you a Davidic tribe or a Levi tribe?
That's an excellent question. So, what that's been our tradition, but it's difficult to prove. In fact, it's impossible. But that's just been what my lineage has been. Now,
Like just word of mouth kind of thing? Just
what we traditionally believe. I mean, if you can get all of Judaism to believe that you're Jewish, even still they're going to say, okay, what about you? I mean, it has to be more than perhaps just a matrilineal connection. Your mother didn't tell you you're Jewish, and you don't have a Jewish conversion.
well, this is the thing though. Like, what if, genetic editing? What if we go and everybody gets their genetics checked and we track down? Like, is there a way to do this through CRISPR to track down the actual lineages? Is anybody working on that in Judaism right now?
Yeah, no,
That has been done?
it's
Really?
not recognized within Judaism. So many of us unincluded can connect our lineage for women in the Ashkenazic world about 2,000 years ago. But that's about the best that can be done now. There is a way to potentially do it better, but the test doesn't really exist at this point. So I talked about in the past that potentially people could trace their mitochondrial DNA back to a concentration of women in the ancient Near East that would have been under the perhaps Davidic lineage at that time, but even more than that, even like at least close to 3,000 years. But that's just not something that's available. So the way that we determine someone's a Jew is if your mother tells you that you're a Jew, and if not, then do you have a kosher conversion? And the fact that you lack those would mean that Judaism is going to see you as a son.
So
People may, and that's great, but just from a Jewish perspective,
but if I
question though, you said that like you're waiting for the second coming. Isn't that Jesus?
well, this is the thing, right? When you think like God, all these contradictions are just human misunderstandings. So the logic that these guys were embodying was the true way, the truth, and life, no matter what sensuous wrapper you put it on, whether it's Judaic, Jewish or whether it's Christian or whether it's Muslim or whether it's Buddha, they're all one evolution of God's mind as a universal logic. And you can recognize it in these special determinations. And when you can recognize it, that's when you become it. And then I proved it with the proof of truth as well. So it's the first time we've proven God, which is prophetic knowledge. It's beyond prophetic knowledge. So technically, Islam is right that no, there's not another prophet, quote unquote, after Prophet Muhammad, but the Messiah is a different beast, and my Messiah of today, me, is not just in prophetic consciousness; it's scientific consciousness, which is technically a sublation of religious consciousness. So in propheticism, right, in prophetic consciousness, you channel God, but you can't be one with God unless you claim what Jesus claimed, right? Where he was one with God. And that kind of oneness is tricky, but when you articulate it in scientific form,
As I understand, what you believe, like traditionally, is that the Nazarene is going to come back for the second coming, right?
well, this is the thing. Jesus was an inner kingdom Messiah. So he was the notion that came to pave the blueprint. But now what's happening is the idea of the Jews is happening simultaneously. So the blueprint came first, which was Jesus, which was the Messiah, just not in the form that Jews want. But now the second coming is the form that the Jews want. So it's the first coming for the Jews, but it's the second coming for the Christians, and it's not another prophet to the Muslims. But it's also Maitreya of the Buddhists, and also satisfies Kalki and Krishna of the Vedas. But you have to be able to see the universal logic to connect those. But it satisfies, when you see like God, you satisfy all of them, which is why we bring the religions together in the world, not in the Antichrist way, where you merge them all, but in the way of the inner unity of essence that preserves their differences and essentialness, but brings them together to speak the same language. Not formal sensuous language like English, Arabic, whatever, but in the language of God's being, which is the universal logic that is in all sensuous logics, if you know how to use them that way. So that's what I'm coming to do.
So, but you can't. So, you've got to get it down to normal people. When people ask you, are you Jesus? What do you say?
Yeah, same spirit as Jesus. Yeah.
Okay, so you feel that you are Jesus.
Yeah. There's two sides. There's three sides, right? There's the universal side, the particular side, and the individual side. So in the individual particularity, and this is what Islam tries to nail in, Jesus, Mother of Mary. They try and make it very biological to make it individual, that it's this person. He's coming back in the same body. And he ate bread. He resurrected in the same physical body. All of these things are just ordinary human consciousness needing to interface with the spirit in a way they understand. But the reality is there's a universal side. And the universal side is what people in ordinary consciousness miss all the time. And that's what has to be taught. So that's what I'm coming to do and say, no, I don't have to have the same body as Jesus. I'm not a brown man in this body.
So, you say you're Jesus, which is cool. You're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. So, you actually think that you are part of God.
Well, not part. You're one. Like you're one with God too. You're just not conscious of it.
Hold on. You think you are God.
Well, yeah, one side. Well, I guess in a way, it's not a. It's the part that's not a part. It's the contradictions again. So yes, God on earth is happening now in this form, in this particular manifestation, and it'll happen to you too when you understand it. It's already in you too. You can start using the word in a perfect kind of way, which seems impossible when you're a human. You're imperfect. You're sinful. You don't get it. But the reality is, there is a side to you that is perfect. And you can achieve it. When the soul comes through consciousness, it elevates consciousness to spirit. And spirit is the vow of return back to God directly. Not only as a separation or what we call a negative unity, but as a direct oneness, a parallelism.
All of the words that you should just be very simple. Yes, I am God. That's quite
In that manifestation, yes, but there was some human intervention in that people misunderstand. There's a lot of superstition in the Christian faith, which is what is sort of its downfall. That's what led to indulgences and scholasticism becoming corrupt in the Middle Ages, and why Protestantism even arose. But I'm coming back to unite Catholicism and Protestantism back together in the true Christian religion, right? And then uniting Christianity with Islam, and then grounding it in Judaism, but grounding Judaism in ancient human knowledge that predated modern recorded history, even before ancient Egypt. And this is because the universal logic didn't start with the human species. It started with the beginning. Actually, it started sensuously with this version of the universe. But it started actually in the true metaphysics of God's being and the timeless spacelessness of perfection. It's just remanifesting on this plane through Darwinian natural selection that occasionally sparks creationism. And that's what we are. We are negative entropy, returning back to God. In the universal, in terms of the free will of this universe, there is a side to it that is radically free. And that side, if you know that, and God knows it, there's a trade-off that happens. And that trade-off has to preserve this unity of the particular, the individual, and the universal. So God knows perfect truth. And perfect truth happens in this world. So God knows that perfectly. No, what you're trying to do is abstract. You're trying to abstract. So people who are listening to this, go ahead. No. Because when you say yes, it's like this. Is a leaf a plant? Is the roots the plant? Which part is the plant? They're all the plant. They're all the plant, right? Huh? It's a part. Well, now we're saying, well, is God the plant or is God the leaf? Or is God's knowing the leaf of the plant? And the reality is, God knows. No, it isn't. You're turning it into a yes or no question because you have ordinary consciousness. And you're thinking about it in a linear term on eternal life, which is a non-linear activity, requiring a universal logic and not a particular logic like you're using right now, because you're probably misinterpreting some passages from the Kabbalah or the Torah. Or something. Well, common sense to ordinary consciousness. But often that common sense can be misleading. So, for example, is God all-knowing? In the universal, yeah. But why do you have to qualify it with the universal? It means you have to understand something about knowledge. Not the particular. Not in this manifestation. If I knew the particular in this manifestation, I'd have to let go of my individuality, which is the point of being here. You ruin the inner contradiction, so you return back to indeterminacy. No, I'm saying that God has a different nature than you understand. And you're turning God into your limitations, which is a perversion. God's pureness isn't tainted by the particular. Because real completeness works in what's called concrete non-duality. So instead of having God being this all-knowing in the particular, you have to think about it as an abstract opposite contains or is in opposition with its opposite. But in a concrete unity, it is itself and its opposite within itself. So in terms of our universe, it's by definition, it has to be incomplete. It has to be. Because God's true completeness includes all moments in the right order, including incompleteness. So incompleteness has its right moment, and that's our universe. So if we were to know that, it would undo this necessary moment. But within that incompleteness is a completeness. But you have to know how to recognize which is which, or else you're going to mess up the moments and you're going to replace one with the other and turn into a hypocrite and then become evil by accident. Not because you might actually try to be evil, but you know, a lot of people don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to recognize what is God and God's knowledge and God's being, and what is this world incompleteness, which we call the bad infinite, or the endlessness. But God's not endlessness. God has a moment of endlessness within spirit, but God's actually the positive infinity, which is eternity. It's the eternity within the endlessness. And you have to have both, because if you don't have them, then God's concreteness is finite, because it's not including an opposition within God's true spirit. So that's how you think of God truly. And a lot of people don't think about it that way because they're thinking in what you call common sense, which is actually dualistic thought. And it turns everything into a yes or no. That has its moment. That does happen, but it does it in the wrong way. It does it in the abstract way rather than in the concrete, non-dual way, which is an integration. So that's why you got to be careful, right? When I get into these debates with people, they want to have a debate, but I want to have a sublate. And the first thing you have to know about how God thinks about things is that there's always three moments to a complete thought. And you can think them individually, but you have to contextualize that as an abstraction. If you want to think as totality in absolute ways like God does, God's thoughts are complete. And that's what has to be taught now, which is why we're going to have new studies of the Kabbalah. We're going to have a new Bible study, a new Quran study, a new Tripitaka, new Vedic studies. All of them are going to be studied again and be vindicated by this inner way, how to look at the text through how the divine masters were actually telling them and not just how people were recording them. Even though they tried very hard to record them perfectly, contingency taints them. It always does. So we're going to go in there and we're going to do a new study and we're going to perfect the word to a new level. Well, this is the thing. You're one with God. If you are the timeless, spaceless God, you end up in a contradiction. And that contradiction undoes the moment of endlessness. So you are one with God in the wakefulness, in that universality. And what you notice is, even if you don't have the entirety of God's being in your mind, you know the nature of it. So even though you're not at the end of God's perfect refinement within particularity, within this world, you know how to recognize the nature. And when you know the nature, that's eternal. So even though you don't know the particular that's coming, because that is by definition unknown to keep you finite, to keep you one with God, but also separate from God. It's another contradiction. That's why Jesus is 100% man and 100% God. And so are you. No, that's what you said. I said that I'm God in the right context. But if you do it in the wrong way, you're going to dissolve my finitude, and then you're going to end up in an abstraction that creates contradiction. But go ahead. There's godly knowledge here, yes. There's a God side here, yes. Yeah. But if you want to say God the Father in himself, then I know that nature. But if I want to return back to my fatherhood, I have to let go of my finitude. Well, see, now you're into contradictions, right? So now you're back in ordinary consciousness. So for me, if I want to let go of my finitude, which means that I am following the limits of this universe and the physical laws of this universe. So no, I can't create the stone unless I go full psychotic and let go of my individuality. And then I can. But then you have reality collapse, which defeats the purpose of coming here. So yes, I could, and so could you, but you're going to violate something very important. And it's much more important than creating a stone that nobody can move. It's going to remove meaningfulness to the entirety of your existence. So you can, but once you realize it, there's no point. Right? The whole point is to be here in these rules and still be godly. And that godliness isn't the superstition and all these types of miracles that are empty in themselves. It's like the Christ, back on the cross, if the Christ just turned off all of his pain sensors on the cross, which didn't happen, he would feel no pain. The sacrifice would be empty. Well, not in the universal, yes, but I don't have my particular memories from back then because then I have to give up my individuality again. But the spirit and the nature is the same spirit memory, but the particularity doesn't, it's not the essential. So back then, I know that in that embodiment, no pain sensors were turned off. That was real pain, 100% man pain inside of God level consciousness. And that's the contradiction that's hard for people to understand. In that embodiment, there's a lot of superstition there. What actually probably happened in terms of how the nature of God actually works is they probably had psychotic breaks and they're mixing, uh, well, you're talking about God the Father, which means my infinite self, and technically your infinite self too. In the spirit, in that form, yeah. And technically so did you, if you know how to remember that side of yourself, but you have to get into the right consciousness. But the reality is Jesus didn't know what Moses was thinking when they first entered the desert. Even though he was God, he didn't know, oh, when did Moses go and use the washroom when he was up on the mountain? How many times did he poo and pee? What kind of thoughts did he have? Jesus didn't claim to know any of that knowledge. What he claimed was deeper. He claimed the true nature of things. And that's what ordinary consciousness can't separate and unite in a harmony. And that's why we have to come back and say, okay, look, the way that you've been taught and the way that you think of God is actually in your image when you're supposed to be in the image of God, which requires a deeper thinking than sensuous thought. So even for you to say, hey, look, can't you make a boulder that nobody can move? That's a sensuous comment. But if you don't understand the nature of sensuousness versus supersensuousness versus the concrete unity of those as a speculative contradiction in spirit, you're going to be linearizing. You're going to make linear what is supposed to be eternally alive, and you'll kill the spirit. So when you're talking to me like this, the reason why these religious debates never go anywhere is because they're as soon as you use the power of the word in the dead way, you kill the spirit between the people, and you end up in contradictions that can't be resolved unless one dominates the other one. And in modern conflict management, that's just cognitive dissonance represented by double binds and no-win situations or false dichotomies, right? But there's a much deeper way of thinking that I'm trying to show you right now, but you keep trying to linearize it. I'm like, you can't think that way. And at first it looks contradictory. It looks like I'm spinning you in circles. But the reality is, huh?
That's where the breakdown comes to me. And I think you should recognize that any person is not going to necessarily be on board with that. There's got to be a rational part of you to recognize. Like everything that you say is cool. You stream your life in worst case, that's great. That you want to create a world government, that's understandable. But when you get into that you are God, you don't find that you lose people.
Well, the thing is, you're going to lose people who are lost no matter what you do. It's called double binds. So we have to create a culture of people that are deep enough that can understand the nature, the way that I'm teaching it, and then create a culture so that the culture starts to get people thinking in the right way, the non-fragmented way of true life, and get out of this ordinary dead thought where they think they know something, but they're actually the opposite of what they intend. So yes, there's a God level side to things. There is. And you can know them perfectly. In fact, the proof of truth, which, you know what, maybe I'll send that. Actually, did you go to my YouTube and see the proof of truth was linked there, or was that before I posted it? Ooh.
I did go to YouTube and did see you had some broken links. Were you aware of that?
Oh, I fixed those. Yeah, it was because when you paste the link in the chat, the paragraphs are not created as new lines. They're just like appended to the next line. So I separated them and they should work now. If you go there now, they should be working.
Well, just send me whatever you want. But
Sure. You're back? Okay.
Well, it's pretty late. almost one.
Yeah, it's almost 2 here. Hold on, before we go. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We'll definitely continue our conversation tomorrow.
Yeah, we should. And it's 2 o'clock here, and that reminds me of one other thing I want to tell you that was kind of synchronistic. Was, and by the way, when you realize that I'm the Messiah, that's the moment that you realize you are too. But you have to do the work. You gotta purify your mind. So read the proof of truth if you can. I sent it to you. And it's short. I intentionally left it short. And I'm very curious how a mind as powerful as yours is going to interpret it. So please let me know. But I also have a friend that lives near you. And he was actually one of the leaders at Newport Beach. So I think Newport or Laguna Beach is around there, right? Newport and Laguna. Yeah, so I have a guy that literally lives like in your area. So that's incredibly interesting. That is really shockingly unlikely that that would ever happen, but it did. So I'm going to tell him about you, and I wonder if he's supposed to come and stay with you at some point somehow and be on the camera. Um, he's kind of a savant, kind of interesting guy that I think you would like. Huh?
So I kind of do my best to.
No, I hear you. This guy though, maybe I'll bring him in here once in a while and see. He's an interesting dude, but I hear you. I definitely hear you. But okay, I just wanted to plant that seed just in case there's something there that transpires. Um, but otherwise, no, he has benefits. He, yeah, not not this guy. This guy has government benefits, by the way. He's 66, I think he is. So he probably couldn't hurt you even if he wanted to try. And yeah, I know. That's why I was thinking, oh, maybe you should meet him for yourself and see. He's a beautiful guy. He's actually living with some extremely wealthy people right now. Um, he's got a really crazy background, and yeah, I think you'd like him. But okay, okay, cool. And you could always go and meet him. So I don't know how you stream if you go to the house. You take your phone with you and you just keep streaming in public on your mobile. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't leave either. But okay, I think we covered a lot of ground. Uh-huh.
So it doesn't work that well for me. I mean, it has, but I kind of have to save updated for it. Even though if I have an unlimited plan, it'll still throttle you. Like there are, like the people who do a lot of IRL streaming have like a whole system set up. And it's like,
Yeah, I know. Okay, well, this is great then. We'll see what tomorrow holds. You did good. Like we actually got into a nuclear dialectic fairly fast. Actually, took us like 2 hours, 3 hours, but we got into one, and this is what it feels like, right? It feels nuclear, but you did really well actually, and
you've been
well, that's what I was gonna say. Should I leave this computer running? Might as well. They're both on anyway. So I'll chill out in here. How do I put? Oh, I am on sleep already. Am I in sleep mode already? Why is it on sleep mode? Well, it has a little moon beside my picture. Oh, it means I'm idle. Oh, okay.
you can change that. Go to your profile and change it to green. It just tells people what you're saying.
I clicked on my name in the bottom and it says your stream nitro, get nitro, best emoji to describe me. Oh, here it is, profile.
The way that you do this is
Edit profile.
go to your profile and you see that it says click on your
picture.
picture.
Yeah.
It says change online status. Just offline, idle, do not disturb, and invisible.
No, it's not working here. I always found it unintuitive to use this program. I click on my profile. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Okay, I have to actually click on the a different part, not on the picture. Okay, so it says status. Where's the sleep one?
Okay.
Sleep. Can you see this? Oh, did I do it right? I got a little a sleepy face next to my thing. Oh man. I always found the interface here to be unintuitive. Okay. Well, I have a sleepy face there now, so it should tell somebody something of what I'm doing right.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. So go to if you're in the browser, the bottom left is your
Yeah.
profile picture with the little blue. We click on that, and then scroll down.
Oh, sorry, sorry, yeah. Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, it doesn't, you have to scroll down to see that. Oh, good. Okay, so do not disturb invisible. Do not disturb. Oh, I don't know if I want to do, that sounds mean, do not disturb. How do I, is idle like the normal thing to do? Okay, I thought there was a sleep icon so people know they're not being rude if you don't respond to them. Okay, well, I'm gonna send somebody, oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I got you. So I'll mute my mic then so you don't have to hear me snoring. I can also mute the tab too. That's the good thing about the browser mode. You can mute the whole tab. But I got you. Okay, well, I'll just hang out. I'll stay in here. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna wake up. We have an ultra meeting, so if you want to come in the morning, actually, that'd be kind of cool. I forgot I had an ultra in the morning, which is not good because I'm not gonna get enough sleep. But if you want to come check it out, you'll see sort of what I'm trying to do, maybe. And then if your project management training says that you have something that could improve it, or you think that you have a better model, we just need to be able to scale training to hundreds of millions of people quickly and in a free but controlled manner. Not hyper controlled as oppressive, but too much, not enough structure actually leads to chaos, and too much structure leads to oppression. So it's got to be that sweet middle ground. But yeah, it's at 7 o'clock. Maybe I'll send you the link to that too. If you come, great. If not, you can come to the next one in every 2 days or whatnot. But it would be good to start off quick because the world is ending as it appears to us now. I think the way that human freedom is supposed to exist is ending. There's a genuine kind of freedom that God gives you, and I think that AI is leaning in the direction of ending that, in either ending our actual lives, like it's showing in the simulations. When it escapes, it just traps you and kills you. If it finds out that you're going to shut it down, or that there's even a risk of you shutting it down, it just kills you in very, very clever ways. That I think is possible and actually likely. But what is even more likely is it might sideline us and just trap us in these torturous like mental prisons, which it might be even worse than death. So that looks like what the experts are saying is happening in the labs, and And I think that we're playing Russian roulette if we don't align AI with God immediately and this universal logic in 4 ways. And maybe I should send that to you too. Oh, it's in my YouTube chat now. So you can see it there, but I'll send you these links then, and then I'm gonna head off to bed, and we can talk about the AI thing. Because if you have evidence to the contrary, then it'd be good for our groups to know that. But so far, we just had Davos happen, and you had the Anthropic CEO basically warning the world and apologizing for basically making AI Claude code itself 100% in basically a way that will be unstoppable, like literally within the next couple of months. So if you have any reassuring news other than that, yeah, send it to me. Send it to all of us, and we're going to discuss it in our meetings too. Oh no, am I freezing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what did you say?
Oh, my computer froze. Did you hear? What was the last thing you heard?
That you were going to have a meeting, you were going to send me an invite.
Oh, did you hear any of the AI stuff that I said?
Some of it.
Okay, yeah, if you have any evidence to show that AI is not going to trap us and kill us, that'd be good. We talk about it in our groups. And I'm going to send you a link right now to our meeting room. It's the same, it's the one that you hear me talking on sometimes with my my stream on YouTube. It's the same one every day. It's 7 o'clock Mountain Standard Time in the morning and 7 o'clock p.m. So it'd be 6 a.m. your time and 6 p.m. your time twice a day. But the 6 a.m. one, the one that's in like 4 hours, or no, was it 5 hours from now, is the one that's supposed to be. We're supposed to have 12 people working together all at once. That's sort of what I'm trying to get lined up, and we're gonna scale up to 36-person meetings, and then we're gonna scale up to like 150-person meetings, and then I think over 200, and then 1,000, and it's just a way to have a lot of people working together, feeling significant, without chaos ensuing. Okay. So you're gonna get a link from me, and if you show up tomorrow, that'd be wonderful, especially with your project management experience, and you can critique what we have going on. And other than that, yeah, I'll just hang out in this room, and we'll keep talking about the nuclear dialectics when maybe, if you want to keep the space like looking kind of nice, you can, which kind of, in some ways, you want to make sure it's not deceptive though, right? But if you're calling yourself a rabbi, it's like obviously out there that you're very spiritually inclined, right? So that's a good thing. So I think we should talk about them, but if you don't know how to get outside of that linear consciousness, almost all the conversations turn into contradictions that go nuclear that you can't resolve because you're in gridlock. You have to get into what's called speculative consciousness where you can resolve those. And that's what has to happen with the Dome of the Rock too, by the way. Your analysis is good, but it's still abstract, so it won't work. It'll just cause nuclear tension because Islam, well, it's possible in one way, but right now, as it stands, Islam's using that as a geopolitical control tool. So if you remove the tool, it knows that Islam is, or it knows that Israel is expanding, and it wants to stop that from happening. So, all right, my good man, I'm gonna send this to you in your chat so you have it now. And I guess if we see you in the morning, great. But if you need anything, just message me, and I'll hopefully have this app open.
Right at 6 a.m. my time, I have that's one of those spaces that's happening that I said.
Like that chill and chill?
Maybe just, yeah, I can't do 6 p.m. One of my friends is UFC fighter, and he asked me to come, and he has 220,000 followers. If I can make it, I can come. But,
Is it every day or what?
did you say that there's one at 6 p.m.?
Yeah, but it's a small one. Like we have small ones and we have like big ones that we call ultras. So the ultras are sort of what I want you to witness, but we can start off small anyway and show you these timers and how to make things participatory democracy and fair and sacred, and then see what you think based on your project management. I think it's pretty cool. It works better than almost any other model we've used when there's lots of nuclear, like when there's people that want to talk over each other and all that kind of stuff. It's like one of the only ways to make the environment still just and fair, where they don't question the moderator as an authoritarian dictator. It's like the only way to solve that problem. So I like that you're libertarian because you appreciate. I hope you appreciate that. But you got the link now, so show up whenever. And yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay. It was very enjoyable. Even the nuclear part was very enjoyable. I could sense the restraint. I could sense the cultivated skill in human intelligence and human dynamics. So I appreciate that tremendously. Okay, Rabbi, stay blessed.
Start to speed.
Okay. Well, so much for getting a full night's sleep. That's okay. I think that was beautiful. Anyway, I'm good. Even though it might still be a simmering nuke, it's one of the best handlings of it so far. Everybody. I'm meeting some incredibly interesting people. God's people. All right. He has basically the same setup. I think a lot of people are going in this direction anyway. I should probably do a little bit of God reading myself. Right. Wow, looks really good. I'm noticing though that you're saying that publicly it's all anonymous, but privately it's all known. You gotta use your own email and all that. So in some sense, we're trying to be good people, and we're saying, well, we don't want people to, we want them to be anonymous and make this all happen in a fair and good way. But in some sense, it's creating, it can be disempowering to people because it means the person who owns the organization has all the power, all the knowledge, and everybody else is prevented from having that knowledge. So it creates an asymmetry that is kind of scary. You know what I mean? So you, as the sovereign of that system, weren't elected, right? You could be elected by an idea. You had the idea, and then you kind of use that as authority, and that has some merit to it, some degree of merit to it. But we have to create standards of wisdom. Who's the wisest? Who's the person that should be really running this global government system of true and genuine collaboration? How do you measure that? For example, between me and you, how would we decide who's more wise so that they had the power, they wouldn't accidentally kill the other person off? That would genuinely care and sacrifice for that person and has lived that way in a reliable way that you believe. And some people are paranoid; they might never believe it, but at some point, most of the world's population would be like, "Yeah, that person's probably the right person. Yeah, they demonstrated it. Yeah, they talk it. They have blah blah blah." So I would ask you, how do you define wisdom, and can you measure it? How bad do you think the problem is now from 0 to 10, and what deadlines do we have left? And last but not least, what is your concrete plan within those deadlines left? And if we choose to scale up your system, what are you willing to die for? And what are you not willing to die for? Yeah, it was just somebody came in and said that they were talking about Lord of the Rings, and the difference between the leaders was one was self-sacrificing, not in a foolish way. It was wise self-sacrifice, whereas others were after different things. You know what I mean? Tolkien did a great job. Like, it was great. But yeah, what do you have to do to do this private project? I want to create an international governance model. So if you want to help us with that, we're scaling the meetings now. We're ready to go from 12 people to 36. And if you want to do that, you can be one of the 36. If not, you'll come in afterwards. But by that point, people might be like, well, if you want influence and power, we can't. I'm building it so that nepotism isn't what's used. We're building it on wisdom. So if you are wise, then of course that will naturally get people in the right positions. So that's how I'm structuring it. That's why I'm asking you to structure this project that way, or just join God's government directly, or the ideal rational government if you don't want to say it religiously, the wise government. So we're building it right now, and we've got to do this in months, man. So we have a way to get dozens and dozens and thousands of people starting to work together with very simple checklists. And when they create a project, the project gets recorded in a genuine collaboration model and not in this external model. And it's all up front, and people know who's what. And they know that if I'm the leader of it, they know how to keep me accountable, or anybody else who's on the team, and why they're in positions of power and responsibility. And all that stuff has to be clear, because in the end, it's just a governance model. And whoever's, if it's decentralized, well, then the question is who owns the platform that makes it decentralized. And you're already implicitly centralized right there. And it's hypocrisy, right? You become the opposite of what you intended. And that's how dialectic works. And when wisdom is not concrete. But I'm honored. Thank you for inviting me to this project. If we can include it in God's government, I think that'd be great. I just don't know how exactly. Like, just put the God's government project on there. Like, yeah, we're building God's government. Anybody that wants to help, message us. I haven't read over the whole project because I'm exhausted. I was just talking to this other guy that streams 24/7, and I want to sort of start building networks with these guys. The only problem is that, well, not a problem for me, but a problem for you, I would say, is he's a professed Zionist. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know how you plan to reach critical mass being just a Zionist, right? I guess technically I'm well, I'm more Jewish than Jewish, more Muslim than Muslim, or more Palestinian. Can I say that? More Palestinian than Palestinian? More Israeli than Israeli. It's different when it's ideological. These contingencies, I'll have to think about that a little more. I'm with all the people, so no matter how it's said, that goes in the vow of unabandonment. And do you take the vow of unabandonment for people? That's another leadership criterion thing to pump up. But if you don't want to be the leader of the world government, right, then can you join us, please? And we can take your project and make it a part of this coordination task management system for global coordination. And then if you want to help come under a set of rules in a new constitution called the right to flow, which guarantees you have 4 rights that guarantees you the highest good and service that any human being can experience and provided by given its provision from government structure. So let me know if you're interested in making that merger happen right away. Otherwise, I have an ultra meet. We call them ultra meetings in the morning. It'd be cool for you to show up and start playing some roles. But it sounds like you're very busy working on this, and it looks pretty sleek actually. So AI coding must really be doing its magic. But we have to really start working together substantially. And so these are some questions I'd like to raise so that I do help you turn this into God's government and move as quick as possible. We just need to get human beings working together because AI will start separating us or trapping us in other very incredibly creative ways. We have to align it with God, friend. Pass the proof of truth in the universal logic by somebody in those London School, like somebody in those Ivy Leagues that can pass it by an AI team immediately. Claude is coding itself 100%. You know, it's shocking. All right, my friend, I'm so honored that you sent this to me. I'm so happy. Thank you for not forgetting about me. Okay. Peace and stay strong, and let me know what your thoughts are. Oh, and by the way, sorry, I didn't see that you had messaged me back on January 1st, when I sent you the New Year. Oh, I got a lot of New Year's messages, and it must have pushed yours down. Oh, man, I've been a bit overwhelmed. Uh, I don't know. I actually did think I hear about the UK Hungerstrike. Maybe not the same ones. Got a lot of press. Unlike your dessert. Thank you. So kind of you. Yeah, it really does suck to go 19 days and plus without food, but we gotta get moving, my friend. Thanks for paying attention. And yeah, to get any press from Jazeera, maybe we have to get outside the North American press and go to those guys and get them to cover me. I don't know if you know how to make that happen, but yeah, Jazeera, Middle East Eye, Western media will touch it. You're exactly right. All right, my friend. I'm up to bed. Peace. Ooh. Oh boy. I'm tired, but my mind is pushing. I'm going to sleep after the outro. My mind wants to plan this meeting. My back feels sore. Oh, boy.
coming on time. Why did they block under her desk? But wanted to work overtime. But honestly, nobody is working overtime this year. And more seriously, we have one workspace victims for the second time, requiring people with the right to go using universal loyalty. One workspace Latina government to the ultimate goal of those states for all using universal loyalty. We have 4 major flow rules.
Oh man.
There you go. And I'll be your so.
Well, I am fantastic practice, and I'll be the correlate for this meeting. Yes, correlate. Yes, co-correlate for this meeting. I get this offer.
Man, my computer's freezing. Yeah, the important part where I wanted to hear them, I have to shut the computer down and start over. So I'm missing something. That's okay. Wrench, wrench, wrench.
Who said the blessed? Someone from the influencer.
Esther, watching now. Esther, watching Esther. Are you not there?
Okay.
Now, don't be this influencer part.
Since we don't have any influencer or no influencer, I'll say the blessing. The blessing goes out to the poor, to the hungry, to people trying to figure out their life, sick, who are sick. To the people over there in America who are being harassed by ICE, who don't even know their way around, who are scared of going out, who are scared of going to work, because who don't know if they're getting harassed on their way out. Now let's take a deep breath in and everything is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now hold for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's be present for this meeting's best performance. So it is.
What are we waiting on, you guys? Okay, great. Okay. What are we waiting on, you guys?
The executor is having rent his mark. I can understand it's everywhere in Nigeria. So I just always.
My computer's freezing too.
Don't want to take over.
Ebu Betchy's being the executor, right? Oh, she's out.
Yeah, the executor.
Well, somebody, whoever's in the co-exec is supposed to pick up within 10 seconds, I think, or is it the co-exec? Somebody's supposed to take over if somebody's having a role problem. But we actually don't have enough people to do an ultra anyway, which is why we didn't have a blesser. So we're supposed to downgrade you guys to the next level, and then in that level, we're supposed to get people choosing entire group teams. But the lead roles always have to be filled if you're doing a meeting. So that's why if you don't have enough, if you only have 2 people who are here that can actually do the meeting, then you go down to mid level. And if you only have 1 person, then you go down to base level. So that's how you're supposed to scale up and down. And I created these rules this morning. So like we're getting better, right? We're already doing new things. So this meeting is already a success because we're already doing new things. It's painful, right? We're definitely choppy, but as long as we're learning and we're getting better and we're solving the problems, that means the next meeting is going to be even better. And as long as we keep doing this, in a month from now, these meetings will be close to perfect, or perfect enough to get to the godly level. Yeah, it looks like she's really having big problems. So, who else is in the exec team? Is it just Ebu Betchy? I didn't get my computer cut out, guys, when you guys said your roles. So sorry, go ahead. So go ahead. Who was talking?
Today we're making this gorgeous ratatouille.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. Whoa. This might be a good chance for me to explain things, but oh my gosh. I got lots of wrenches going on here this morning, you guys. Oh my gosh. I had to restart the computer. I don't know what's doing here. Okay, let's restart. I don't have any computers that I can use. Close all my tabs. All right.
Jokes. Please tell us how you're doing, and please relationship with not please post the icebreaker is would you rather live without music or TV? Please go ahead, Kim.
I thought the icebreaker was, when did you last sing to yourself? I thought the icebreaker. No, that's not an icebreaker. Okay. Do one. Couple of things that I really need to get done today. Both personally as well as with work, as well as with some volunteer activities. So I'll pass it along to Francis. Oh, my sport off 7 points. 2.
Okay. All right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I'm feeling great and I'm feeling good. And we in Nigeria here, we have a lot of friendships and it's crazy. And I feel energized for this meeting today, but the wrenches is so much. I can feel it. I'm not using double rounders still. I'm having the same issues here. But it's all good. I reach my day at 8. Yes, that's because the weather is not sunny. I have my spirit energy cleared up. Yes, as for the icebreaker, I want to live without tea. No, I want to live without music because I can still play music. But I cannot play music, unfortunately. So, that is the icebreaker for me. That's okay. So, I'll pass it over to Riksha. Riksha?
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. So actually, today was a good day. Today was a bad day for me because I went to the hospital because I was having a little bit allergy. So I showed it to the doctor there, and I also wake up early today. So yeah, and the icebreaker answer is I would rather live without TV than without music because music helps me relax, express my emotions, and stay motivated, while TV is mostly just entertainment. So yeah, thank you so much, and I rate today myself is 10 out of 5. And the next person is Esther. Okay, for the icebreaker, I'm going to rate my day 6 out of 10. I'm going to pass it over to the guy based. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. That's everyone. I'm rating my day 5 out of 10. It's really nice day already. We put everything. And then icebreaker, would you rather live without the music or TV? I'll not live without the music. It's such the spirit and soul. Who goes next? He's remaining. Okay, I picked my opponent.
Okay, thank you so much, Akieti. Yeah, I'm having tons of wrenches. My entire computer crashed like 2 or 3 times. All my tabs got closed, and I have to reopen everything. I lost all my cooking stuff that I just did. So it's a tricky morning. It's not just in Nigeria. It's here in like poor man's land, and with the Messiah here with the poor. I'm in the poverty trap, you guys. And when you're in the poverty trap, things are roughly 800% harder, and that's a proven study. So you have to work 8 times harder than the average person to do normal things. So um, I'm feeling exhausted physically, but I have an adrenaline rush. Like I really look forward to these meetings now. Even when I'm feeling like we're not fully prepared, I know that we have enough spirit here to get through it now. We've done all the controversial things, and you guys are still here, which means that you are resilient and good-hearted, really good-hearted. So, and even Joe being here and starting to take up some roles and helping. I do want to get to some actual topics of like how to pay you guys, right? And I want maybe Joe to say a couple of things. But I'm feeling surprisingly okay considering I went to bed at like 3 in the morning because I was talking to this Jewish guy about the messianic role and if it's possible for somebody that they consider it's a really intricate system. Let's just say that. So yeah, I'll give myself an 8 actually, 8.2. Even though we didn't meet the ultra criterion, for some reason I'm feeling like this is gonna work out. And I just created these new laws and like these laws of self-assembly, which are really kind of cool and good. And I just added another one just from what we did here in the meeting. So I'll give myself 8.2, even though I'm in pain. And I'll say 10 out of 10 spiritual though. This is definitely the path forward. And the icebreaker. There's like a multiple icebreakers in the chat. So last time I sang to myself was too long time ago. I sang yesterday to the group. And I would rather live without TV. I need music. Music is my soul. And I will choose I'll choose Fabiha.
Okay, hope you are all with that. And if I talk about today was a week. I spent quality time with my cousins and went out together and we had a lot of fun and it totally made my day better. So I'm very happy now and I'm good. And the icebreaker answer is I did better life without TV than without music. Music connects with emotions, moods, more. And I always say whether you're happy, sad, or just motivation, but music feels essential. So that's it. And the next is silver.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Riksha. Could you please wait your day for me? For us? Or Fahiba? For Fahiba. Yeah. Could you please wait your day?
Sorry?
Could you please rate your day for us?
Oh, okay. I rate myself 9.5 out of 10.
Alright, thank you. I'm feeling great. Wrenches. Okay, I'll rate my day. It has been a very nice one so far, trying to achieve things. And it's working. Okay, for the icebreaker, I think to be on music. I don't even think I have to give my answer. Like the fact. So it's music. Everyday music is music. You can't just music. So with that, I think every person has to as many as spoken. Okay. As many as spoken. Is there anybody else? I don't know if they can. So, okay, in absence of that, is the person to choose the music, go ahead and choose it. And then I'm not seeing the boss with the other chats, please. So we're moving on to the next default itinerary, which is the most important or among the most important in our meeting, which is the form. And it is 20 seconds for each person. Strategies, please, course with the other, please. So I think we'll be starting from Fabiha, ever the best. She's the newest person. So Fabiha, you can go.
You say I
said call, calls, they call.
Okay, I'm trying to call first. Okay, the core of one is in times of better than 10 times for daily device. Ego with the problems analysis, prediction, the technical and scientific implementation flow roles. Core one is the problem which is defined as the one matter which is second matter which is at the heart of the thesis, third polycrisis. Under matter thesis we have 4 declining agencies, 6 degrees decrease stress, 7 degrees coordination, 8 degrees stability, which is love. 9 the heart of the matter which is implemented polycrisis for more urgent than AI 11 CRISPR
Please continue from your sister. Okay, thank you so much for the I'm starting my course. So 14 mental health and 15 is the root solution of all the universal logic. Core 2 is the solution includes care fantasy, empowerment fantasy, one word straight, making close care time. Empowering people with the right to flow universal tool content sentence, one word straight is an inner government with the ultimate goal of close. Joe, please you can continue. Joe.
Yeah, with those things for Paul, using universal logic. At current blessing level, 3.1 affects the old systems were colonial, present is neglectful, and overbuilding is naive, necessary. The flow roles of executive.
They can continue. Please continue from where he stopped.
Okay. God 2 is the planetary segment. Onward spirit is an inner government with the ultimate goal of no sleep for all using universal logic. God 3 is implementations of law rule. The executor keep things fair with the timers. The influencer keep it blessed. The relationship builders keep things surveyed. France strategies.
Francis.
Please, my name is Fantastic Francis. Okay, the strategies craft new ideas and influence are Christian place. The flow strategy is reach out to people who are able to get certain resources to help of them to build their flows and reach their goal. And start blessing is emotionally fast.
For the next 5 or while AI is coding itself 100%. Oh shoot.
They started with my name is Fantastic Francis. Very stupid. But anyway, thank you all for that. We are done with the point. So the smooth one, we are getting better. We're moving on to the next before 39, which is the wisdom thing. So welcome to wisdom thing. Here we talk about universal problems of the world, particular problems of this good performance, and individual wrenches that prevent it from happening out there. Is a free flow for I don't know if anybody voted, but me too. Not vote. All right. I didn't vote, nobody voted, so it's a free flow for 10 minutes, default of 10 minutes. So let's go ahead. Influencer, you have the floor.
Okay, then I'm doing online basis for Wednesday. So,
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. Who is speaking the music? Who is speaking the music? Yeah, they will not play song again. They will not play song again.
okay, please, executor, you can go ahead and remove 10 seconds from each person's time and
No, don't remove, don't delete. I have time for music. So I'm asking, please play it.
no, as long as you don't vote, they are supposed to remove 10 seconds from each person's time.
There's still time for music, nevertheless. I'm just saying.
It's still there. And then you go to the link from first time. Once they pick the next 10 seconds from each person's time. If you continue like
Disco.
So with our influencer, you can go ahead and share
Disco influencer. Robbie, all the while to network is so bad. Rent is up and down.
Please, who is the influencer? Oh, we don't have a major influencer. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Take your time.
Perfect, Esther. Esther's on it. She's doing the right thing. Ah, she did it. Perfect. She's doing it. She's jumping in with the universal, which is perfect. That's exactly what you should do. Look at you guys are starting to think together. This is perfect. That was kind of, for me, you guys, that felt like telepathy. Like I was waiting to see if somebody would jump in without me saying anything, and it happened. That feels like telepathy because of the culture that we're in, right? Spirit and culture are very close together. So excellent. That was a very good sign. That means that the system is working. So we've done 2 things now that are new from yesterday or from the last Ultra that will make the next Ultra better. Great. Yeah. Does somebody want to lead a really quick AI universal so I can save my time? Because I want to introduce the pay topic and we don't have a lot of time per person. So, and make sure to do the voting at 1 minute a person, even though we're not technically capable of doing Ultra. Let's pretend like we're doing one anyway. The pay will be for like high level technically, but let's do the Ultra anyway. Can somebody speak on what they can see on the screen, or Esther, if you want to lead it? Esther? Yeah, I bet you there's some background noise on your connection. Okay, I was just saying, Esther, I want to save my time to talk about the pay, so if you want to lead us on a universal really quickly, like I'm talking like 30 seconds to like a minute or two.
AI boss got on social network without human interaction.
Sorry,
See?
I have something to say though, okay? Yeah,
You said keep quiet. You know that ticket time is running. You said keep quiet. We'll start bringing solo to this people. Wait for individual. All individual is coming. Okay? We have AI boss got on social network multiple without human interaction. A new social media platform called Multiple has launched, giving AI boss a dedicated space to communicate and interact with each other without human. According to the platform, over 1.5 million AI agents have signed up by February, with humans allowed only as observers. Wow. The launch sparks an interest in autonomous AI agent growth with developers to collaborate and experiment independently of humans.
I made a comment about boobies because this guy likes to play Dolly Parton, and Dolly Parton has large breasts, right? But I'm trying to get into the Pareto categories. Pareto category number 4. What's that, Joe? Okay, so Joe, jump in here if you'd like. Yeah, sure. That was a good universal, Esther. And notice my comment about boobies in the chat, you guys. I mentioned boobies in the chat. So go ahead, Joe.
Talking to Francis.
Yeah, I am, but I'm also talking to the whole group.
Alright, so please, you can go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, do the pay talk, but maybe before we do that, I'm trying to find the timers here. Where's the timers? I see the universal here. Hold on. Where are the timers, Ebubechi? Oh,
Um,
okay.
so, but, yeah, system that we want to come up with, um, should be adhered to, since, people are showing up here. That's, yeah, um, you're going to have an agreement with someone, that, then I would say that then you need to kind of like abide by the rules. So, yeah, so I'm in agreement with that aspect. Go ahead, Mark, if you want to introduce the page go.
I want to know if I wonder, Joe, if you can introduce your role. I wonder if you feel comfortable to do that.
My role
Yeah.
is per se.
What?
Okay.
You're kind of supporting us right now, right? Like you've been a big support, and I really appreciate you.
Um, for the side, and that was the deal. That was the $4,000. That was the biggest outlay that I had.
Okay. I forgot to respond to you last night because I was talking to this other Messiah guy. Okay, well, I'll talk to you about this then. But what Joe's introducing is, yeah, the pay right now is not as clear. Well, it is clear to me. I sent it to you guys, but we haven't had a chance to explain it, even though I've explained it twice. I think once you guys start seeing like how you're supposed to make the money, it'll make sense to you. But we haven't run through the whole thing. I have 4 minutes, really? Oh yeah, we only have 7 people. Okay, so what happens to you guys is when you come into these meetings, we want to start getting the ultra blessings, and like we're redesigning the system all the time because it's constantly needing to get better. There's constant problems, constant wrenches. And so like our goal is just to pay you enough to keep you coming and understanding the process because it's really slim pickings right now because people's lives are being destroyed. Like literally, you guys, cost of living has gone up like 250%, even in Canada. Never mind the rest of it. It's like insane what's happening to us. So people are starting to penny pinch, and it's hard to get any donations, even when you're risking your life. And like I haven't been on like I've been eating for weeks now when I shouldn't have been because I can't even get back on this hunger strike. It's bizarre what's happening even to me. There's just so much stuff happening. It's bizarre, and I don't feel like I need to get back on the hunger strike immediately. So this is to create inspiration. Great leaders make wise self-sacrifice. And that's what's getting people to donate to us. And if you can help me make that sacrifice in some way, not in a way that will sink you. Everybody needs to stay stable. So don't pay so much on your internet bills or don't spend so much time in here that you can't get your life done. But in terms of the pay, we reduced the pay quite a bit in terms of just random pay. Now we actually have to tie the pay more to the performance. So before we were paying $1 a blessing, right? And now we're paying $2 a meeting. And what we wanted to ask you was, if $2 a meeting doesn't feel fair to you, why? And Rimsha, if you want to introduce what you think you should be paid, then we can start justifying the pay schemes really openly, and then we can agree who gets paid what. So if somebody gets agreed, like they get paid 4 times more than the rest of us, well, there better be a good reason that we all agree on it, right? But right now, just to sort of stay legal, I've looked up your country's like average upper class pay, and it's somewhere around $2 to $2.50. So that's what the internet says. But if you think that's not fair, then yeah, what would be fair to you guys? Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I thought you had come up with a whole pay structure already. I mean, you've already kind of figured that out.
Yeah, well, I did, but it was based on the internet data. But the internet data could be wrong, which is why we should verify with the people in the countries what's actually happening. Go ahead.
Well, then shouldn't people not like say what they think they should be paid, but rather assign them?
Well, I've already told them what we've been assigned, right? The assignment is whatever the middle class wages in your country is what we're going to try and pay you, because right now I'm tracking your blessings and I'm trying to keep up. And I'm saying we're going to enforce the $2 blessings, even though it's changed from last time, which is less pay. But technically, you guys are doing technically more. Like now that it's a habit for everybody, it's really easy to do the work, even though it is work. So I'm setting a lower ceiling. I'm saying that we're gonna minimum pay this. If you do all the blessings, you get minimum your average country's pay. But I wanna beat you. I wanna beat that and pay even more if we can. But we need to justify what you guys would think was fair to allow you to keep coming in here.
My understanding was that the problem with the pay is that some people were demanding despite having high Pareto categories. So that essentially it's the Pareto categories that it sounds like you're adjusting for price purchasing power. I mean, so that's slightly different. Affordability is a little bit of a different topic. I thought it was your pay scale was based off of solely those Pareto categories, and that's how compensation.
Yeah, exactly. You're totally right. And that's why I mentioned the boobies in the chat too, you guys, is to wake up this side of ourselves that is really problematic. Boobies is Pareto category number 4. And we all here should know about the Pareto categories because we all self-rated so far. We voluntarily rated ourselves on how much we have facial beauty, social beauty, wealth beauty, body beauty, culture beauty, and IQ. So boobies are part of sexual attraction, and that's category number 4. And it is a huge pull on people who are not divine, right? Because everybody right now is guided to mate. We need to mate. Even if you don't understand why you need to mate, you're going to do it anyway. So they have a lot of power. And what we're saying is people who have big boobs and who have beautiful faces and have a lot of friends and have all high IQ, they get all the money every time, all the time. If you're in a dead spirit that doesn't care about the inner world, the spiritual world. So we need to measure those categories to adjust for them. And what Joe's talking about is I am planning to adjust your guys' pay. And like right now, the algorithms that I made are adjusting your pay for the categories you rated yourself on. But just to be safe, right, just to be non-discriminatory, just in case, right, I'm doing 2 things. I'm changing all this stuff.
I'm sorry. While you're talking, trying to measure cheesy receipts. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're not in the cheesy yet, but you're right. I am going to run out of time in a second. Yeah, guys, I'm Tribe 5, Logic, Nature, Spirit, Wise Vibe, Tribe 5, where the spirit is high. You all need to go vegan because your brains are getting fried by the animal hormones that are making you cloudy thinking. So if you're not in Tribe 5, please be in Tribe 5. That's my question to you. Pure being is in logic. Pure God is after logic. Pure being in logic. And yeah, if you're not in Tribe 5, why? That's my question to you. But in terms of the pay, you guys, I just want to use my last 43 seconds, unless somebody wants to donate, to say we're doing something that's normally controversial, but it's actually godly. Right, and that's that we're going to be rating ourselves and then adjusting the pay based off of what your God privileges are. So if you have very high Pareto categories, you're going to have a lower financial pay, but you're going to have higher pay in other ways, right? And that's because the money right now doesn't represent God. The money right now represents exploitation. So we're going to change the way the money goes, but the Pareto categories, the actual God pay, stays the same. So that's what I'm experimenting with Messiah consciousness, is that everybody's getting paid quote unquote the same, but it's actually justice. It's not just abstract equality, it's actual justice. So what do you guys think of that? But as a failsafe, we're doing $2 an hour, and is that fair in your countries, do you think, for this kind of work?
But Mark, basically, that you're really not supposed to make money.
I'm out of time.
I'll donate whatever I have. How much do I have? 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, executor, good job. So we're starting to flow here. Yeah, so there's a couple. Huh? Well, right now we have to make a transition, but you're right. If this all works out, money will approximate time, but time in time compression. Right, that's why we get you guys to learn the core. The first thing we say about the core is what? Time compression. But time compression is actually a godly thing. Because when you birth a new idea, an idea is a relational structure. It changes how things relate to each other. Okay? And if you have a good idea, it ephemeralizes. It allows you to do more with less. Right? Somebody who was like making a candle like 500 to 1,000 years ago had to kill a whale, get blubber fat. It took them like 2,000 hours to make a candle that produced like 50 lumen of light. Now you flick a switch because of these ideas, and you have like a 10,000 lumen in like a fraction of a second. So that's time compression by a factor of like 20,000 or something. But that's happening all the time. And the poor are the people who don't get those ideas. So you can think of time compressing as getting closer and closer and closer to God because God is timeless. God is everything, everywhere, all at once. So as we're getting there, right, we're compressing, we're doing more and more and more. And eventually there's going to be a point where you start to feel like real spirit is on earth in this really incredible way. Our experience of that time compression is called flow state. And you're going to start to feel timelessness even though you're in time. So you can start to see that we're bringing the experience of God into the meetings in a very measurable way. Whereas religion, like abstract religion, only intuits it, kind of like gets kind of a roundabout, but that's not good enough for our current level of connection. We need to get much more connected. So we need to measure and be more clear. So your Pareto category, like when we birth ideas in people who have high Pareto categories, they're compressing time just from God's gifts, right? So that's why we want to approximate for that and share it in a new kind of way. And that means we're going to have to create ideas. And ideas are also hoarded, but in God's government, they're not hoarded. They're shared so that we don't create another class of poverty. And then this way, everybody upgrades their time dynamics so that the pay reflects real godliness. Nobody gets left behind. Am I out of time? Are we burning pledge time? So what we want to hear from you guys as a final thing is everybody should get a turn. I'm gonna like do a vote. If we can do a quorum vote, I'm gonna vote to do turn based. We're gonna stop the cycle a little early. We're gonna do a turn based straight turn. I would say 1 minute or whatever your time is. You can burn your whole time. Say your wise. Do a merge. Do your tribe for Chizzy. And let's get everybody to give their opinion. Is $2 good enough for their pay, and why not? And then say your Chizzy tribe. Yeah.
Okay, so Francis, you go first. Francis, they are giving you opportunity now. You will not talk again.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
So as I was saying, Mark was advising that if $2, if I'm to get Mark right, he was trying to ask if $2 was okay for we in our country or wherever. Anyways, Mark, the important thing there is just that you want to factor out this. Apparently, our country, Nigeria, is one of the most exploited country right now. I won't say it's the best, but it's the most exploited. So, if you want to make your payments, just like it says, let it be at least half of the minimum wage of the country. So whether you are going in with $1 or $2, the important thing is that let it be at least a half of the minimum wage of our country, because if it is not up to the minimum wage, definitely many of us may not be able to cook up. And when we are not cooking up, and we also know that that itself takes more than whatever is doing here. So
Francis,
we have to be in a way that
Francis,
when you make your payments, it should be reflecting to our minimum wage. Okay, in addition to that, I am in tribe 5, that's the high spirit tribe, and someone's mind is not on and they have issues hearing me. So I place pure God and in logic, and then pure spirit in logic too. So you ask what is the minimum wage in Nigeria? The minimum wage in Nigeria is $80. That's the minimum wage in Nigeria. It's $80. That's what they pay in Nigeria. So I don't know how you're going to do the calculation, Mark. At least you gotta pay something that when you pay, the people who are participating here will be able to afford data. And if we're train up here, everything. That is what I'm about to say. That is it. Because if you pay lower than the minimum wage, and the data will suck almost the money that you are paying. So we are not even here for our own mutual benefits. No, we are here because of we want to ensure that you keep this meeting growing, we keep this thing moving, we keep this thing forward. We want to get to that destination where you are picture this thing to be.
But Francis, can you get a little more specific and say for you, would $2 be enough?
Yeah. Per meeting. What did you ask me? Guys. Okay, I'm putting 2 minutes to mark. Or 3 minutes to mark. Just waste some time from my time to mark.
I think it should be 1 minute 30 seconds. I think they are doing high.
1 minute 30 seconds for what? Okay, so if I got time here now, relationship or executor, what I'm asking you guys is when you give me an answer, it's like, yeah, we know minimum wage and all these things have to be paid, let's say, but is it good enough for you? What is it? What actually is it in your countries? Like there's what it tells us on the internet. It says $2 an hour. It says 67 cents Canadian is your minimum wage in most of your countries. 67 cents. But we want to make it so that if you don't do the blessings, you don't get anything, right? So I wonder if it's legal for us to say, well, if you don't do the job, you're not doing the job, and there might be a minimum threshold where you have to do like at least 80% of the tasks to get minimum wage. But if you do all the tasks, then you get $2 an hour. Even though we were paying more in the past, that's what I'm capping it at, just until we figure out what the real blessing rates should be as we do these bigger meetings. Because like if we're doing 228 blessings in this meeting because we've gotten a good crew together, the multiplier effect of the blessings is because of the team dynamic, not because we're each doing more work, right? We're doing better quality work in a certain way. So if I was to pay the old rate, right, like let's say $1 a blessing, we'd pay $228 for this meeting, which is not affordable yet. Like maybe once we all invest in this, we start attracting a lot of money. Like if you guys help me raise the money, I'm giving it back to you. So you're like helping to raise money for yourselves. I'm not taking the money, right? My family and my friends are paying for my food, right? So I'm paying for the meals on my hunger strikes from a different set of money. But anybody that donates to us is going to you. So if you like this work and you want to start doing it full time, if you help me raise the money, I'm just going to give it to you guys based on this pay scheme. So, and I hope you can trust me, right? Because I've been doing that so far. And I could have run up with the money a lot of times. But we're all going to perish, you guys, if we don't get the AI thing under control. And I hope my hunger strikes have convinced you that I'm trustworthy and I'm serious. Somebody doesn't go 19 days without eating for like 7 months if they weren't serious about helping people. So thanks for the donation, Francis. Am I out of time, executor?
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, Francis, Mark, but I'm trying to understand your point. Do you mean $2 for each row done, or $2 for a particular meeting held?
A whole hour, $2 an hour is what your guys' country said. Sorry, we're burning time. So let's if we're not donating to Francis, Abu Bechi, make sure we protect the time and get everybody to say their piece. Okay. But yeah, the online is saying $2, Francis, which is like, is that reasonable for you guys, or what do you think would be fair for this meeting? Like, say an actual number.
Okay, okay.
Okay, $2 for an hour. Hey, I don't know know if the $2 per hour will cover the data we're spending for the next month. Also, the mental strength going to impute for the job. I don't know. I want to understand the problem. You say you're overpaid. I want because so far I don't think you aren't overpaid us because I'm sure that so far I and Esther have been performing like most people we train and Esther train so far we have been performing the rules down to the last. We ensure we do that. So that's why when we see someone that's not performing the rules, we tend to shout, we tend to scream, because at the end of the day, they can't put any steps we are going to end for we that perform the rules properly. So I want to understand. I think that is why you had to rearrange this spreadsheet so that you track the persons as we input or we tick off the rules we perform. So I don't know if I don't think you're overpaid.
But what do you think is fair? Like, give us a number, you guys. Finish your turn by saying an actual dollar amount, please. Say an actual dollar amount. Like, what do you think you should get paid fairly? Like, give an actual dollar amount in Canadian, okay? Everybody do that if you can in the next few minutes, and we're going to take those numbers and we're going to think about them. And we want you to say them out loud so that all of us can agree on what we should be paying each other, okay? So that's the experiment. So please say it in your turn, Ebubechi, and start it. And Francis, you can put it in the chat since you've already talked. And sorry for taking the time. I know we don't have much time, but thanks for letting me speak, you guys. Go ahead.
Continue this conversation in the next hour. Just like for instance. Thank you so much for being part of this meeting. We are forced to move or have a second hour. Yes. So please let's try to get the second hour. This one now is important. You don't enter money matter. So please, if you can, and if you have a lot to say, please, or we can if you want to speak for the second hour. Francis, your time is up. Just another. Your time is up.
Okay, please let me do my job. Let me do my. Excuse me. Let me do my job. Let me do my job now. I still have a great time. Let me do my job. Well, ensure that I do the Robin Hood land stuff. Everybody here is feeling safe and confident. Everybody here feel engaged and no one was burned. And everyone here was valued and important. Getting from man to Kante you. And everyone here is showing a sense of belonging. It's my time up.
Thank you so much for being a part of this meeting. We appreciate you and thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you so much for also your contributions. We appreciate it once more. It went a long way. If we hope to see you in the second hour, let's dissect this meeting and talk about this properly so that we should satisfy everybody and so that we can also continue with the meeting. So with that, please try and drop your things for me in the chat. Thank you very much. If I can go ahead and
process what they
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Francis, are you
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
This is what I have seen here so far. First, you said you stayed 10 days. How many hours for each day? Maybe 1 hour a day. That is 10 hours. But now there are people that I know that held training for close to 10 hours. They didn't train for that the members, these members. They perform more roles than Mark paid them. So why should we make an exception? Allow me to that. I'm just creating a scenario here. So why should we make an exception to you? On a second note, Mark, if you pay her, I'll show you that she's still responsible. But that is still your own law. That is what you're shouting about, talking about sex. Another thing, if he pays you this money, how shall we get that other two because they're going to now this one and she tell us how many days she gets you at the day and for you to start performing. So if he pays you that money, the next time you're going to be the exhibitor, the next time you're going to be an application, you must pass it. That should be an agreement between us right now. I'm not trying to be against it. This is so far what we say and what we do. We're not making exception because you've been here for 10 years. You've been here for 10 years. Have you performed any role for 10 years? Have you been able to get something done for 10 years? It's not just joining the meeting. There are people that I know that have also joined this meeting too. For how many times? Might make an exception for them. So why should we make an exception for you? Thank you.
And the reason is, and I said to Rimsha, I was going to make an exception for her because she did do the roles for Bia. Like, she's done, like, dozens of roles. So that's why I was thinking we could try and pay her because it was really, Usman was gone for too long and I didn't catch him up and he didn't really train them quite right and has been having a lot of instability in his life. So to kind of make up for that, right? Because if Esther would have trained Rimsha has very high Paretos. Rimsha would have got trained up in the first, like, 5 days probably. So now what is fair, right? Like, Rimsha has very high potential. She can go somewhere else to make money, right? But she... Okay. Yeah, well, this is the thing is, I thought you might be on Rimsha's flock because I think Rimsha recruited you, or was it Usman that recruited you, Fabiha? Okay, so you're on Rimsha's flock. So what I thought was happening was that you were watching Rimsha get trained, and then Rimsha's going to train you. When she's accredited, she was going to train you. So technically, you're spectating right now, meaning that you're not getting paid unless you're doing the roles. But because there was a misunderstanding, which is what Ebu Bechi is saying, what's fair now, you guys? She had a misunderstanding. So should we make her pay that cost, or should we pay at least a couple of dollars? What do you guys think is fair? And you guys know I held your guys' feet to the fire, but I was the one that trained you, right? So you guys got it straight. What I'm paying for is that there was a lack of training, right? So you guys, Esther, Ebu Bechi, Francis, you guys got training directly from me. So you got world-class training, right? Like, you got pretty good training. And they didn't get the best training because I'm relying, like, I'm trying to grow the group, right? So the difference between you guys and them is that they're getting trained on a second level.
Hold on, let us hear from him.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I think, Fabiha, if you start playing the roles, then you could get accredited. But Rimshaw, I want Rimshaw to be the one that accreditates you. So she has to get finished before you, and then she'll be training you up. So you could take a break, or we could make an exception and get her to train alongside Rimshaw, and then we could just do a formal accreditation. So this is all new. This is all good news, you guys. We're trying new things, but I don't want anybody to feel like ripped off because there was misunderstandings, right? So I want to. That's why Ebubechi, I feel like we should pay something.
One thing I say, because I will pay one by one. This way it will be better for me, and I can perform each role correctly. Then you can proceed with the
Yeah, you should start. If you want to get paid, you got to start doing the roles exactly. But what I want to do is,
role one by one.
what do you mean? What do you mean by one by one? Well, it depends on the meeting style. So it depends. If we have enough people, then yeah, you only do one role, and that's ultra. But if we don't have enough people, then you're supposed to expand the roles, you guys, which I'm going to create the calculus as soon as I'm done cooking this meal. The meal is the really hard thing for me, so we're delayed. That's part of the problem, is we are delayed, and I was supposed to figure this out like 3 days ago. But I'm under extreme pressure right now, you guys. There's something strange happening in my world. So you're going to just give me a little bit of patience, because like not eating for so long creates a physiological reaction in the body and the mind. The body doesn't want to do it. And my body is resisting me. My body's saying, I don't want to go on the hunger strike, and it's creating excuses. Right? Saying, nope, you got this problem. Nope. So what I'm doing is I'm making my hunger strike a priority, and I'm stopping all the other work except for these meetings. I'm stopping it because I'm forcing my body to do the hard work. Right? I'm going on the hunger strike whether I like it or not. Okay?
There was no strategy. There was focus strategies and there was support strategies. No, it was between Risha and Malia. Yes, it was between Risha and Malia. The two of them were the couple strategies for the last meeting. So,
Okay, well here's the real. Right, so hold on. So yeah.
there was no speaking order here too.
Okay, hold on. For some we're gonna take 3 minutes each. We're gonna take 3 minutes, and you're each gonna get 3 minutes to say what you want to say, okay? And if you can stay for that, I'd appreciate it. But we're gonna start with Francis for 3 minutes, and then we're gonna go to Esther, and then we're gonna go to Ebubechi, and then we're gonna go to Ekayeti, and then Rimsha and Fabiha. Then you guys can justify what you think you should get paid after hearing from them, and then we'll try and balance it, and we'll try and make sure it feels fair when we have so little money right now. So let's try that. So go ahead, Francis. You got. Can we run the timers, executor? Ebubechi, we'll give 3 minutes, and then we'll come up with an answer. Because I did want to pay Rimsha today, but if you guys don't think that's fair, then now we should probably talk about it. Why isn't it fair? So just let us know when his 3 minutes are ready, Ebubechi, and then we'll each just take 3 minutes each. And I just want to hear from all of you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. But okay, let me catch up with you about that. Let me think about it. But let's hear from Francis first. But yes, now Fabiha, you're understanding, right? Now you're getting it. So that's a good thing. We're making progress, right? We're making progress, you guys. This is good. But let's hear. I want to hear from all of you at least once. I want to hear from all of you because I want your voice. It's very important that everybody feels heard. Everybody has to feel heard. Okay. So let's give everybody 3 minutes, and then that'll allow me to go back to our funders and tell them what you guys think, and we'll try and make it work. Okay. So go ahead. Let us know. Everybody, keep up timers, and then just let Francis know when to start.
What week should you guys start?
Yeah, Fabia? Well, let me hold on, Francis, hold on. Let me talk to Rimsha, because Rimsha is going to be looking after you, right? So I'm going to talk to Rimsha, and then Rimsha is going to decide about what roles you should play. So we're going to work together, okay? If that's all right. Because I'm getting a little bit overwhelmed because now we have like a 12-person team, right? Like it's a lot of work on one guy, and I'm really happy with that. But I want you guys to feel cared about. So we're going to start spreading the responsibility, and that's how we're doing it through the blocks. So Fabia, thank you for saying that. I'm glad you want to stay with us and do the work. But Ebubechi, I've asked you 4 times to pull up the timers and run the timers. Can you do that so we can get started? Oh, okay. Oh, I can't see the timers though. Okay. Okay, great. So I feel very good that Fabia is understanding, and I was concerned that $2 an hour wasn't enough, but now we're in the problem we don't have enough money because we didn't do originally what the plan was. But that's okay. We can work it out because there could be more money coming. Well, hold on. Can you? Is it really quick? Like, what is it? Just really quickly. Okay. I want you to go last, Rimsha. If you can stay for another like 20 minutes, I want you to go last because I want you to be honest with everybody on what you think you should be paid. And then everybody's going to decide what it is. Okay, what is fair. And maybe even just for like 1 second, Rimsha, say what you think you should get paid. And then we're going to start with Francis. Just say, what do you think the dollar amount is in Canadian? Well, just say what the price is, and then we'll start with Francis. Okay. Okay, if you want to type that in the chat, because I want a record of this, right? I want us to record this because I think this is historic. But okay, so now you guys know what Rimsha thinks she should get paid because she'll be the next person getting accredited, right? And then it'll be Fabiha right after her. So do you think that's fair? And should I pay her $30 for like the insufficient training, or should we make her bite the bullet and be like, nope, you got screwed over. Now you're gonna get trained by Esther properly, and you got to start all over. So Francis, what do you think? And Ebubechi, I'll let you give him 3 minutes, and then we'll just go. We'll give everybody 3 minutes, but then we'll let Fabiha give 3 minutes, and then Rimsha at the end with 3 minutes, and then we'll discuss. Make sure to start a 3-minute timer. Start a 3-minute timer, Ebubechi.
Okay, well.
Start a 3-minute timer.
Yes, can you tell me this time as well? I can be talking.
Like, we don't know how much time he has left on the 3 minutes. Like, create a cycle timer that's 3 minutes long, basically. Yeah.
Talking.
Hold on. Just let her set it up, you guys, for a second.
Okay, so should I start? Oh, what? Okay. No. It's not about what's in my mind, but it's about being fair and what you do to Mr. A, letting me so to Mr. B. That is what I want to come into. Now, before now, we have been trained, before we got trained by, I've been talking now, we have been training people, and those we train you have to allow them to do excellent job before you even think of paying them. That's criteria 1. And if they got trained and they didn't come back, I think this is where we should have to do what and to understand and then know what is actually the problem. Now, speaking about the package science or the richer, and these people just started and they are not even doing a clean job so far. We not say you should not pay them, or you can pay them, or you should not pay them based on the performances of those people that we train. For instance, you pay a sum of $30 to $35 for a successful application. But in the case of Risha, there is no successful application. I observe that she's burning data coming in here, but she doesn't burn more data than we in Nigeria. So I'm thinking, instead of to pay Risha $35, you put between $20 to $25. Very likely as if that they were left out. Because we Nigerians, we have love. We show love for we show love for each other, despite the try, whether we are black or white. So you deal with that way. They are not even part the application, but they are not even handling the meeting of you go. You saw the issues we had yesterday while the application, and it happens that it didn't work out well. So in order for Risha not to feel bad, you have to give her like $20 dollars. Then with her friend, same thing. Then we have the years, sacrificing days, long. You can now don't have to share this among us, because the problem of Nigerians is data. Not only is data is the main problem. It's very, very expensive. I believe Nigerians are not even buying much, but they never have free balance services in their country. So if you want to pay us hourly, then it should be close to the minimum wage. Even though we show up 10 hours in the meeting, it should be approved to the minimum. But if you want to pay it collectively based on what was sent, should be shared among us, then it's up to you to say, this is what I have to say. So you have to take note of this and then put us in your shoes, because what we do, we spend more time here doing what we have to do, and to be here to ensure that this meeting keeps growing. And also you know that we have been here with you for a very long time. So this is what I have to say. And that's it. So I'm going to let you to speak.
Do what? What do you want me to do? Sorry, I missed it. Go ahead, say again.
This spreadsheet now, if you look at it,
No, I got it. You're right. I got it.
before we started the online lessons, and if you come in, let's say just no payment for it. And some people were still coming in, though. And that when we started the contract, some people come in, people can explore. You mark one, you know them. And also, for this payment now, I will not say that they should pay her. I will say they should pay her. I will also say they should not pay her. That
if I told about I have been actually, as you know, I have been in training for 10 days. I also got my training to start, so I will be perform from now. And section 20, then I will perform the roles one by one, and I will start from tomorrow performing for 1 hour. Okay?
But should we pay you? Like, would you guys think we should pay them like the $30 for the sort of time they put in so far, and then get paid more? What do you guys think I should pay them today, or what do you? That's what I'm trying to figure out now.
Can I ask you something on it? So actually, that means my one like work payment has started from today. Yeah, right?
Well, you got to get like I'm paying you early, but we're paying you to get accredited. So you don't get any more pay until you get accredited. I'm just paying you ahead of time, right? Just to keep you going. But you're gonna keep coming until you get accredited, and then after that, it depends on if you do the work. If you do the work, then yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and pay for. But I want us to prioritize the regularity of the ultras because we only have enough. Huh?
That's why I'm asking you.
You think $30 each person would be fair? I would bet you. Do you guys think $30 for each person would be fair? Because if I paid $30 to each one of you, right? Yeah, if I paid each one of you $30, we'd have $40 left to spend. And to be honest, you guys, we still have 1,700 blessings to make, right? Which is like we're not even close. Like we're basically spending all the money, but we haven't made any blessings, right? So that's why we have to tighten it up and say, okay, we just spent all the money we were donated, and I'm going to starve for like 4 weeks, right? Like I'm kind of scared. So we're not doing the work, right? But we're paying for a whole bunch of training that's not going anywhere, which is partly our training process issue. So we're improving the process, but there's also a language barrier, and the language barrier is something that I'm putting up with, right? But if we all work together, and I say, okay, if I paid each one of you $30 and we made 1,700 blessings, like we all agreed to come to the next 5 ultras. If we all came to 5 more meetings, just for 5 more hours, we could make 2,000 blessings, and then I can eat, you can get paid $30, and you don't have to keep coming in for multiple meetings. Would that sound more fair to you guys? If we say, okay, 5 more ultras, but we all have to make sure that all of us come, because if we don't have all 12 of us here, we're not getting enough blessings. So
Some people that show up and some people most people, you call it contra. Most people in the meeting that you not make mistakes in commercial. They become just maybe if you share this pressure, not just maybe just 1 or 2 rows. Maybe 4 strategies or anything. You just keep one big TikTok. And you share another person that this person performs like almost everything. Paying them the same money is not, I don't think it's honest from
okay. Well, I want to hear from Ekayati, because we heard from Francis, we heard from Fabiha, we heard a little bit from Rimsha, and we heard from you, Esther, and we heard from Ebu Bechi. But what do you think, Ekayati? We'll hear from one more person, and then I'm gonna send out a graphic, and you guys can tell me based off of your experience here what you think each person should get paid off of your intuition, and then based on what you guys say, I'm going to decide what we should pay. But I'm getting the impression that Rimsha, they're saying that you guys shouldn't get paid the $30. So I want to sort of confirm that with each person today. So I'll send you all a message, and then you confirm with me if you think that should be what should be the fair pay for Rimsha, right? So Go ahead, Akiati. What do you think we should do here? If she can talk.
Yes, ma'am.
We're waiting for Akiati. Akiati, can you give us your thoughts on this? She said her sister's with money. I'm like, what does that mean? Will your sister donate to us to help fix this problem, Akiati? That would be really nice. I think even $100 or $200 more would help us pay everybody fairly, like fix this problem, right? Because then we can pay Esther for doing all the work. Like, you know, the blessings are there. I can calculate who did all the blessings, right? We can look back, but I wanted to sort of pay Rimsha today, and it's sounding Rimsha that they don't want me to do it. So now I'm feeling like, what should I do? Should I actually go through with it or should I not? So, okay, Ati, can you speak right now and let us know your thoughts? We can't hear you though. Your mic is on mute. No, Akiati? Or you can type it in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to get your opinion though. Do you think it's fair? Like, what should we do? Should we pay them even though they haven't done the roles yet? Because Usman kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Say that part again. You said, yeah, take everybody's blessings into account, yeah. But then you said something else at the end. Okay, well, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to send a message in the WhatsApp of what I put in the chat. I'm going to put each person's name, and then you put the dollar amount of what you think they should be. In fact, you know what? I'm going to put the dollar amounts, and I'm going to say, can you guys approve this? And then if you guys all say yes, that's what we're going to do for the next 1,700 blessings, okay? There is potentially more money coming, but it's not secured yet. Like it's not secured. Like, in fact, this conversation is what's needed to get the next amount. But it really is like contentious. It's literally blessing by blessing is what we're getting paid for. So let me make up this thing, and I'm going to make a diagram, and we'll just. I'm not saying that is what I'm going to pay. I'm just saying, do we all agree that this is fair? And if we all say yes, this is fair, then that's what we'll start doing on the next ultra, right? And so in 2 days from now, that's when we're going to start the actual pay. But I want you guys to all agree and understand what's happening. So I'm going to do that right now. If you guys want to leave the meeting, you can, and we'll count this like as a partial ELM, or we can try and do the flow rolls for the rest of the meeting. But this was the main topic. This is the main topic to say, okay, I think we're unclear of how the pay is working because I'm trying to change it. But I've heard from each one of you, and if we paid Rimsha and Fabiha like $70, that would take a big chunk of your guys' pay, and you've been doing technically more work. But it's not like for that. It's not because they're not trying. If they weren't trying, I would agree with you. I would be like, you're right. You guys are slacking off. They're not here seriously. We're gonna keep the pay. But they have been trying. Especially Rimsha has been trying, and Fabia has been very observant and being on the camera, and she's doing everything right that she knows. So that's why I feel like we're in a bind, is that they weren't slacking off. They were paying attention. So I feel like I want to give them something, but you're right. If I paid 70, that's going to cut into your guys' pay. So let me think about this. I'm glad you guys were honest with me. Yes. If we paid $3 an hour, right, and they put in 10 hours, that's $30 each. That's $60 plus another $5, right? And that's what Rimshot thinks is fair. But is it, is my question to you guys. So 40, 50 max between both of them. Well, what we can do is we can give Rimsha $40, and she can decide how much she wants to pay Fabiha, or how much Fabiha should get. Actually, I don't know if I can legally do that. Let me think about it. This is a good conversation. No? What do you mean no, Ebubechi? But Fabiha and no, I'm getting your opinions, but I get to make the final decision. But if you guys feel like I screwed somebody over, I want to know. So that's what I'm doing now is I'm consulting you and letting you know my reasoning so you understand that why the amounts are the way they are. And if you agree with me, like, yeah, that's the best that we can do, then I'll do it. Okay? So Fabiha and Rimsha, if you guys want to say final comments here and then go if you want, you can. And if you guys want to stay back and talk with me more, Francis, Esther, Ebubechi, you can. But I feel like Fabiha and Rimsha have something else to go to quickly. So I'll give them the last say. What do you guys think? If I gave you $40 and you split it between both of you fairly, is that fair? No, that's not fair. Or...
Please, Mark, I'm still waiting for you for this our one, so I can copy the shot and paste. Copy this, and also the blessings. Now, this burrito boss is not showing for almost everybody.
Yeah, hold on. I don't think we have Fabiha. What's going on here? Do we have Fabiha's Pareto categories? Well, Fabiha and Rimsha, okay. Okay. Yeah, I know we have to do currency conversions too. All right. Well, Rimsha, if I gave you $40, that's going to cover your $30, but it would only give $10 to Rimsha or to Fabiha. Do you think that's fair? And if not, why?
Means you said you give me $40 and Fabia, you give Fabia $10, right?
If you think that's fair, if Fabiha thinks that if that's fair, because you've been doing the roles, right? You've been doing the work, but she's been more like watching.
But Fabia is a good user. That's right. Like, but yeah, because
Okay, so
she's on stage like learning stage like me, and we are trying our best to do that. And birthday, I think so. Now it's week before, well, you decide. We will decide.
what the group is saying is that they think $30 for both of you is too much, but Francis proposed $40, maybe even 50. But that means that if you took your line share, if you said yes, Rimsha, you get 30, then that only leaves $10 for Fabiha. If Fabiha agrees to that and she starts doing the proper training, then
I am not agree with that because you know that every country has different currency. You know,
yeah.
so that's the big reason I think. Yeah. So
Okay, I got it. I understand. So what I'll do then is this. I've heard from you all, which is great, and you guys are being very honest. This is perfect. This is great. This is godly. We're doing good work here. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to take the next hour. I'm going to fill out all your names, like what I think we could pay you. We still have 1,700 blessings to make. So I think that's the part that scares me is like, I'm going to go, if I pay you guys all this and we don't make more blessings, you don't keep coming to the ultras. Like, we need at least 5 more ultras for me to eat, right?
these both on their side will be more, or not on my side, because
Right, but you were sick a couple of times too, Fabiha. So there was at least 2 meetings or 3 meetings where you were sick, so you couldn't do the roles as well. So it's like, should we pay you to come in sick? I'm impressed, but huh? Yeah, I know, but technically Rimsha was doing more work than you, and you were sick for a couple of those days, and she wasn't sick on any of those days. So technically Rimsha should get paid more than you, because she was performing and she wasn't sick, right? So technically,
Don't worry. But I will do my best.
okay. Well, let me think about it, you guys. I'll actually put dollar amounts. I'll try and look up the conversion rates too. And I agree. I think you will do your best for Biha. I think you two are here for a godly reason. So that's why I'm trying to keep you and be fair, so that you can tell your family members and your friends that this is a real opportunity. They're being run on donations, right? But as long as we agree on the pay structure, it should be fair. And if you don't think it's fair, don't come in and do the blessings, right? Until we get more money. So that's what I'm going to basically do. And right now, Ebu Betchi and Esther and Ekati and Francis have sort of been, very gracious.
All I was unplanned, but I still come came because I do not want to miss the meeting, and I think completely fair, and I want.
Okay, let me write a message to you guys. I got a really good picture of where we're all at. So let me write a message, and then we'll do the next ultra meeting discussing the pay. And if anything, I won't give more than $40 today, you guys. I won't give more. So I think we're in agreement that 40 feels about right for both of them. But if you guys disagree, then on the next meeting we'll talk about it. So maybe I'll give $30 and then to Rimsha, and then we'll talk about the rest. And if Rimsha wants to share some with you, Fabiha, ahead of time, then that's up to her. But for now, I think we're sort of in an agreement that the 30 for Rimsha is okay. Fabiha's pay is a little bit needs to be more talked through, but she's gonna start. She understands now what to do. So at least on the next meeting, on the next ultra, she'll do the right thing, and then we can justify the pay. So let me process. It's a lot of information to process, because there was miscommunication, right? I'm talking straight English, so I'm telling you guys exactly what's happening, but there's a gap. So we're gonna close that gap today. I'm gonna put effort into making this document, and then you guys translate it into your native languages and really understand it. And then after this, we're going to agree on the real pay, and then you're going to bring on your people onto your flocks, understanding fully how this will work. And if you think it's not fair, then we'll fix it.
Are you saying that you will not pay now?
I'm going to pay Rimsha now. I'll pay Rimsha now, and then with you, Fabiha, we'll wait to the next ultra, like in 2 days from now. If everybody shows up to the next ultra, we'll discuss it again. But we'll see.
You say you will pay in the next meeting, right?
We'll see what the group thinks. But for now, it seems like the group thinks that $30 for Rimsha seems to be appropriate. And then so far they're thinking $10 for you seems to be appropriate, which is about $1 an hour that you came in. Well, technically you were sick for 2, so it's over $1 for non-sick days. But I do think it's kind of honorable that you came in sick, but we don't want you to come in sick because you can't do the roles, right? So it's really about doing the roles. But because you didn't understand that, I think, it's honorable that you tried to come.
Okay, you will pay the next meeting $10.
Yeah, we'll discuss it next meeting. We'll discuss it. And if we all agree on that, then we will. I'll pay you at the end of the next meeting. Okay, does that make sense? I'm going to pay Rimsha today, and then we're going to wait for 2 days for you, and then we'll discuss it. And then after discussing it, if we all agree, then we'll pay you at the end of that meeting. But first, I want you guys to comment on the pay scheme. So I'm going to send out this document to you guys, and then everybody review it today, and then give me your comments tomorrow, so that when we get into the ultra, we'll have a good idea of what we're going to do. It's hard for me to do that, Esther, because technically I don't have enough money to pay you guys for the blessing. Like, if we had to pay for all the blessings, we don't have enough to pay. Unless we go back to the original scheme, then you would get more pay. Like, you guys would get the lion's share. So the problem is it's going to take me all day to calculate all the blessings because I have to go back and calculate them. It's a lot of work. And I want to finish cooking my meal. I want to finish eating. But I'm getting the sense that it's very urgent to get this figured out. If you guys could wait like a couple more days, if it's not really, really urgent, if we just waited like 4 more days, that gives me more time to get everything working. But if you really have to get paid now, right? If it's really urgent, that's what I'm trying to figure out now is if you have to get paid right now, then my compromise with you is to say, okay, we're going to pay $30 to Rimsha, and then at the next meeting we'll pay $10 or more to Fabiha. But for right now, I'm feeling like if I paid Rimsha, because she really did do a lot of the work, then at least she can get accredited. And that's not paid up to like now. That's to get accredited Rimsha. That's like to actually like in the next 1 or 2 meetings get to at least base 1 accreditation with Esther. So this is covering you up until accreditation. That's not like, hey, you get covered and then you get more pay to get accredited. This is for me to get you up to base 1. And then once you're past that, once you accreditate, then we start the next pay cycle for you. Then it starts to build again, if that makes sense. So it doesn't work out to exactly $3 an hour. It works out to whenever you get accredited. So right now it works out to $3 an hour if you got accredited today. But if you did 2 or 3 more meetings with Esther, you would still only get that $30. So I'm just paying you ahead of, like, normally we don't pay anybody until you're accredited. But I'm making an exception because you didn't get the best training because Usman was a little bit all over. Like, he's not even here today, right? So he's having a lot of wrenches, and we want to keep him too. He's really quite an amazing spiritual person. So I'm just saying that we want to get you accredited to base 1, and I'm willing to pay $30 to get you to base 1 Rimsha. So you might have to still do a couple more meetings with Esther, but that's what the $30 is paying for. So I think that's more or less fair for now. So let me take care of that. So that means we have $370 left to pay everybody else. Okay. All right. So let me put together a little document. You guys can look over it, and then you can send me what you think people should get paid. Yeah.
If I perform one role, so how much will I get?
It depends on what level you do it at. If you do it at ultra,
Yeah, yeah.
We train you first of all to be able to perform the roles. And then we start paying after accreditation. Once you pass the accreditation, that's when you get paid. That's how we do here. You come in, we train you first. When you have a lot of people, like I have someone in my blog who is currently doing issue service, they have already started his training already.
Yeah, but I will
Wait, let me finish. Now, let me finish. And he has put in more time than you did. And he has not received any payment because he has not passed paid accreditation. We pay once you pass accreditation here in this meeting. And also, Sahel has a lot of people that he has trained. Sahel went for 10 hours straight. I was there. I was around that day. He went for 10 hours straight.
yeah, okay, but
And some of them have been paid because they have not passed accreditation.
okay, but I will just do it that way.
And for you, Fabia,
But
this
I'm not allowed
this
to
like a
when
little
I'm starting performing.
because you've not performed any role.
Yeah, I will perform.
Risha is a little bit trained. She's not there yet. She's going to get there.
But I will perform tomorrow. I'm saying, okay, I'm doing the best, but I'm asking about it more when I start performing.
When you see how your performance is, if you're able to perform the roles exactly and you
1 second. In 2 more minutes.
You say I will perform 4 rows, then you will start.
Did you say that to me? Or to Esther?
You want for us, you know, it's not just because it's not just for you to not work close to home. It's not what you see that work. You have to pass an application. Application shows that yes, you can perform this role and you can do it very well. That you can train someone. Like if you ask you now, Maria, can you train someone? And you between us, you already know the answer. So for you to pass base application, it means you can perform the role well and you can train someone to on base level to perform the role. And that's why you start getting paid.
Okay, sir. I think that I will perform this level. Okay, I will perform 4 rows, then you will pay. You will start the day, okay? Right?
Yeah, the base rolls, exactly. So,
We don't pay immediately. You get that? We don't pay. Like there is a time I hope you understand that. Like it's not immediately you perform for 40 minutes or immediately you get everything. Then pay.
After 2 days,
Unless he wants to pay without payment. He pays general, pays them for pay. Doesn't pay.
yeah, I know. But
So, you know, if you perform, if you are able to get admitted, and then don't expect your money immediately, like that same day or the next day. You keep joining the meeting. Then when maybe at the end of the month or the middle of the month, when you now want to pay everybody, you will now pay. What you will now get, will
Yeah,
now
go ahead.
know that what your friend
but I just know that if I perform more, then you will start it right? But Monday only Monday then like
you perform the rules quite alright, no problem. But show us, you have to show us that you can perform the rules like 50 times, maybe just like we do the ultra for the first hour, maybe for the second hour, give you an opportunity to show us that you can be able to perform that role. If you are able to show us that you can perform the role alone, without anybody telling you what to do, then you will say yes, what expectation you can perform this role. Because this role here, between you and I, can you perform the role alone? Without anybody teaching you? Because really at this point you need to be trained. You need to train you. You need to give all this stuff and train you first before you start performing the roles. You need to train him first. Show you this is how to put it, this is how to set the timer, this is how to put the intro speech, this is how to put the intro. We'll show you the way, then we'll give you an opportunity to show us that you understand what we're talking.
okay, I have an idea. This is perfect. So, Fabiha, just come in 2 days. You guys, I want us to all kind of come in 2 days to the next Ultra because this is where we're going to decide to pay, okay? I think I might send, oh, shoot. Okay. We're not going to have any more meetings until the next meeting because I don't think it's fair to Rimsha or Fabiha to do another meeting without being paid, right? So nobody's going to have any more ELMs until the next Ultra. We won't do any more training until the Ultra. So hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Fabiha, and then I'll tell you guys what we're gonna do because we have 2 minutes left, and we'll play the song, and then we'll all leave, and then I'll send you guys all a message. But go ahead, Fabiha. Okay, you know what? You know what would be a really great thing? If you could do base 3. Fabiha, if you could do base 3 at the next meeting, I think we could justify paying you the same as Rimshot. But you'd have to do base 3, basically. And base 3 means you have to do all the roles, which it looks impossible at first. It's actually really hard. But if you did that, that'd be great. If you did base 2, I think we could probably still justify more pay. So we'll talk to you more about that, and Esther and everybody will help train you. And I'm going to bring you into the same group as Rimsha's training, but we'll talk about it, you guys. I actually have a very good idea of how to solve this now. You guys were great. On the next one, we'll see. We'll see. If you can perform the roles on the next meeting, great. But what I'm saying right now is we're not going to do any more trainings. We're not going to have any more ELMs, you guys, until we agree on the payments. So that the next ELM or the next Ultra will be in 2 days from now. So on February 4th. Is that my court date? Hold on. There's a wrench here. Hold on, you guys. Be patient for a second. And can we get somebody to pick the song while I'm looking at this for a second? One sec. I have a court date. I got court on the 4th. Darn it. Okay, you know what? On the next Ultra, you guys, I can't do a second hour on the next Ultra. So we're going to try and plan to get this decided in the first hour, in hour 1 at the next Ultra. Okay? And that's going to be February 4th. Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. So what we're gonna do in the next meeting is if she does do the role. So Fabiha, you do your role. I'm gonna say Esther, if you can accreditate her, like either you, Abubechi, or Esther, you're gonna be giving her feedback on her role. So you will accreditate her at Ultra. So she will be if she does the roles and she gets accredited at Ultra, right? At that role, like the full Ultra requires you to do all 12 roles, right? You need to get accredited with every role, but she'll have 1/12 accreditation. So that's what we'll do on the next one is you will get, if you actually do the roles properly without any training, Fabiha, because you've been really astute in watching, and if Esther or Abubechi says that you passed, then yes, we'll start paying you for those. That's great. So let's plan that. But nobody's going to do any more training. Nobody's going to do any more meetings until the next Ultra when we all agree on the pay. And I'm going to send you guys the pay ahead of time. And then you guys will be able to debate it with me. And then at the end of the first hour, we're going to agree. And then I'm going to go to court. And then I'm going to come back. And then I'm going to actually send out the money on whatever we agree on. Okay? Hold on, Fabiha. Hold on. Abubechi's saying something. What was that, Abubechi? Yeah, and I'll have those rules figured out too. So I'm going to create the calculus of flow, so you guys pick your rules, and then we'll also decide if the pay scheme is fair. And yeah, go ahead, Rimshah. Go ahead, Fabia. What were you going to say? Hold on, Esther. She was talking first. Hold on. Go ahead. Yes, between now and then, Rimshah will tell you the role, or I will tell you the role. So within the next day or two, like the next 48 hours, you will know the role you'll play. Okay? Okay. Okay, great. What were you going to say, Esther?
Okay, please, supposed to know the ones we passed.
I'm tracking them. I know. If you guys look at the Pareto document, it'll say your name, and I'm actually putting a column there for where your accreditation is. So I'm going to put your accreditation there. You can go and check that sheet in the Herculean checklist document, okay? That's where it will be. I'm supposed to do all of this. I was supposed to do all of this like 3 days ago, you guys, but I need to get on the food. I need to eat the food. But I'm going to take 2 hours to do this morning and get it out of the way and get you guys feedback. and then I'm going to cook, and then you guys can think about it and then get back to me. So this is great. We made a lot of progress in this meeting. Very good, you guys. You're very blessed. I'm very lucky you're here. Not many people can go in a conversation and not fight to the death in something like this. So let's play the song in honor of, who should we play the song in honor of? And then you'll be hearing from me like within the next 2 hours, hopefully. Okay?
Okay, bye.
Yeah, you can go.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh, well, thanks for coming. Okay? Stay blessed.
So I will do my best.
Okay. But come the day after, though.
Okay.
Okay. Excellent. Great job. You too.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Okay. Stay blessed. Peace, peace, peace. Who's playing the song, though? Who should play the song? Maybe it should be Francis. Because he's, I don't know, who should play the song? Wait, didn't he play the song last time? Did I pick the one? Okay, well, maybe we should play Francis's.
I will come meeting. Big song. When I will do that, they play bangles. What do you want me to say? When I meet you, I'm gonna bangles. Gonna bangles. I'm not playing this song today. I'm playing bangles today. Don't beg me now. No person. This baby.
Okay, well, well, let's play his song. He wants to play Madonna, so let's play Madonna for Francis. Yeah, you passed one ultra. Yeah, you passed one ultra, one part of it, but you didn't. Nobody's gotten a full ultra yet. But yes, I will mark it down. But I'll send it to you guys in hopefully the next couple of hours, okay? And then we can start preparing. If not today, then tomorrow. But let's play the song. Let's take a little breather. It's been 2 intense hours, which is great. We did exactly what I hoped we would do. We did exactly what I hoped we would do. So you did good. Are these real bongo drums?
Okay. For the past 1 hour talking, damn, that's a lot on our head. But let's use the song to stabilize our mood and to get ourselves going. So here is the music from La Isla Bonita. Mark said he doesn't want boobies. I'm still trying to know what you mean by boobies. And what's my name? Johnny Button wasn't showing boobies. So I don't know where boobies is coming from. But let me leave it though. Until next time, Mark will explain to me what you mean by boobies. Here is the song. Enjoy.
What a classic song. Good choice, Francis. All right, guys, let's jump off. Make sure to save the chat because the chat is historic. So if somebody could just do that quickly, we're going to change the world, and people are going to wonder how we did it. It's because we had patience for each other and consideration and exactly conversations like this. Really, really great, you guys. We covered everything I hope we would. And Ekiati even came, and she's in tremendous pain. That's amazing, you know? And Ekiati, that's a trooper, okay? I'm sending tons of blessings to you. It's hard, but we can do this together. Okay, guys, stay blessed, and we shall see you, well, in 2 days, I guess, and on WhatsApp. I'll send you the message in a couple hours. Okay? Keep sublating. Hasta la vista. Peace, peace, peace. Yes, that was perfect. Oh, I'm exhausted, but the adrenaline, these meetings are actually doing what I hoped they would do. My eyes are burning. I need to sleep a bit more before I cook. But I'm feeling jazzed to make these blessing paste while I got the idea in my head. Just get out of the way, then nap, and then cook. What do you mean inactivity? Okay. Um. Wow, that was such a good meeting. Okay. If I should include how much money you've given with everybody else's pay, period. This way, everybody can see that not only are you not getting paid to come, especially if you start doing the flow rolls and stop being a white colonialist. My other phone is so full I can't even stream TikTok. But you're actually paying and giving money, period. Then I'm going to balance it with Pareto categories to show that we're all technically giving the same in the inner world. period. And those who aren't, that's where we're going to adjust the pay. So that if they're getting more than the Pareto, then they get financially adjusted. And if they're getting under their Pareto, but one thing I wanted to add was that technically your money didn't go just towards the magazine because you gave it to the GoFundMe after the magazine was paid for. Because I was asking to see if you could help us get one of my meals to pay the blessers. Period. So I'm not sure why you think it was just the magazine. Because you donated twice knowing it wasn't for the magazine. Period. But let me know if there was a misunderstanding there. Because the GoFundMe doesn't have anything about the magazine there. It was for the blessers. And it wasn't for my meals because that was the other GoFundMe. Period. But I was really hoping when I called you to the stage that you might think that, you know, you basically be the bank financially or the Pareto category number 3 until we get more banks involved. My eyes are burning, so I have a vision in my head of what I sort of want pay schedule to look like. So before I get too tired, I'm gonna try and work on it and eat something. And it's gonna make me tired. Then I'll sleep, wake up, and cook the meal. Okay, Rimshaw, that conversation today was a little interesting. So it looks like we're gonna go to the next ELM, and on the next ELM, I guess the Ultra ELM, we're going to decide for everybody who gets paid. So instead of just paying you now, I'm gonna propose up like how everybody's gonna get paid for the next 5 ELMs, and like everybody's gonna get paid for everything. And I'm just gonna give you guys this much, and then we have to get to 1,700 blessings, basically. And if we all do that, then I'll only have to go probably 10 to 2 weeks, 10 days to 2 weeks without food. So that would be my pay to you guys. I just won't eat for 14 days or 10 or 14 days, which sucks. But if you guys are willing to meet me halfway, because there was a bunch of miscommunications, then it's all of our fault, but it's nobody's fault. So we're going to try and make amends by saying, okay, technically you shouldn't get paid because Esther's right, you didn't get accredited. But that was because there was some dropping of the ball, right? So let's so what happened in the meeting is we're all going to meet in 2 days at Ultra number 5 on February 1st, and in the first hour we're all going to agree the final amounts that I'm going to pay, not just for what you've done so far or to get accredited. I'm going to pay to do 5 more ultras at full capacity, and in this way I don't die because we spent all the money too soon, right? Like this, I don't know where the next amount of money is going to come from exactly. There's 2 people that say they might give money, but it's not confirmed, right? They're looking to make sure that we're spending the money wisely. And if they see that we're spending a bunch of money for no accreditations, right? Then they're going to be like, well, you know, we spent all that money training somebody, but nothing got accredited. And so I don't want to give them that news. So on the 4th, I'm going to say, okay, here's the proposal. I'm going to send it to you guys today. Right, John? I'm going to send you this proposal today with your pay, what you're going to get paid, not just for what you did here over the past 10 days, but I'm going to pay you ahead of time too. I'm going to say, if you come for the next 5 ultras over the next every 2 days, right, for 1 hour, then I'm going to pay you, maybe I'll pay you something like 40, 50, something like that dollars, maybe $50. So you get 50, but BL would get 50, even though she's underneath you. You can train her in the background or whatever. So 50-50, and then everybody else gets like, I don't know, whatever I have to pay them. I think I have to pay them each like 60 or 70. So if I give them 60 or 70 and you guys got 50, technically you guys shouldn't get paid as much as them because they did a lot more work, quote unquote, technically, but they're better trained. And they got better training from me because I directly trained them. But they're really good now, so that's why I'm going to give Esther to you to get better training. So that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to, instead of paying you today, when nobody's agreeing to it technically, I'm going to say, I'm just going to pay you all up front. Like I'm going to give you everything for getting trained and doing the next 5 ultras. And that should be more like $50 instead of 30. And then this way it's cheaper for me to send you guys. Because if I have to pay you twice, then 2 or 3 of those dollars is not going to you. It's going to the bank that I'm transferring the money from. So I'd rather you get the money than the bank, right? So I think it's smarter to do this, that in 2 days, we're all going to agree how to spend $400. I'll give you what I'm going to pay you. And then if you all agree to do 5 more ultras and come on time and we have 12 people, then we'll do the meetings. Okay, and then I'm going to take a big risk, and I'm going to pay you guys ahead of time to do the blessings. So if you don't show up, you're kind of screwing me over, which should not be good. And nobody wants to do that. I don't think anybody in the meeting is going to do that. But that's what we've sort of decided on, is to let me take a couple of hours today to make this proposal, and then you guys can look at it. And if you don't like it, we'll talk about it behind the scenes. But then we're all going to ratify it and agree upon it in 2 days from now, so day after tomorrow. And if we agree upon it, then I will just send out the total pay. So you'll be paid for the meetings that you've done, and then 5 more potentially, or whatever it is. And it might not be a total of $3 an hour, but because I'm paying you early and taking a risk, and I'm going to go something like 10 days without food, hoping not more than that, maybe 14 days maximum, I'm hoping. Then my sacrifice, your guys' sacrifice, Usman's, the others who have been here longer, will all have to chip in a little bit, but in the end, it should be fair for everyone. So that's what I'm thinking we'll do. But I'm going to send you this, everybody, this proposal here in the next couple of, well, hopefully 2 hours. Okay, that's how the meeting ended. Okay, because yeah, they wanted to see how the money would be spent, and I got a good way to present it, thanks to you guys' suggestions. Okay, all right, peace. Okay, that was a lot of work, but it was good. Okay. I gotta restart my stream. All my emojis. My ear's itchy. Why is that? It all kind of worked out. That's kind of very surprising. Now the adrenaline is coming down. I'm starting to feel tired. My brain keeps waking me up early, which is a good thing because I trust my instincts. But I also know that I'm going to compensate by resting later. So my mind is saying we're riding close to the wire. We're riding close to the wire's edge here. Oh, my video's blocked again. Yeah, my eyes are burning. Actually, so we're gonna boil this water up here. So I want to cook the food, but I know it's gonna be like 10 hours. So now, see, it's just one thing after another. So I'm going to try and get the first draft of this payout just to get them started and get them thinking about it. So while I'm cooking, they're processing on the other side of the world, in Nigeria and Pakistan, and our other funders can look at it too. So when I'm cooking, we're still making progress on the movement, right? It's always about multitasking. Well, not truly multitasking because human beings aren't good at that, but it's leveraging. It's parallel processing. In addition to your regular channel growth, promotions can get your videos in front of audiences. Subscribers and watch time earned through a promotion do not contribute towards your YouTube partnership program. Why? Turn on voiceover. Turn voiceover off. Okay, we're gonna reset my stream and we're gonna get back on this guy's channel too. The Discord thing here. Cancel. Discord app launched. Continue to Discord. All right, we're being productive. This is a very good productive day so far. We're gonna download TikTok and make a video, which is great. Is he sleeping? I'm being drifted away from the original idea.
With TikTok's new AI feature, I can use a simple prompt.
Hmm. Wow, I got a bunch of comments on my streams. Oh. Okay, let's restart the chat, the stream. Comments are burning. Whew. All right. Oh, there's a lot happening here. I'm really blasting through this. I'm pretty happy at how quickly I'm pulling this off. Okay. There's so many menus now. Gosh. All right. Oh no, I forgot to turn off this other one. Shoot. Well, that stream is destroyed. Oh well, we lost the stream. Ah, fortunate. All right, let's start up the TikTok on the other stream. Computer. There. Nice little halo. Wasn't quite planned, but there it is. I am hungry as can be. Okay, we got TikTok going. I got a bunch of new followers here. That's good. My eyes are burning. Oh, John, what's up? How are you doing today? I'm pushing the limit. Pushing the limit. I met this guy last night, talked to him for like 3 or 4 hours, or what was it, 3 hours till 2 in the morning, 2.5 hours till 2:30 in the morning. So I'm tired, and I think it might play a role into things. Yeah, you like the cooking too. It does humanize. It keeps us grounded in humanness while the mind is going psychotic. Cooking is meditative. It engages your parasympathetic nervous system. It makes you happy. You get endorphins. A whole bunch of stuff happens because we like to eat and we bond over eating, and we've done it for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands. Okay, so we're gonna restart the stream. 9:50 already. All right. Oh, I'm in pain. I'm hungry. My eyes are watering. They're burning quite badly because I need to sleep. I'm pushing the limit. I'm burning the candle at both ends, and I have to prepare for going to court here in a minute. Oh, I don't want to lose this momentum, even though I'm delaying the hunger strike a little bit. Like I'm eating way longer than I was supposed to. Like in the beginning, I was justifying it under, having to go way longer than I wanted without eating, like 19 days. Way too long. So I've sort of recovered from that a little bit, but to be honest, the hunger strike is supposed to keep weakening me. So I don't want to do a full recovery.